Friggin' woo-hoo. Here we are, boys and girls. Friday night, beers with Shane. I mean, why not? Why wouldn't you be here? What else you got to do on a Friday night? Hang out with the boys? No, you're hanging out with the boys. You're hanging out with me. You're hanging out with me. I'm one of the boys. Everybody knows that. Let me throw my link up here before I forget. Get a couple people on here. Because got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about today. I got some new stuff coming up. Send the link. There we go. Sent the link finally. 7-time growers in the house. Cheers, my friend. Good to see you once again. Always a pleasure to have you here. There we go. People are starting to come in now. The link is down there in the corner. Apparently, I put it up twice, but that's okay. So, how's everybody's week been? Everybody's happy for the weekend? Oh, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to throw it up. How about that? Rod J's here. Who cares? Nobody cares that he's here. Is that a better intro? I don't know. I got nothing for you, buddy. I got nothing. Wow, I just got a little notification here, Drew. I know you're in the background there. It just popped up and said your guest beer for breakfast Facts for Snacks is on Android Chrome, which has a bug that causes echo. Google is working to fix it. Please ask the guest to wear headphones to avoid echo or use a different browser. Okay, you got headphones on anyway, right? I've never seen that warning before. That's kind of weird. Not only do we have the legend Rod J, we have Mr. Ray from the Alkanauts. What's going on, Ray? I thought you were busy tonight, Ray. I thought you were working. What's going on? It's okay. Hey, glad to see you, even if it's only for a couple minutes. Drew, my man, what's going on?
Hey, do I echo?
No, you're not echoing. You got headphones on, though, right?
Okay, good. That was weird because I got that too.
Yeah, it just said to wear headphones because I guess there's a bug if you're not wearing the headphones. And
okay,
we've had problems. We've had problems with you echoing in the past without headphones.
Because I'm just a fat fuck. That's what it is.
Oh, that's what you're doing here. Ray is waiting for the show to start. Where is it? Damn it, wrong one. Wrong button that moved up on me. Waiting for the show to start. Hey, it's probably going to be a good show. Have a great time there, buddy. I wish I could be there. Doors open. If we make this a really, really quick live stream, like 5 minutes, I can actually jump on my car and I can make it down there by 7:30 and enjoy the show. I'm not going to do that.
But why don't you do it live while you're driving?
Do it live while I'm driving. Yeah, because that's totally legal.
No one needs to know.
Well, people will know. And somebody who doesn't like me will see it and be like...
Yeah, I know. I hate people like that.
They'll be like, hey, man, this guy's live streaming YouTube from his car.
And drinking a beer.
And drinking a beer. Sold out show.
Hello, everyone.
Who was that show again, Ray? I know you told me. I can't remember who the heck it was. Yeah, they'll never know. It's just like on the internet forever. So, which is weird. And it's true that stuff does stay on the internet forever. A couple of years ago, I did a search. You do a search of your name, right? Like you'd put down like Andrew Watts and see all the stuff that comes up about stuff maybe you posted a couple of years ago that you didn't know about. I did that a couple of years ago, and some old article that I wrote for a computer magazine popped up, and it was from like 90, 92, somewhere in there.
What?
Yeah, and it was still there. I'm like, holy crap! And it's not like it was a. Let me rephrase what I say. It's not. I don't want to say it's a computer magazine, as in it's like a worldwide distribution or anything like that.
Okay.
It was more of like a newslettery kind of magazine for local computer guys at the time that used to run bulletin board systems, which is what we used to use for the internet was a thing. So I wrote an article in there, and it's still on the internet, and I'm sitting there reading it, and I'm like, my God, dude, you do not know how to friggin' type anything. Like, it's just, the English is so, not that it's bad, but it's just like, I'm a little bit older and a little bit more, which I'm critical of stuff.
So you're like, are you talking like 92, 93?
It was probably somewhere in between 90 and 93. I'm not exactly sure when. I'm sure the date's on the article. But it was just it was just really weird seeing something from my early 20s.
No way, that'd be pretty cool. Like, did you make money off of that?
No. It was just it was a thing for. It was actually my uncle who had the newsletter / magazine, frick whatever, and it was just, like I said, it was just for a bunch of guys, like computer geeks, who were running bulletin board systems and talking about what systems they're running. And back in the day, we didn't have very.
So you're talking about like Windows 94 and stuff.
Oh, even before that, dude.
Right.
Even before that.
Oh, sorry. Windows 82.
No,
Windows
we didn't even have well, I mean, the computer that we know now isn't the computer that a lot of people use. My uncle and I, we both used Atari systems. I had an 800 XL and a 130 XE, which I know probably means nothing to you, but they're pretty freaking old computers.
Well, I had a compact.
Okay.
I had one of those. I had a compact. And see, the screen would have been on the monitor, connected together.
Right, yeah, the all-in-one kind of things. Yeah.
Yeah, all in one. That's what I had.
I remember having those in public school. We had those the pet computers. I think they were their Commodore Pets with the green monochrome.
Yeah.
Screen
Even though I know what you're talking about, I still suck at computers. But hey, it is what it is.
All right, man. Not everybody can be good at it. We got the.
So,
hey, Amber.
Sorry, Amber. Hi.
You guys have
she
no
can't hear
sound.
me because you got headphones.
There's Rajay.
No.
Rajay's in the house.
Right, yeah. So, even though I have a Google Pixel 5a, because it's Black Friday, we got for 2 years, no plan, nothing. Google Pixel 7's coming in the mail.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's why I might need you to send me that thing again.
Yeah, I will. No problem.
You know what I mean?
Oh, Ray's going to pop on here really quick. I know he's just about to do a show. So what's going on, Ray?
What kind of show are you doing?
It's Jeff Leeson comedy.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow, that's pretty amazing.
There you go.
Ray being the sound guy that he is. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, let me. Don't think I can turn my camera around, but let me see if it'll allow me to. Nah, it won't allow me to turn it around. But there's the stage.
No way.
Here's my little sound console.
Yeah, it's just a small one. Right? You just brought the small one with you.
Yeah, it's tough only using one microphone. I needed, make sure I had backups.
For sure.
That's pretty amazing what you're doing.
Wicked little venue here. It's
that'd be
cool.
Yeah, it's an old church. It's located on the Ridge Road in Ridgeway.
Nice.
Wow.
Look at this. We even got the man Blue Ice in the house. What is going on, Blue? Good to see you,
Blue
man.
Ice.
Frickin' cheers to you, sir.
Are you? Are you drinking a beer too?
Probably.
Absolutely.
In the church?
Absolutely. The Brimstone Brewing is located in the Brimstone Brewing is located in the basement, Drew.
This is awesome. Wow. Super amazed me right there.
Hey, Blue, while you're here in the chat, I don't know if you saw, I think it was today, like maybe half an hour ago, I put out a new beer review video, and I thought of you instantly. You would love it, my brother.
With the Refined Fool? The Refined Fool one?
Yeah, that was, I'm blown away how good that was.
Well,
I'm not going to say too much more about it. Just go see my review. It just popped today at 6:30, I think. So.
What are the other two beers you had from them in that pack?
Well, this one that I've had before like 100 times and never.
Yeah, that's a man. Weirdos or whatever. Yeah.
And I know it's still around here somewhere because I haven't cleaned up my freaking cans. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. This one I thought was freaking hilarious. The Tracksuit IPA.
How was that?
It was good. It was good. They're 3 for 3 so far.
Wow.
So,
they're doing really good. Sarnia. I saw it today. I might pick it up this week. I have to pick up that 6-pack.
Yeah, it's good. Like I said, I've only had the 3. I've only reviewed one because I'm an idiot. So I got to go pick up another 6.
Aren't we all idiots?
Yeah. But that one I did today, it was fantastic. It was so good.
Really?
It was so good. I changed my rating halfway through because I had to.
Yeah, you did. The 4. No, not for say it. Not for say it.
Don't say what it was. Don't say what.
I already know what it is.
Didn't go watch it.
Because I watched it. Yeah.
It was amazing. So I'm just going to go back here to Ray really quick because I want to, Rod. Ray, Rod. They both start with R.
Apple 2E. Whoa.
program on an Apple IIe. Man, I remember the Apple II. I never had one myself, but I do remember it. I had a friend of mine that had one, and we used to mess around with that a little bit. So you know what I'm talking about, Rod. You know the challenges we had back in the day using, you know, those old Apple computers, and like I had the Atari computers. Yeah, it was, and we were happy with what we had. You know, look at the little, we can make the little stick move along the screen, and to us that was a huge deal, right? But yeah, you can't get away with just doing little stick figures anymore. Well, you can actually. Look at Minecraft. I mean, one of the best-selling games in the world, and it's just blocks and, you know, sticks like that. But yeah, so I do. Oh, so I'm going to throw up a link here really quick, guys. Hang on a second. I totally forgot. What I'm going to do is, because I've been doing these lives quite often on Friday nights, and I want to do something a little bit different. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post up a link here. If you haven't already, I know Drew has already because he's the only one that's had the link. I'm popping up a link right here eventually. God, my computer is slow. I got to get a new one.
Is this what you're talking about? Subscribe?
Go to this channel here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go to this link here. Subscribe to that channel. Starting December 1st, I think, is when the first one's going to be. That will be just for all my lives will be on that channel, and that is all that will be on that channel is just live.
Okay, so is that 2 weeks
go
from
on
now?
there. Just should be 2 weeks, unless something happens. It will be most Fridays. There might be the occasional one where I can't make it for whatever reason.
No,
but most Fridays from 7 to. So it'll be from 7 o'clock till 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, I'm like, hey guys, we're done. Go.
Yeah, bullshit.
just so I'm not doing 6 or 7 hours.
I don't believe you.
What? That I'm not? No, 10 o'clock done. 10 o'clock done.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I still believe you.
All right.
All right, boys,
I want to see your wife. I want to see your wife come down and kick you off at 10.
Oh, she will. Don't you worry. Well, because that's when she gets home from work, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, boys, I'm gonna have to bug out. It was great to see you guys.
Ray,
you too, Ray.
awesome
Hey, thanks
to
for
see you,
stopping
buddy.
by.
Have a great one.
Today. I know you're busy. Have a great night, buddy. Enjoy the
Hey,
concert.
have a great night, buddy. Have a
Cheers,
great
boys.
night.
Enjoy those beers.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, yeah. So I'm just
All right,
like I said, I'm gonna
there
do.
it is. That's the link.
Yep.
So where is it? James
down there.
Friday Live.
I think it's the channel is actually called Friday Night Live Drinks with Shane. So that's that'll be the live channel, and I'm working on a format that's going to be different than what I do here normally. Because normally here I kind of do like free for all, like whoever wants to come on and talk, no problem. But I'm working on an actual segmented format where it's the same thing every single. Well, not the same thing, but like I'll have like a guest or two every week, and that's all that's going to be on. So
so you're not going to put no reviews on that channel.
No, it'll just be for lives, just lives.
Okay,
that's all that it's.
Okay, which is all right because you know what, you could get a lot of hours on that. So, question though, why don't you want to do the lives on this channel?
Well, because I want to do a different format for starters. I want to, like I said, I want to do more like a guest format, kind of. Not.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be strict like that, but very close. So, like maybe 1 week, I'll have. Let's say I have you and Alan on. Now you're going to be the only two guys on screen.
Oh.
Right. Everybody else can do in the comments, and we can talk to them through the comments. But it'll just be like just me and somebody else, or me and two other people. And then next week you won't be on screen. It'll be like this, say me and Brian are doing it.
Okay.
And then you're going to talk in the comments. And like I said, I'll put the comments out below, right? Just do I want to experiment with it.
You know what I'm going to be saying, right?
What?
Let me on. Let me on.
I know.
Let me
and
on.
if you're not that week's guest, I won't let you on. You'll just have to go in the comments like everybody else.
The capital letters. Let me on.
And I'll just be ignoring you. I'll be like, no. Sorry, Drew.
What the hell?
Like you do last week, man.
Yeah.
I think that'll be fun.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Like I said, 1 week I'll have Rod J on. I mean, he's a wealth of information, as you know. I'd love to have him on. Just the two of us chatting. Maybe we get Mallory on. Maybe we get, like I said, Alan, Dave, maybe Wayne Bucks County Beer Reviews, or whoever wants to come on and hang out with me and co-host as per se for that episode.
So Blue Ice was on here. Come on, Blue Ice.
He was.
Join on.
He might be at work.
Get in. Riley, that's me. I hit the table.
Now I know Blue always has a hard time getting on the lives, so he usually just sticks to the comments.
Okay.
But
Same thing that I had without these headphones.
His is worse. He has a hard time getting video.
Oh,
What is
really?
Riley barking at?
Well, it's me. I was tapping the table, and Wiley doesn't know what it is. Come here.
Oh,
Hey.
okay. You thought there was somebody at the door?
That was my fault.
All right. So I see Drew's got his standard Laker ice.
I have something pretty cool in the fridge, but that's after the one I have in the freezer.
In the freezer? Oh, so you want to drink it soon?
So I'm drinking the one in the freezer first, and then the one in the fridge. That's pretty cool from Nova Scotia.
Oh, is it the same one I had?
No,
This one right there, the Oland Export Ale.
no.
That was a good beer, man. For
man,
just a plain everyday lager, it was good. I enjoyed it. I'm so
Well, the
glad
one I
that
got
came
from
back.
Nova Scotia, I had Moosehead Dry Ice. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh yeah, it was good. But literally, this is almost done, so I'm going to go get the 1 hour freezer.
Okay.
Come on, join on, guys. Join on. I asked Alan, but Alan's at a Jets game.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to him earlier today too. Alan from One Flight Down. He's at Winnipeg Jets game tonight.
Yeah.
His team's doing pretty good. Mine, not so much. We did win last night though. That was whoo! That was a big thing. We haven't won a lot of games this year.
Who's the Jets playing tonight?
You know what? I didn't notice. I can't remember. St. Louis, maybe? I can't remember who the hell it was.
Well, you got a computer there. I can't do it on
Well,
my...
I'd have to open up a new tab, and my camera is right in the way, so I can't really see.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'll look it up. So
I'm going to
Winnipeg
record this one.
versus... Oh, they're playing Buffalo.
Buffalo. Oh, nice.
They're playing
The
Buffalo.
Sabres.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So
Yes.
I know you sent this to Wayne.
I did, yes.
Yeah. We have a couple packages coming from him. Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't think I've had too many beers from Pennsylvania, so I'm kind of excited to see what he sends up. And my shirt. Apparently he's sending us up shirts too, so I'm excited about that.
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Sorry. Someone was trying to call me, so I just delete it. So what did you just say?
Oh, I just said I don't think I've had a lot of beers from Pennsylvania. I may have had one, and if I have, I don't remember it. So I'm excited. So he's sending us down some beers, T-shirts with his new logo on it, which is great because you can't have enough freaking T-shirts.
So I have a package getting ready to send out to him. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have a shirt for him until after Christmas because I'm already out of shirts.
You know what? It's funny. I'm out of shirts too. I got to go get some more printed up because I haven't. Like I said, I had those bunch that I had made up. I think I made up like 15 or 20, and they're gone already. And I still have a bunch of people saying, "Hey, man, can I have a shirt?" And I'm like, "There's a couple guys at work want one," stuff like that. We got Dave from Dave's TV in the house. Dave, feel free to join in. I will repost this link one more time because I got no problem reposting this link over and over again.
Okay, so I literally will be back in 5 minutes, but I gotta make a phone call because someone just called me. So let me call him back, and then I'll be back. So but leave a spot. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. I promise.
Sure.
Okay.
No worries.
Love you. All right.
Yeah,
Bye.
all right. See you in a bit, buddy. Cheers. All right, let's take Drew off of here. He's gone anyway. Okay. Also, Dave, because you're just joining me, feel free to jump on. The link is there. And also, while you're doing that, I was talking about this earlier with the guys. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to put this up here. There we go. Let's show it now. Also, Dave, I need you to, that link that I just put up here, this one right here, go subscribe to that. Starting December 1st, this is where all my lives are going to be. So just go on that, click on that link, subscribe to the channel, and then that's where all the lives will be from now on. So apparently I've got nobody else, no other guests here, so I got to try and be a little bit entertaining today. What's everybody drinking tonight? Rod, what do you got? You probably got something super tasty, and you've been banging out some really good beers lately. I watched, I don't know if you guys are subscribed to the Ginger Yeti. Anderson, he's usually the co-host for A Beer Day with TK. He's got his own channel now called Ginger Yeti Road Reviews, I think. Go check him out. He's just starting off. I think he's got 35 subscribers or something like that. Go help him out. Give him a sub. Check him out. I love Anderson. He's great. He's an absolutely great guy. Thanks, Dave. Dave just subscribed. Super. Yeah, so that'll be, I think, starting December 1st, Dave. I'll do like a couple of videos leading up to that day. Just letting you know. Rod's still here. Rod, jump on here. I'm dying here by myself. I'm not really good by myself. Not even drinking yet. What is the matter with you? It's Friday night, sir. It is after 7:00. Grab yourself a beer. Mine's almost done. I'm almost done. For anybody who cares, which I know nobody does, I'm drinking my homebrew. Where's Waldo? It is a 4.2. Well, usually it's 4.6, but I screwed it up a little bit. 4.2% golden ale session IPA hybrid. And I'm drinking it out of my Alchemist Brewery glass. I love this freaking brewery. What an amazing time me and my buddy Matt had down in Vermont visiting the Alchemist. And there was a couple breweries we went to, but I don't remember their names off the top of my head. You know why? Because the Alchemist blew them all out of the water. Fantastic beers. The staff there is amazing. If you're ever down in Vermont, and especially if you're a beer tuber, let them know you're a beer tuber, because they will treat you like absolute gold. I've never been treated that well in my entire life. And really, I'm just a nobody as far as beer reviewers go. But at the Alchemist, they are really, they're really keen on beer reviewers. Like they want you to come and review their beer. They want you to spread the word, and they'll treat you like a king in there. It was absolutely awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Other than that, while I'm still sitting here waiting for maybe somebody jump on. Anybody? Anyone? Here, I'll throw the link back up again. Anyone? Does that sound like Bueller? Let me see what's going on with my week, because nobody's jumping on, so I'll just tell you about my week. Not a whole lot going on. Still waiting for my car to get fixed. I don't know if we talked about this before. My wife kind of had my car one time, and she was going to work, and she was stopped at a red light, and the light turned green, so she started to go. And the guy in front of her had not started to go yet. So she kind of crumpled up my hood a little bit. It kind of did like this little V thing, smashed up the grill a little bit. So I've been, that's been in the repair shop for like 3 weeks now, I think. They had to do an estimate on it, send it to the insurance company, then try and find the parts. And so I'm hoping it's done soon. But in the meantime, I have been driving a brand new 2023 Chrysler Pacifica minivan. Now this van is big, brand new. It drives like a dream. I'm freaking going down the highway on the way to work, and just like, oh, this drives so nice. It's like floating on a cloud. I'm driving, just enjoying how smooth it is, because it's brand new. Of course, it's going to drive smooth. You know, I'm like, oh, it's so nice. And then I look down at the speedometer. I'm like, holy crap, I'm doing like 145. Slow the frick down. Speed limit on the highway up here is 100, by the way, just for my American friends. Keep going, doing one. Yeah. So it's 100 kilometers an hour, usually the highway speed up here. And I was doing 145 because I didn't even notice it, because it was such a smooth drive. I love new cars. I've actually never owned a brand new car. All of my cars have been, 3 or 5 years old, and beaten in a little bit. So, yeah, it was just, what a dream. And it's got, automatic everything. And it has that stupid backup camera. You guys know what I'm talking about? Stupid backup camera. I hate backup cameras, for starters. But this one has one. This the only car I've ever had that actually has a backup camera. And I see a lot of people at work. I don't want to be stereotypical, so I'm not going to, but there's a certain type of people, and they use the backup camera, and you can see them. They're driving and they're just, staring at that screen, backing up, and it takes for freaking ever for them to back up. So I'm just, hey, turn around, blah, blah, blah. slap it in there and it's done in like 3 seconds, like most of us, especially guys around my age. So one time I decided to try this backup camera, and I tried backing out of my driveway. Nothing terrible. Just I'm on a really quiet street, and I'm like trying to back up with this backup, and it took me for freaking ever. I'm like, forget this. So next time I just you back up and you're out. Backup cameras suck. Rod is also in that. Wow, there's just too many Rods now. We got Rod and Rod J. Rod, I am drinking right now. This is almost done. This is my homebrew. It's called Where's Waldo. It is a 4.2% golden ale hybrid with a session IPA. It's pretty good. It's not bad. I brew this quite a bit. It's made with Galaxy and Citra hops. Really nice. I don't mind it. Like I said, this is almost gone, so I'm going to finish this off. And I'm going to have to hit the beer fridge here in just a quick second. We got... look at all the Rods. We got Rods. Cheers, homie. You got Rod and Rod J. I'm going to get... So I have a hard enough time remembering Rod J. I like to call him Ray every once in a while, apparently. So I'm going to get confused between Rod and Rod J. That's for sure. All right. So let's see. What else can I talk about here? What else have I done this week? Not a whole lot going on in my life right now. Like I said earlier, anybody who's watching, I just created a new channel today for just doing lives like this. I want to do it on a separate channel. So that link is up in the comments there somewhere. If you want it and you don't see it right now, just put a little message down at the bottom. Say, hey, I didn't get the link, and I'll send it to you. But it's going to be more of a guest format as opposed to basically a free for all. It's basically what I usually do. It's like if somebody wants to come on. I'm more than happy to talk to you. But I want to do a specific format going forward, which I heard last week from a wonderful gentleman, Bourbon Bounty. And, I sat and I thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, I said, you know what? That totally makes sense. So that's what I'm going to do going forward. Do all my lives on a separate channel. And that's all that'll be on there is just lives. Fantastic guy too. If you guys aren't subscribed to Bourbon Bounty, check him out for sure. I talked to him last week, and man, what a wealth of knowledge this guy is. If you guys like bourbons and whiskeys and stuff like that, that's the channel to go and see. I think he does a live every Thursday night at 6:45 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, definitely check him out. I learned a lot from him in a very short period of time last week when I was talking to him. Really super nice man. Really super nice. Looks good. Yeah, it's not bad. Like I said, I brew this one quite often. Every time I brew it, I try and change it just a teeny bit. And the last time I brewed it, it was almost perfect. Like it was almost perfect where I wanted it. So this time I changed it a little bit too much, and it wasn't as good as the one before. So I'm just going to maybe go back to that last recipe I did and stick with that because it was really super good. Interesting choice of a second channel. Yeah, well, I think you were there too, Rod, I believe, when we were talking to Bourbon Bounty. Yeah, and like I said, I think I wanted to do the second channel and for just lives, but not do it like a free for all like I usually do for like this channel. Not that anybody's on here right now. Just a hint there, Rod J. I'm here by myself. I'm just saying. You know where the link is, for sure. Rod, like the hat. Thank you, sir. I'm a big Calgary Flames fan. I usually have, I have my hat. I usually drink out of a Calgary Flames glass. I have the Calgary Flames coaster. Yeah, I understand they really suck this year, but go team. I'm still going to support them. Yeah, even Rod J given his endorsement right here. Bounty is cool. Yeah, Bourbon Bounty, super, super nice guy. Thursday nights at 6, I think it's 6:45, if I remember correctly. I think it's 6:45 because he comes on just before you do your lives. And hey, notice I was on your live this Thursday and not his. I'm just saying, Rod. I'm just saying I got my priorities in order. Yeah, I was there for part of the couple. Yeah, you were there for sure. Doing great at holding down. Well, you know what? I can talk a little bit. I don't. I'm not really good at just talking randomly about stuff without somebody to bounce some ideas off of. It's actually doing a few updates to my Steam Deck right now. But yeah, of course. Feel free to jump on anytime. Those Steam Decks are pretty cool. I've been looking at them for a while. one of the kids at work, I shouldn't say one of the guys, one of the kids at work, because he's like 22. He's got one. He brings it into work and plays it all the time. And looks great. Like the graphics on it are fantastic. Like, I mean, when I was his age, I was playing on a freaking monochrome Game Boy and going, oh, this is the best thing ever. This is so cool, right? Because we're old. That's all we had back then. Always loyalty. Yeah, loyalty. Yeah, you know what? And it's funny. A lot of people ask me about my choice of a team, Calgary. A lot of people ask, oh, are you from Calgary? I've never been to Calgary. That's how far I am from Calgary. It ended up being, it's one of those things when you're like, 11, 12, 13, and you're in school and all your friends are into hockey. Because it's, I live in Canada. And if you don't like hockey, like, just move out. Like, seriously, just get out. Go somewhere else. But it was like one of those things where, you had to pick your own team. Now, before that, like early 80s, I have an uncle who's only 10 years older than I am, so we got along really well. He was a New York Islanders fan, and that was back when they were doing their they won like their 4 championships in a row, and they were going for that 5th one to tie Montreal. Shortly after that, I decided that, you know what, I think I like, well, I guess it would have been a few years after that. But I decided that, you know what, I like Calgary. And then I started watching that. And as I got older, I started watching guys like Theo Fleury, who I loved Theo Fleury as a player. He is by far my favorite player. And I don't necessarily know if it's because he's a pretty short guy. Like, Theo Fleury is not a big guy. And he was in there. He gave it his all every single game. Drew's back. Okay, I'm going to pop you back in here. I'm going to keep talking though. So just stay back there for a second. But he gave it his all every single game. And as soon as he got traded and he started going to like, where did he get traded to? Like New York or something like that. And then he started getting into all the drugs and stuff like that. And then got kicked out of the NHL. I was a little heartbroken because he was a fantastic player. I actually got to see him. I didn't get to meet him. He actually came in the casino where I worked. And one of my buddies was dealing to him in a separate section of the casino. And he came running up to me. He's like, hey, man, you'll never guess who I'm dealing to. He goes, I'm dealing to Theo Fleury. I'm like, no, you're not. He's like, yeah. He goes, they're in town for a charity hockey tournament. So I did little walk down the other end of the casino. I'm like, oh my God, there's Theo Fleury. But I can't, go and bug him, in my place of work. I wish I could have went and talked to him, though. I wish I wasn't working that day. Doing solo lives are great for building your skill set. Well, it's great because you've seen my channel, Rod. I got like freaking 0 skill set. Okay. I'm not a great beer reviewer. I could break up my guitar and sing, but I'm not really good at doing that either.
Please do though.
I know Drew likes it. I know that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's Rod saying here. Hockey is nice. I like the Blues. I'm from here, Missouri. Yeah. You know what? The Blues, not a bad team. I'm one of those hockey guys where I have, this is my favorite team. If they're playing, I watch them on TV. If they're not playing, I watch who's ever playing. I don't care. I like hockey. Now, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I've loved hockey, but I'm not one of these guys that I don't know the name of every single person on every team. I'm not like that diehard, but I'll just sit and watch a game. Like if I'm, Calgary's not playing and I got to watch a game that's like, I don't know, Arizona versus Anaheim. Who wants to watch that? Well, I will because I enjoy watching the game. I think it's fascinating, and I wish I would have played it when I was younger. And now I'm just too freaking old.
No. Okay, so if you would have played it when you're younger, well, first of all, you're only 4'2", so you're too small for it.
I'm not that short, Drew. I mean, I'm short, but I'm not that short. Jesus Christ.
And you know what? It's a lot faster than baseball. I used to be a huge Jays fan, right? But I find that it's gotten really slow.
But you know, with the new rule change they did with the
is that new like 20 seconds and then you have to have a pitch going?
Yeah,
is that what the new rules?
That has really sped up the game, and I'm with you though. I think it's a very slow game. I don't mind watching like when they do like the Jays in 30, which is just they do a game in 30 minutes. They just do the important highlights.
Okay, I get that. But you could be a fat ass like me at 39 years old and still be a professional baseball player?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you run? I've
Yeah,
I've never seen you run.
I can run 4 bases. That's it. Like I can run, but no more after that.
And you would die
I'm
at
done.
the end, right?
Like, I might die halfway to home base if it was an inside the field home run. I might die halfway to home base. Like, 13 feet to go. I'm done.
Yeah,
I get that close. But do you see what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, beer belly baseball players.
Yeah, but you know what? Even some of those like bigger guys with the bigger beer bellies, they are in fantastic.
They're fantastic shape.
They're fantastic. They got a bit of a beer belly, right?
Yeah.
Like look at Babe Ruth, one of the greats. Babe Ruth, he was right. He was a bit of a drinker, and he was still smacking him out of the
You're right. You're right, because when I say that, then I look at like a linebacker, in NFL, and he's like 380 pounds, right? I get, no kidding.
But speaking
I get what you.
Yeah, speaking of football, Rod saying, I hear I'm more into football, but hockey is definitely nice to watch. I'm not a big football guy. I watch it a little bit at work. I do bet it on my sports app. Like every day, I'm making a bet of some kind. Sometimes I'll do some football, but I'm not well versed in football as per se. But I'll sit and watch it. But the only thing with football over hockey is there's always something going on, like all the freaking time. Whereas football seems to be a little bit slower. But I do appreciate the skill. Any sport, like even soccer, which I dislike more than anything. I will watch soccer highlights because it's like you get to, see the skills showcased on the replays and stuff like that. It's like, man, like that guy is just, guys like Messi. And that's actually the only guy I can think of off the top of my head. Who's that guy that's married to the Spice Girl? David Beckham. There you go. There's 2 soccer players. That's the only 2 guys I know right there. That's the only, and the only reason I know David Beckham is because his wife is really hot.
Okay, so okay, and she is. I won't get you. Okay, so when did COVID start? 4 years ago.
2020.
Okay, 2020. Okay, and then
oddly enough, the same time everybody started their beer review channel. But anyway,
exactly 2020. No. I cut you off, so I don't care.
You're good.
The problem is back then, I was watching, like, we had nothing to do. I got into watching on TV this sport. It's a sport, I guess, darts. And I enjoyed it because that's all there was. There's nothing else except people playing darts on this, they're flicking, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. 3 years ago, I was watching darts.
Now, here's a good question for everybody that's watching right now, because there's a bunch of yous. During the pandemic, I know we're a couple of years removed now, but I'm kind of curious about this. What did you do with your time? Like, are there things you watched on YouTube or sports? Like, for me personally, I discovered 2 things. One of them was there was this guy, and he would get a bunch of like the Matchbox cars, the little dinky cars kind of thing, and he would put them on a treadmill, and he would race. Yeah, so as the treadmill got faster and faster, the cars would fly off the back, and whoever the last one left, I watched that for hours, dude.
That was amazing. That was great. That's great entertainment.
Yeah, between that and then marble racing, I was losing my mind over marble racing.
Okay,
I was watching,
what is that?
It's basically they have like a track set up, and they'd have like let's say 10 different colored marbles, and they'd go down this track and they'd race, and there'd be like some obstacles, and they'd have to as they're going down. And then whoever the first marble to get down was the winner. And you could put like, in the chat, you could go, I'm going to bet on green, or I'm going to bet on blue. I mean, there's no prize or anything. But look up marble racing. It was fantastic, especially if you get a good channel where you got a commentary, like the guy that was doing the
the green's going in, the green's catching up.
Yeah, and they'd be like, then green's going through the corner, and he wiped out, and blue's taking the lead. And it was so cool. Like, because there was only some channels that would be like, they'd set up the marbles and let them run, and there'd be like some music or something. but some guys would get like right into it, and they would just be like, oh yeah, and they're coming around to turn around, and it's neck and neck, you know, and it was funny. It was entertaining. I really, really enjoyed it. Oh, it's Dave saying, I was working permanent night shift. Apparently, I pissed somebody off. Oh, so you didn't even get to watch anything cool during the pandemic, Dave? Oh, yeah, because you're in the industry that you're in. Yeah, I guess you would be still working. Obviously, I was off. I'm in the hospitality industry, so I was off. I was off work for 17 months.
I know. That's when you and I connected. So
yeah, well, we could because I could come down anytime because I didn't have to go to work.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure. All right, I'm going to grab a quick beer here, Drew. So why don't you sit and chat? Maybe tell people about your Laker. Don't tell people about your Laker race. They've heard enough about your Laker.
All right, so
give me 3 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Laker, $3 a beer. Actually, I'm drinking High Butler Pumpkin. I know Shane sent a few of these down to the States. It's good. It's a good pumpkin beer. Right, Shane?
What's that?
That's not bad. Now, this is the first pumpkin beer I've ever had. And I know it's in Vaughan right now, but Grand River Brewery, I used to live about a 3-minute walk from there. And it was my favorite craft brewery at the time. But now it's Farmley in Cambridge. It's a good brewery. Don't get me wrong, but I still wish Grand River, because I think they're like, I don't know, like the 35th craft brewery in Ontario, and then they sold. It's unfortunate because I know it says Grand River, but it's from Vaughan. Magnata brews them right now.
Right.
So it's unfortunate. Thank God, you know. Remember last year I did the other can?
Yep. Yeah, the white one.
Yeah, the white one. I still have that because I have not seen the white can, so I have to keep it. I don't know. Have you seen the white can this year?
I did not see it this year. I just saw the orange one, and that's
just the orange one.
I picked that one up for Wayne.
Yeah,
Dave. I was off for 17 months. That's how long the casino was. Actually, the casino was closed for 16 months, I think. But because of my seniority number, I didn't get recalled first. You know, I've only been there for 19 years. My seniority wasn't good enough to get called in first. There's the white one there.
Yeah, so I'm keeping this can, just because I don't know if you can get it anymore. Same beer, different can, right?
Yep.
And this one says Magnata. Well, this one says Grand River.
Yeah, it's weird because they only did that for last year, right? They went to the Magnata with the white can, and then they're back to Grand River. So I don't understand what's going on with that.
Well, I think Magnata tried to do this, and then maybe the owner who sold them to said, "Hey, you can't do that. That's my brand, right?" And I was able to get this, but yeah, hard to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Laker Ice in my hand. Yeah, buddy. Laker Ice in my hand too.
I don't have a Laker Ice. You know what? It's funny. I've picked up a couple of these in the past like 2 weeks, and I don't know why. I keep buying it, and I do. It's not even that great of a beer. It's really not. It's okay, but I keep picking it up. Fax Amber.
Fax Amber's okay.
It's just okay, and I don't understand why I keep buying it.
Buy Fax 10.
Oh, the Fax 10 is good. I prefer the Fax 10 over the. I mean, the Amber's not bad. It's light.
How about get the Crest? Get Crest 10.
Get what? Sorry.
Crest 10.
The Crest 10? I don't even think I've even seen that one.
Crest 10%.
I don't think I've seen it.
No.
Oh, I've seen the Fax 10 I can pick up, but the Crest 10 I don't think I've seen it.
Crest 10 at the beer store. You need to do a review for me.
All right.
Crest 10.
Am I going to like it?
No.
No? Okay. It's funny because I remember Dave had done that video the other day of the Trash Panda beer. Mm-hmm. And remember, we still got it. Ours was different company.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I know. What was ours? And what is the one in Vancouver? What is it called?
Oh, I can't remember. I looked it up the other day when he had it because I wanted to see if it was the same company or not, and it's not.
Yeah.
But the one we got was garbage. And I actually had that suggested from a friend of mine, a guy I used to go to high school with in London. He's like, hey, man, he goes, why don't you try out this? And I'm like, okay. He goes, fair warning. He goes, it's aptly named. And I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, he goes, just review it. So I tried it and it was trash. It was absolute trash. What a crappy IPA.
Okay, so I didn't mind it. The reason why is because I was starting to get into IPAs then. So this was just before my channel.
Right.
And then we can't get it now. And I kind of want to get it just to review for the channel. And I know it's out in Vancouver somewhere where it's made, right?
Right. Like I said, I haven't seen that beer in 3 years, which I think it was one of like the first 25 beers I think I ever reviewed on my channel, or maybe first 30.
So you actually did it. The green can.
Yeah, with the raccoon on the front.
Yeah, with the raccoon.
Which is a trash panda, right? So
yeah, trash panda. Yeah.
Here's Dave. Dave says his was from Hysteria Brewing Company out of Maryland. Yeah, and that's why I had to look it up, because sometimes the companies change their can art and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to double check, because I couldn't remember where the one that I tried came from, and it was awful. I will never ever buy that again. It was so bad. Bad.
I'll buy it for my channel.
Save yourself the $4 or whatever the hell it is, Drew. Seriously, it was awful. It's not even worth reviewing.
But still, I gotta do it. Hey, stop.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to review a beer just because you haven't reviewed the beer. I'm telling you, it's bad, and you're not gonna like it, and you're gonna pour it down the drain.
It's 9.2.
It's terrible. It is terrible. And it's one of those. It was one of those beers where you try to think. Like I did a sour review yesterday. That should be coming out later this week. Sorry, it's a Goza, which is still a sour.
Which one?
It's one from Fairweather Brewery out in Hamilton.
Okay, you never had the salty stinger yet?
No, it's still in the fridge.
What about that double IPA? Have you had that one yet?
Which one?
From Wishbone.
In the fridge.
Oh man, you're good. That one. Okay.
I got so many beers to review still. It's not even funny.
That one is a 4.75.
Really?
I'm telling you. That's why I told you I don't want you to drink it in front of me. When you had that other one, you said, "Oh, which one should I do?"
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna love that double IPA.
Which one's that one called again?
Well, go look in your fridge.
Give me a second. I'll let you know. Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, this one?
You found it. Yeah, that's it. To the moon.
To the moon? Okay. Let me put it back in. I'll be right back.
Yeah. It's so good.
Well, here's my problem with doing beer. Like I said, I still I don't have a lot, not like I used to like a month and a half ago. I had literally a fridge full of review beers, and I ended up drinking half of them because it was like, I'm not going to have time to do all these before, I like to try and get the IPAs fairly fresh. But then I have, for the month of December, I'm doing my very, very first Advent calendar. So I'm very excited about that. I'm assuming that should be here any day. But yeah.
I was going to order one, but then I said, Amber, I'm not going to do 24 like last year. I'm going to do 12 days before.
Right. Yeah. You said you're only going to do 12 this year, right?
Yeah. So like December 13th, I think I would start. Or is it 12? 12. December 12th, I would start as 12, right. 11, you know what I mean? So right. On December 12th, I will start.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like I said, I've never done one. I know you did one last year. TK does one every year. I think, did Dave do one did you do one last year, Dave? I don't remember.
Dave, how come you're not on here, Dave?
Oh, Alan did one. I think Alan did one. But yeah, I see guys. Oh, sorry, Dave did not do one last year. This is going to be his. Awesome. There's going to be so many videos for everybody. I'm going to fall behind again. I'm still trying to catch
Dave,
up.
get on here, Dave.
He's probably busy out in his greenhouse wearing no clothes.
What? With no clothes? That's fine.
Yeah, that's you know how he likes
blur the spot and get on here, Dave.
Oh, here, you're gonna like this comment, Drew. There you go, right there.
Yeah. Wanna know why? Because he bought that 6-pack I had.
Oh, okay. That's a good beer.
Yeah.
The Bubble Stash. That's a good beer.
Bubble Stash is great.
I think I reviewed that last year, maybe. It's probably about a year ago. Great beer. Really, really good.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's you can't go wrong with it.
I had
I'm trying to figure out what beer I want. I don't know if I want that one or another one. I'm gonna be on. I just gotta look for a beer.
Okay.
Okay.
You go. I'm gonna mute you, just so you know. There you go. He's muted because he likes to talk while he's away. Yeah, there it is. I know. Oh, there we go. Babysitting the grand. Oh, hey, you know what? I love babies. Babies are awesome. I don't know if you guys follow me on Facebook or not. If you do, you probably saw maybe about a week or two ago. I threw up some pictures of actually it's my great nephew. I don't like to say great nephew because that makes me sound old. My nephew, he is 5 months old, I think, and just adorable. And anytime I get a chance to watch this kid for just a couple hours or even like half an hour while his mom goes out shopping. Are you back in? Yeah, I can put you back on. I can put you. There you go. You're back on.
Have you seen this?
No. Nanaimo Bar Porter. Oh my God. I got to get that.
It's 9%.
I don't care. If it tastes like Nanaimo Bar.
I actually just picked it up today. I don't know.
Hey, there's a good question. Now that you've just shown that up, this is a little question for all my American friends that are watching right now. Do you guys know what a Nanaimo Bar is? Do you guys have that down there? Because I know that's a Canadian thing. Do you guys have that down there? Like anywhere? Like Rod, do you get it? I mean, you're not totally too far. Dave probably doesn't know what it is because he's really, really far down. But if you guys have had a Nanaimo Bar, just say yes or no, because I'm really curious if you guys get that down in the States or people make it or whatever. If you have not had a Nanaimo Bar, oh my God, delicious. It's not quite maple syrup delicious, but it's damn delicious. Let me tell you. Nanaimo Bar, Rod. Nanaimo Bar. Let's see if I can spell it. Nanaimo?
Nanaimo. You want me to show you Canada?
No, I'm going to. There it is. Nanaimo Bar. Nanaimo Bar. There we go. Nanaimo Bar is Dave hasn't had one either. Dave has not had one either. So a Nanaimo Bar is it's a bar. Basically it's made in usually in a cooking pan, not a cooking pan, like a baking pan. I'm so bad at doing this. And it's I think the bottom layer is chocolate and coconut mixed together, and then the middle filling is you can get so many different fillings for the middle. Some guys like mint, some guys like a creme brulee.
How about Google it right now? You should just Google it and then explain what it is.
Yeah, I could do that. God damn it. Yeah. See, I gotta, because my camera's in the way. I can't see where my friggin' opening tab. There it is there. And I can let you guys know what a traditional one is. But yeah, absolutely delicious. And then there's a coating of chocolate on the top of it. Yeah, it is so freaking good. Actually, maybe I'll take a little. I wonder if I can steal this screenshot and just friggin' put it up here for you guys. Yeah, it's obviously it's a Canadian thing from Nanaimo, British Columbia. Is just it's very rich. It's one of those things that you can only have like one or two of, because they are. Save image. There we go. What are we saving this as? And then I'll try and pop it up here. Oh, my computer is so slow. It's going under pictures. Oh, going under TH. Okay, save it like that. Okay, so let's go. Damn it. I've just lost everything again. There we go. Okay, so let's present this. Rod says he's not a fan of coconut in anything but beer. You would love this, right? It is so good.
Mm-hmm.
It is so good. Video file. No, that's not what I really want. God, my laptop just sucks the balls.
Better than mine.
It sucks the balls. What's that? No, it's terrible. It's so slow, and if I try and do more than what I'm doing right now, it bogs down pretty good. Slides from my computer. Yeah, okay. So upload a file. Who cares? Just go. See, I'm not quite as proficient at StreamYard as Rod J is. I need to do a little bit more. And I can't find, where the hell did I put it? That's in the right spot. I don't even know where the hell I saved the pictures to. How do you like that? I don't know where. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Look up Nanaimo bar, guys, because I'm an idiot and I can't get the picture of it up there. But yeah, Nanaimo bars are just delicious. They're expensive as hell too, just so you know, because they're one of those desserts that's just the ingredients in them are kind of pricey. And why the hell do I have this fruit fly freaking flying around here? Jesus.
You got beer in there.
Yeah, but where the hell the fruit? Why would there be a fruit fly in my basement? And it's just one. You're just flying around here like an idiot.
You want to see what I got?
What do you got, Drew?
Right here.
Yeah, what do you got?
It's from Nova Scotia. All right.
Okay.
It's Hell Bay Brewing Company. IPA. 6.3% alcohol. From Liverpool, Nova Scotia. Yeah.
I can't wait to see that review.
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, we'll do it up. Sorry, I thought you were just showing me. Yeah, if you want to do it, yeah, go ahead.
Do
you want to review it?
No, I don't. I'm just going to have it.
You sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
And you know what? Just because it's your channel,
Oh my God!
Hardcore.
Look at this guy.
hardcore, just for you.
Drew is. I think he's been doing this on purpose to piss me off, because Drew. number one, for anybody who knows Drew, he doesn't hardcore and he doesn't agree with it. He doesn't like it. Number two, Drew does not like stouts, and yet he's been absolutely loving the past couple stouts he's had.
I have actually. Oh, you got to get that one. You got to get the one.
Oh, that's what you had there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. The root beer, whatever. Oh, my God.
That sounds great. Root beer stout.
My God. Oh, my
Actually,
glasses are dirty.
If I find that, Drew, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the root beer stout in a glass with a scoop of ice cream.
Oh, you're an asshole.
And make it like an actual root
beer. Well, now you have to. You have to.
Oh, I'm going to, for sure.
You have to.
I'll definitely.
It actually tastes like root beer.
Oh, that'd be perfect. I'll throw a scoop of vanilla ice cream in the glass.
Oh, my God. Now I'm going to have to go get another one.
Just to try it out?
Oh, my God. It was so good. But, yeah, that's from Nova Scotia. Right? It's 6.3% alcohol. Yeah.
Super. Take a drink. Let us know what you think.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I love my IPAs.
Well, don't we all? I never used to. I mean, back in the day, I couldn't drink an IPA, but now I just kind of act like they're nothing.
Yeah, you have to get into it, right? You have to work yourself into it, because I'm slowly trying to get Ron into it.
Into the IPAs?
Yeah. It's taking a bit of time, but he's starting to enjoy something, and you know what I mean?
Right.
But you can't give him something that's 80 IBU. You can't do that.
No, for sure.
You got to start it off at like 25 IBU,
Yeah.
But yeah.
Or maybe try and get him a couple like pale ales.
Yeah,
right? And then get a pale ale that's like, say 30, 40 IBU, and then maybe give him another pale ale that's like 50. And once he gets up to like that range, switch him over to an IPA that's got 60, 70.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's basically what I did. I just kept trying all these lower IBU beers until I'm like, oh, you know what? I didn't like the bitterness in IPAs. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm going back several years now. and I couldn't drink them. But the more I started to drink, I'm like, oh, you know what? I really enjoy this now. And now I understand why people like IPAs. And now, you know me, like you like yours between like, what is it? 40 and 70?
30
Yeah.
and 70.
30 and 70. See, I like mine between 70 and 100. I've really jumped on the bitterness bandwagon, and I really like the bitterness now.
And that's awesome. I can drink them, and I will. I just don't prefer them, and I won't drink them all the time, right? When you get something at 80 or 90, I enjoy it. It's good.
Right.
Just I don't want 3 of those. I only want 1, and I'll go back here. I love my IPAs, double IPAs. I love my triple IPAs. They're good. Did you find that one from the Fuzz Space yet?
No, but my buddy Matt did, and apparently he picked one up for me. So I should be getting one soon.
Good.
Yeah, because he lives in Hamilton. He lives in Hamilton, so Collective Arts is right there. So
actually, I'm sending one of those to Wayne.
Well, you really like that one, right? The Fuzz Face.
I enjoyed it. So Wayne's getting a Fuzz Space. He needs one.
Perfect. That's perfect.
I can't wait. I guess he sent us the package Thursday.
I think so. Yeah, I think he sent mine out Friday.
Friday? Maybe mine was out Friday.
No, wait a second. Today's Friday. No, yesterday. Yeah, you're right. God,
yesterday, Thursday.
I've been so freaking busy running around doing stuff. I'm trying to pull apart my washing machine, which is just on the other side of the wall because it's not working now. It's just old. It doesn't really work anymore. So I'm just pulling it apart, trying to see if I can fix it because that's what my wife insists that I do. I'm like, hey, let's just get rid of it. It's 15 years old, and right on the front of the washing machine it says 10-year warranty. It's too old. Let's just get a new one. But she's like, oh, it's almost Christmas, and I'm like, I don't care, because then what she does is she takes the laundry to the laundromat and just washes it, and then brings it home and uses our dryer because I didn't realize how expensive doing laundry out was. Like
dumb.
Like holy crap! Like we're talking like $40 a week to do laundry.
So you know what? Get the friggin' washer. Yeah,
I'm just gonna buy a new one.
I'm so thankful, and and you don't have to get an expensive one. You could get a $500 washer, and it lasts you 6 years, 7 years.
Sure. Well, that's what she said too. She's like, oh, why don't you just go on Kijiji and see if you can. Oh, do my American friends know what Kijiji is? If you don't, let me know and I will explain it to you. Otherwise, I'm just going to move on. So she said, yeah, just go on Kijiji and find a used one. And I'm like, I don't want somebody else's used stuff.
I get it.
Because my problem is if you buy, I mean, it could be in good condition. You get lucky sometimes. But if I buy something off Kijiji and all of a sudden that washing machine dies in 3 months, well, why have I just paid $500 for something that I'm only going to use for 3 months when I can buy something brand new for, an extra $300 or $400, and I know that that's got a guarantee for 10 years or 15 years or whatever the hell it is, right? I would rather buy something new and not have to deal with the problems of somebody else's stuff. Oh, look what we got. This is a new one. Dickie's Beer Reviews in the house. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Good to see us. Rod J says he does not know what Kijiji is. Kijiji is... it's a website. It's basically a local place to buy and sell whatever. And it's all across Ontario. I don't know if it's across Canada. Is it across? It might be. But it's definitely across all of Ontario. So you can specifically target a site. So if I usually try and go to the Niagara Falls area site, or you can go to Toronto or whatever. And it's just guys selling used stuff like washing machines, boats, cars, video games, TVs. Sometimes they give away stuff for free, like pianos. I'll be back. Okay. Yeah, you're good. It's basically just an all-in-one kind of place to buy used stuff off other people. Kind of like a Craigslist. I'm sure you guys know what Craigslist is. So yeah, we got cheers, Dickie from Rod J. Dickie says, "Hey, cheers." Have to go, gents. Have a wonderful week. Hey, Dave, thanks for stopping by. I know you're busy with the baby. Give it lots of love, lots of hugs and kisses. I love babies. Have a great night. We'll talk to you soon, my friend. And I do have a beer package for you sitting right just off camera. I'm not going to show you what they are, but your package is sitting here ready to go. All right. One of us like a rubber sailor. It's just basically a local thing where people can buy and sell stuff from local people. And you can buy anything on Kijiji. How's Vegas treating you? Just saw you are getting the A's now. Fantastic. I haven't been to Vegas in forever. Yeah, we're getting the A's, but I'm a Yankees fan. And again, we talked about this earlier, Dickie. I don't know if you're here. I'm not a huge baseball fan. I do watch it a little bit, but usually when I'm at work, when it's slow and I got nothing else to watch. Rod's also saying, cheers to Dave. We can see the Yankees come to town to beat up me up a little. But are the Yankees better than Baltimore though, Rod? I'm not a baseball guy. I thought Baltimore did pretty well this year. Did they not? I'm not a baseball guy, so I'm not 100% sure. They didn't do very well in the postseason, obviously, but we have the Golden Knights. Yes, sir. Fantastic team this year. Love watching them play. As you can see, I'm obviously a Calgary Flames fan, which, we're not even going to talk about that anymore today. No, we own the name. Yeah, like I said, I thought Baltimore had a fantastic year. And I don't watch a lot of baseball. I just know during the year what teams are doing well because, like I said, I watch them occasionally at work. Hang on, Drew. I'm going to unmute you here. Okay, you're good again, Drew. So I only know the top teams. My dad, which is weird because my dad is a huge baseball fan. And he's always watched baseball when we were kids. He's a Toronto Blue Jays fan. He was born in Toronto, so that makes sense. I just could never, ever get into baseball. I don't know why. I played baseball as a kid. I played Little League for 4 or 5 years. Even that, I was like, it's okay. It really was never my sport. But we lost to the Rangers in the playoffs. Yeah. They got a good team too. New York Rangers are a good team as well. I used to be a Sabres fan, but now I'm a Knights fan. You know what? There's where I live. I live just outside Niagara Falls, so there's a lot of Sabres fans in this area because it's literally 40 minutes. I don't even think it's 40 minutes from my house. I can get to the Sabres stadium. So I will go over there occasionally. I'll watch Calgary Flames game if they're playing. My oldest boy is a New Jersey Devils fan. We've gone over there to watch a New Jersey game. My youngest boy is a Dallas Stars fan. I don't know where the hell. Yeah, Leland. Yeah, you know Leland. He's a Dallas Stars fan, and I have no idea why. But I have been known to just go over to Buffalo and watch a game.
Really?
Me and one of the guys from work last spring. Oh, sorry, no, it was just before the pandemic, 2020.
Yeah,
it was late February, and we were both he's an Edmonton Oilers fan, and we were talking. I'm like, hey, I haven't seen a game this year, and he's like, me neither. I'm like, oh, let's see who's playing on a Thursday because we both have Thursday nights off. So he's like, let's see who's playing on Thursday, and we'll just go watch a game. So Buffalo Sabres were hosting the Pittsburgh Penguins, and I'm like, let's go to that game. Again, I'll watch any hockey team. I don't give a crap.
Because of Sydney.
I got to see Sidney Crosby play,
that's great.
Yeah, and that was cool. And that's why I'm like, yeah, let's go. And I still want to go see Edmonton play in Buffalo one time, hopefully soon, because I want to see Connor McDavid play.
Right.
Arguably the best player in the NHL right now. Fantastic. Sam Smalley, good day, lads. Cheers from down under. Do we have an Australian from down under on our channel? And it's not Mad Dan, which, what? One of these days we got to get Mad Dan on here.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That would be fun.
So it would be, hang on, let me do some quick math here.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It would be noon for you on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. It should be noon for you
Okay.
on Saturday.
Okay, so why don't you talk to Mad Dan this week for next week to come on?
I should. You know, it's funny. I emailed him the other day, and he emailed me back because I told him I was trying to send him down a package, and I said, "Look, I sent you down a package a week ago. I don't know if it's going to get there. Can you please let me know if it gets there?" Because I just sent him like my new shirt, like the new logo, and 2 beer, just 2 cans of beer.
Right.
And that might be the problem. So I told him, like, if it gets there, great. If not, I'm out $37.
Yeah.
Which is what it cost to get there. Yeah, so Sam's saying cheers to Rod. I hope all is well, buddy. Yeah, great to see you, Sam. Absolutely freaking fantastic. So what part of, I'm assuming you're from Australia. I'm just guessing. What part of Australia are you from, sir?
That'd be great to know. So, you should talk to Mad Dan about next Friday or Saturday.
Well, I'd send him a message because I haven't heard from him for a while, and he hasn't done a lot of videos lately. And I was just like, hey, man, how are things going? I told him about the package I sent him down. And apparently he's just been really busy. And he's like, yeah, I've been kind of putting that off to the side. He goes, but now that you've messaged me, he goes, maybe I'll start doing a couple of videos. I'm like, dude, I said, I miss you. I miss seeing Dan. He's probably one of the funniest guys that I've watched on YouTube. He is so funny. And I don't know if he's trying to be funny or if that's just his natural.
I think that would be him.
I think that's him. I think he's just naturally funny. Even like he's not trying to be funny, but I think he's just one of those naturally funny guys. Oh, so he's in Melbourne, in Victoria, down and south. So you're not far from Mad Dan. Well, I mean, nice. You are, but you're not. Because Mad Dan, I believe, lives in Creswick, which is northwest of you. And the only reason I know that is because I want to go down there one day and visit him.
So it is noon where he is right now.
Yes, he's noon on Saturday, tomorrow.
Nice, awesome! Thank you for watching this.
Yeah, because it's like 8:00 at night on Friday for us, so it would be noon for him.
I'd like to know how he was able to find this right now, and that's because right now, Sam Smalley, it's almost 8:15 Friday night here in Southern Ontario.
Yeah. See, he's been there, done that. He's already done his Friday night. He's on the Saturday. He's on the Saturday lunchtime already.
You're in the future, man.
That's right. It's like Back to the Future. He's like that future, like Marty McFly. That's what we'll start calling him. We'll start calling him Marty.
No, you're all about the future. High five. High five again.
Apparently, they were underneath the TV stand.
Fist bump.
Yeah, that's like an hour. Yeah, I knew it wasn't far. Like I said, I don't know a lot of Australian geography, but I know where Melbourne is. I know where Creswick is, and I know where Sydney is. Because that's a couple places I was checking out. Because one day I'm going to do that, $10,000 trip and get down there. I had shared this to my community board, Drew. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Rod. Oh, Rod brought you here? Fantastic. Thanks, Rod.
Nice, Rod.
I love it. And people wonder why I call Rod the legend, Rod J, because he's a legend. He really is. Super nice guy. And I don't mean it because you're like, oh, because you are. But he's just a super nice guy. And so
I was told Rod J's coming up here in Ontario. So
I've been trying to talk him into coming up in
No,
July.
We're not talking to him. He's coming.
Like if Rod, when we get in the spring and everybody starts confirming that they're coming and Rod J comes, I'm getting a hold of the Niagara Falls Chamber of Commerce, and we're going to have a big freaking parade with a bunch of floats, and we're going to have Rod J on this big throne, and he'll just be like throwing cans of fucking
in the back,
PBR or some kind of crap beer, because nobody in Niagara Falls
crap beer. How about that crap beer you gave me before you gave me that stuff? Right. Remember this? Hold on, Shane. I'm gonna go get it here. Don't put me on pause.
Keep that.
But remember this. Remember this?
Oh my God. Well, how does that always seem to come up in my live streams? I don't know why. Malort always comes up in my live streams all the freaking time. I hate it. Hate it. Hate it. My bottle, it's hard to see. My bottle is right above my finger. Right in between those big bottles right there. That is such garbage.
Oh, it's hot.
Such garbage.
Okay,
so I'm going back here, Rod. Oh, okay, I get it now. Sorry, it took me a second. I'm looking back in the chat because Rod says, "Keep that L word out your mouth." I'll be coming up there like Will Smith, and I'm like, L word. I'm like, what did I? So I'm going back through the chat. I'm like, oh, I said, I'm such an idiot sometimes. I can't use the L word with Rod J. Come on, you love it. Secretly, you love it. I know you do, Rod. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's all good.
Remember,
like I just half the time, and again, Rod, you know, I do half the time I do that out of respect for you, and I love your channel and your knowledge that you have, and half of the time I do it because I like to bug you a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Rod saying Sam is a big beer drinker as well.
Nice.
I know quite a few of the Australian beers that you guys get down there, like the VB, the Carlton Dry, because obviously Mad Dan has reviewed those on his channel, and I'm a huge fan of. I'm Dan's #1 fan, and he'll tell you that I'm his #1 fan. Super. Just subscribe. Thanks so much, Sam. I'm going to throw, if you're interested, Sam. I'm gonna I gotta copy and paste this one more time. Starting this is a little for Sam here. I'm going to pop this up really quick. Boom, boom, boom.
Come on, man.
So I've got this new link down here, Sam. No, I'll get to there. If you're interested, this link that I just posted, it's a brand new channel I actually just created today. I'm going to be moving all of my live videos onto this channel starting December 1st. So if you want to keep updated on the craziness that I have on my channel with this freaking guy over here and everybody else that I have on here, just click on that link there, go subscribe, and I think they'll be starting December 1st. But hey, feel free to subscribe to you've obviously subscribed to my channel already. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. You might find it interesting. Sometimes I do some crazy stuff. Sometimes I don't. But yeah, absolutely.
Not as crazy as me, though.
Nobody is as crazy as Drew. And if you're getting really bored, Sam, go subscribe to this guy.
This guy right here?
Beer for breakfast.
Snacks for snacks.
He's our wild card. He's a little bit crazy.
Call me wild card?
And even Joan, like I said, I'm always happy to have, especially new people, come and join us on the lives, have a couple beer. Let us know what you're drinking.
Yeah,
what are you drinking?
man.
What are you drinking, Sam? What are you drinking right now?
Yeah, that'd be awesome to join.
Please really impress the hell.
Do it right now.
Yeah, impress the hell out of me and tell me you got a VB.
No, a Pabst Blue Ribbon.
They don't drink PBR in frickin' Australia.
What?
I don't think they do.
How can they not have PBR there?
Because they got VB.
What is VB?
Victoria Bitter. That's like
I don't have that. I don't know what that is.
That's like their, as far as I know, anyway, for sure. Sam, you can correct me if you want. That's like their popular macro, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of like a Molson Canadian to us. It's like a
it's a Laker Ice. Is it Laker Ice?
Nobody drinks Laker Ice but you, Drew.
Come on, man. It's like
you and seventh time. Sorry, that's a lie. Seventh time grower said he was drinking a Laker Ice today.
Okay, so Laker Ice is a very popular beer here.
It is popular, and tell them why it's popular, Drew.
Because it's good.
No. Tell them why it's popular, Drew.
I made it popular?
No. Almost though. I mean, they probably...
Laker, it's a buck of beer. Right? Is that what you want to hear?
No, because it's cheap. It's a cheap beer.
It's cheap, but it's half decent. Okay.
It's not. I give Drew a hard time about Laker Ice all the time. It's not terrible. Like when I go to Drew's like, hey, want a Laker Ice? I'm like, yeah, I'll have one. It's drinkable. It's not terrible. It's an average $2.
It's an average macro. It's not a Molson Canadian. I'm a huge fan of Molson Canadian, but I can't afford it.
Yeah, the Canadian's like an extra like 75 cents more than Lake of Rice.
Right.
Right.
You add that up to what I drink, though.
That's true.
Right?
And for somebody who drinks as much as you do, I mean, I'm not saying, you drink several beers.
No, and I drink a lot of beer. Yeah.
Right.
It
does add up over time.
Exactly. So that's why I do not get Molson Canadian. Now, did you see the short I posted today?
I think I did. What was it?
The Molson Cold Shot.
Oh, I did see that. I get the notification. I have not watched it yet. I did. Okay. I did get it.
They have tall cans of it now.
They got tall cold shots?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Why? There was, for anybody who doesn't know what a cold shot is,
yeah,
it's a really small can of like Molson Canadian.
Molson
Canadian is usually like 5%. I think the cold shot is 6.
Six, yeah.
But it's a smaller, thinner can. It's like instead of being like 355 mil, I think it's like 250, Drew?
222.
222. So it's higher alcohol, smaller, and it's just for doing like shots of beer, basically.
Yeah.
And now apparently they've come up with a taller can.
Yeah. A regular can, $2.50 for a Molson Cold Shot tall can. That's pretty cheap because a tall can of Molson Canadian is like $3.20.
Oh, what's the milliliters on the taller ones? Do you know right off the top of your head?
473. 473.
Well, that's not really a cold shot then.
It's not a cold shot, but you get more beer for a cheaper price in a tall can. So realistically, you grab your shot glass, you pour your beer in a shot glass.
No, I'm not doing that.
No, but $2.50 a can.
That's not bad because, like I said, I think a 4. Because it's funny because I grabbed a couple the other day because I needed some regular drinking beers. I picked up a couple Canadians. I think I paid. Oh God, I want to see like $2.80
a can. That might be all right.
What's Sam saying here? Sam's saying, "Yep, my favorite macro, but our craft scene is rad." Yeah, like I said, I know Dan loves the VB and he does a lot of macros on his channel, or a lot of craft on his channel too. Absolutely fantastic. Subscribe to that live channel too. Thank you so much, Sam. I look forward to seeing you.
What about this guy? Beer for breakfast,
nobody cares about you.
Yeah, apparently no
except for me. Except for me, buddy.
I love you, Shane.
I just came off a UK live drinking a few VBs, but also some Mountain Culture, one of our hyped breweries.
Wow.
I don't know if I've heard of Mountain Culture. And again, I only know the Australian beers that I do know are only from ones that Mad Dan has done. But
I wish I could get some beers from him. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I know. It's well, like I said, I sent him down two beers, like 2 cans of beer and a t-shirt, and it cost me almost $40 in shipping.
You know what? That's not bad.
Well, and the worst part is that is an untrackable package. If I wanted to,
so you'll never be able to know if it gets there or not.
I'll never know. Well, I mean, he's going to let me know if it gets there.
Okay, so how much would that be if it was trackable?
$71.
$40 more?
Yeah, it was $71 and change if I got tracking on it. But I'm like, dude, there's like literally a t-shirt and 2 cans of beer. I'm not paying $71 to send down a t-shirt. Like, it's awful.
Well, I get it, but
absolutely
I might have tracked that because I would have liked to know what happened. I sent Jack Outlaw Camper last Thursday, a week ago, and he lives in New York. Okay,
right.
A package. I sent him a couple beers and a shirt and a glass. Okay, and a card. It's his birthday. He was going to join on here, and usually when I send him a package, it goes to Syracuse, New York. The package now is in Chicago right now. I don't know why it went to Chicago.
just,
it went the total opposite way. It went right out left field. No idea why. So he sends me messages like I have international text message, right? So we talked through text, and he's like, "Why is it in Chicago?" I'm like, "I don't know." I'm like, I feel bad because I'm trying to get it out to him, but it went totally opposite way. You know, like it really sucks. I hate the post office here.
It's awful.
It's
and you know what's really funny? Right before the stream started, this is what Outlaw Camper had to say. Drew from Breakfast just told me about this. I'll try to get on if I can stay awake.
Yeah, that's him, man. That's Jack.
Apparently he fell asleep and didn't make the
live. Outlaw Camper, come on.
Yeah, we'll get him on here sometime.
Oh, I hope so. I'm trying to get him up to our beer thing in July. Trying to get him through. Yeah, that'd be fun. Someone different. Try something different. Enjoy something different, right?
Exactly. Sam saying, need to hook up with Mad Dan. Yes, you do. He is awesome. He is such a great guy. Like I tell people all the time. I mean, I love a lot of guys. Like I love Drew, Rod, Dave, Brian, but Mad Dan has always been my number one guy, and everybody knows it. It's just the way it is.
You got the hots for him.
No, he's just he's entertaining and he's funny. And why is there a freaking bug on my light?
He is very good. Hold on.
Hang on. I got to turn this around really quick for you guys. I think it's a ladybug. I hope it's a ladybug. I'm going to turn this on my studio light. I don't know if you guys can see it. I got to turn around here. It's probably going to be pretty bright. No, you can't even see it.
That is bright. No,
right. You can't even see it. Right there. No, you can't see it. There is a huge. I don't want to say it's huge. It's a freaking. I think it's a ladybug. Whatever. How the hell did a ladybug get in here? That is weird.
Oh, trust me, man. Right down your chimney.
Right down my what?
Your chimney.
No, because I got the flue closed on the chimney right now because I don't. I usually leave it closed until I actually start using it.
Did you not have a fire a couple weeks ago? I saw on Facebook.
No, that was an old post from last year.
Okay. Just saying.
Yeah. No, right? I posted up. I'm like, I said I can't wait to get the fire in my fireplace.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
I'm pretty fortunate. For anybody who doesn't know, I actually have a wood burning fireplace in my basement where I am. It's just right off here in the corner. So I'll sit here and drink beer and watch hockey and just have a great time. Drew, every once in a while, Drew will come up and we'll just get drunk and be silly. What beer should I get next, boys? Why don't you pick whatever you would prefer to drink and let us know what it is? And hey, if you wanna jump on the live stream here and review it,
yeah, come on in because
happy to have you. I can throw the link down.
Yeah, throw it down because I'm going to. Shane,
well, you must have the capability to do it. Yes.
I'm going to take off for 2 minutes.
Okay.
And grab another beer. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay. I'll meet your ass. No worries. All right. Yeah. So just grab whatever you want, Sam. And if you want, feel free to grab it and review it because I would love to hear some reviews from Australian beer. I put the link down there in the comments. Feel free to click on that. I'm thinking Big Hazy. Yeah, for sure. Grab a. I love my hazies. And why do I keep putting the same thing twice? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Come on, Sam. I'm more than happy to have you on. I'd love to chat with you. And this stupid ladybug keeps bouncing up on my studio light. And it's driving me crazy. Yeah, so while Drew's gone, I'm just going to sit here and talk about absolutely nothing because I got nothing. We already talked about what I did this week. We talked about what I've been drinking. What else can I do? I can do, BrewTubers Get Together 2024 right here in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. If you're subscribed to my channel, every once in a while, I'll put out some details about that. Basically, it's a bunch of beer reviewers from, just North America right now. U.S. and Canada, we get together in a host city every year. Last year we were in Atlanta. This summer we were in Chicago. Next year I am hosting up here in Niagara Falls, Ontario, with help of the Alkanauts, Ray and Paul. Yeah, fantastic time. If you can make it, that means you, Rod. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Rod J. That's right. You get your ass up here. Like I said, we're more than welcoming to anybody who comes up. It's a good time. It's a fun weekend. Basically what we do is we go to whatever the host city is, and we go around all the different craft breweries. We have a good time. We shoot a bunch of videos. And of course we end Sunday night with the Chuggy Awards. If you're not, yeah, I know that was funny. I had to do it. It was funny. If you're not familiar with the Chuggy Awards, go back on my channel. Basically it's an award ceremony that we come up with this year to celebrate excellence in beer reviews. There's a couple different categories, and then everybody votes on it. So you're voted on by your peers. It's a really good time. Like it's so much fun. The whole weekend is fun. You can come up and see, if you've never been to Niagara Falls, I'm going to be several hours where we can go out and explore Niagara Falls and the surrounding area and all the touristy stuff, which is expensive as hell. Just so you know, bring lots of money. But I mean, everything's expensive in Canada, but tourist area like Niagara Falls, like any touristy area, is always going to be expensive. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Drew must be in the bathroom. Well, you would know. You live in the same house as him, Amber. Did he go to the bathroom? Is that where was he taking a shit? He was taking a shit, wasn't he?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
So apparently Rod is probably done his stuff as well. So I think he's going to jump on with Sam, which is fantastic. I'm looking forward to having Sam on the channel and doing some Australian beer reviews. And I'm going to give you the whole freaking screen, Sam, just so you know. I'm going to give you the whole damn screen. Unless you don't want it. I mean, if you don't want it, I'll just keep you in the corner like everybody else. But yeah, I have no problem throwing you up there. I'd love to hear about anything you want to do. What's Amber saying here? He must be. I was down in the basement watching Christmas movies. It's freaking November, girl. Relax.
Yeah. We're all about Christmas.
I know. Drew and Amber are big on. Do you guys have your tree up already?
Yeah. You want to see it?
Of course you do. No, I did. Yeah, show us the damn tree.
No. I got a small one. It's small, but I'll show it now.
Oh, that's
it's already.
Yeah, that's right. Too.
Here it is. Here it is.
I saw that on Facebook. You went with the small tree this year.
Yeah, we went to the small one. There it is. It's already done. Yeah, woo! Yeah,
yes.
It's already good.
Usually, like the day or two after Halloween, Drew and Amber put up their Christmas stuff.
Yeah, we do that.
They're very, very Christmas
oriented.
Yeah, you just like Christmas, so you get on it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Everyone likes your thing. We're Christmas.
There's 7th-time grower saying already watched Elf 2 times. Fantastic Christmas movie, sir.
Nice.
That is one of my favorite Christmas movies.
Elf is so good.
So funny. Amber saying she watched the first Christmas movie on November 1st. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I don't mean to give you guys a hard time. I know you guys are into Christmas, and if you want to do that, whatever, do your thing.
Yeah, we do our thing.
I've never been a huge Christmas fan. I shouldn't say I'm not a fan of Christmas. Christmas is okay, but with the way that my job personally works, I work unless Christmas is on a Thursday or a Friday, I work every Christmas, and that really, really sucks.
That sucks. And it sucks because, and I get that. I used to be garbage man. Everyone knows that.
Right.
And it sucked because I would have to work every holiday except Christmas, okay? But
right.
But so say your garbage day was a Tuesday and that was Christmas Day. Well, it got backed up to Wednesday. So no matter, I got Christmas Day off, but I have to work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday now, off Sunday. So, and then back to Monday. Yeah, it really sucked.
Oh, for sure. Give me 1 second. Keep talking, Drew. I'm gonna grab a beer. Keep going.
Yeah, grab beer. He's going to grab a good beer. I hope he grabs good beer. So now that I don't work in the garbage industry, which is 18 years of it, I'm happy to have Christmas. I love it. It's one of my favorite times of the year. I enjoy snow. If you don't believe that I don't enjoy snow, Shane and I have done reviews in the hot tub, right?
Yes, we have. That was awesome.
Well, yeah, that was great.
Okay, so I do have Sam in the backstage here. I'll give
Okay,
him
throw him on.
just 1 second, Sam. I need to, before I bring Sam in, I need to address something that is going to shock and awe everybody. Rod J has never seen Elf.
Okay.
What is wrong with you, sir? It is a freaking fantastically funny movie. It is so good. Like I said, one of my favorite Christmas movies. Between that and Christmas Story, which I watch every year.
Oh, did you see the second one yet? A Christmas Story Christmas.
Yeah, the second one's not as good. It's not as good.
Oh,
anyway,
come on.
Let's bring in Sam, all the way from Australia.
Boys.
How are you doing, sir? Great to have you on the live stream, man. Cheers.
How dare Rod hasn't watched Elf yet? What is he thinking?
I know, right? I know, right?
I mean,
does he not like Will Ferrell? Is that the case, or
that's probably what it is? Will Ferrell.
Yeah,
could be. I figured everybody would have seen Elf by now. I mean, it's an old movie.
It's a classic. I love it.
It's a classic at this
point. It is, right? You gotta watch it every year, no matter what.
Yeah, that and Christmas
Good
Story.
to hang out with you boys.
Yeah, for you,
hey,
too, my friend.
So yeah, I'm on this. Mountain Culture's like one of our hype breweries. They're based in Sydney.
Okay.
Yeah, and like this is I think this was one of their Halloween releases.
Here,
it's called Among Us.
Yourself here, Sam.
And it's got like, let's see how all the aliens are in the supermarket.
That is a great.
It's pretty cool.
Wow.
500 mil too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so 8% New England. So, yeah.
So, do you do reviews on YouTube too?
I started on Instagram. Like, I am on YouTube, but I don't have my own channel. I should have. I'm on everyone else's channel, so like, it's sort of like I'm known in the community, but I don't have my own stuff.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I just need to get my shit together and get it sorted.
Nice.
Well, here's your chance. Here's your chance right here, Sam.
Review
the video you have right now.
So, this bad boy, it's like in on the camera, it looks darker than what it is. It's actually like a bright orange.
Okay.
It's got like a nice head on it. I'd say probably like a medium body. Just on aroma. Orange grapefruit. It's like a little bit grassy. Maybe a little bit of pine.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go a taste, boys.
Yes.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thanks for having me up too. It's pretty cool.
For sure. Cheers, brother.
Yeah, it's actually like, just on taste, it's pretty thick mouthfeel, like pretty full.
Okay.
Very like smooth and creamy. I'm actually like, you're getting that orange and grapefruit sort of vibe, but I'm also getting like lemon and lime. Like, might have some New Zealand hops in it.
Really? Nice.
And yeah, it's actually quite bitter. It's got a little bit of dankness.
Oh, so you got a little bit of
piney, grassy. It's sort of almost got that like woodsy sort of vibe to it. It's a good one, boys. Like, these guys are killing it. They're fucking awesome. Sorry for my swearing.
No, that's great. What would you rate that? What would you rate that?
Oh, like, are you boys on Untapped?
Yep, we are.
Yeah,
Yes,
so if I was to rate this on Untapped, I'd probably say maybe like 4.5 out of 5.
Oh, there's our
Oh, nice. Nice.
Hello, Rod.
What's going on, boys?
Hey, what's going on, Rod
what
J?
are you up to?
You've introduced me to a new channel, and I love it.
You got to watch the
Listen,
Canucks, fan.
we like to have
You
a
gotta
good.
watch the
we like to
Canucks.
have a good time.
That's great.
So,
I don't
Yeah,
know,
that's
Jay,
the
how
thing,
you
like,
doing,
I've
buddy?
actually been quite privileged to try quite a bit of Canadian craft beer in Australia. Like, it's been cool.
What? You can get Canadian beers there?
So, like, we've got this particular bar in Melbourne, and they have like really good contacts with some Canadian breweries, and they just seem to get all this off the chain like hype stuff that even like a lot of Canadians can't even get when they live in like the state neighbouring where they're from, sort of thing. Like, yeah,
right.
it's pretty cool.
So what can you get down there?
I can go into full detail if you like, but I've had Collective Arts, Fairweather,
Yes.
Town,
You've had Fairweather?
Superflux. I've had like quite a few of the like French Canadian ones.
Can't see it.
Wow.
I didn't realize
Um,
Fairweather distributed that much because that's
yeah.
Fairweather's about.
Like,
Crazy.
when I had
Fairweather's about
Fairweather in
40
town recently, I'm like, wow, these guys are awesome.
They do some good
What
beers, for sure.
what have you gotten from Collective Arts?
Oh shit, man! Like, I'll probably from Collective Arts, I would have had at least 50 or 60 beers from them. Like,
Wow. Okay, so you
Yeah.
had like the
Holy
clouds
crap.
there,
yeah,
right? How about Ransack the Universe?
yeah, I've had that. Yep.
Wow. You can get that there.
Yeah, what? We do get them here, just random distro, but like, yeah, as I said, we've just got this one bar in Melbourne, and they just seem to have contacts with Canadian, like, I don't know, distributors or something. We get all like this really good stuff.
Nice.
Wow.
Mm,
I
That's really
didn't
good to
realize
know.
they distributed down that far.
yeah.
Maybe
That's
you
kinda
should talk to Dan.
Sorry about my dogs going nuts in the
Hey, man,
background.
we got animals too, man.
It's all good.
I can't. Okay, so Rod J, have you had many Collective Arts down there?
I think I've had a couple, not a ton. No,
No, so not 50, not 40, not 30.
no, like
So why would
under 5, if that.
under 5? So why would Australia have that, but not? You know what I mean? Like, so are we trying to push them out of other countries? And you know what I mean?
It's just
Yeah, it all depends on circumstances too. Like, I've been to a few events where Collective Arts have had like, say, 8 beers there to try
Okay.
as like small pours sort of thing. So I've been lucky in a sense with that sort of stuff.
Huh.
Mm.
That would be one place to go to.
yeah. Can't try
So
that.
what for you two boys, what's like your favourite craft beer that's in your area? Like your favourite craft brewery that's close to you?
That's close.
James, you start.
Oh, I'm trying to think of what I really enjoy that's close. I was recently, this past summer, I went down to the States, which was like a 9-hour drive, and I came across my favorite
close,
brewery.
Shane.
But
That's
that's not really local. That's not what you're asking.
Nine Drive is not.
Close. Close.
I think my favorite local brewery, I would have to say,
I would say Counterpart for you, man.
Counterpart for sure. Like in my city, Counterpart.
Yeah.
But if I was going to do like the general area, I'm a big fan of Great Lakes Brewery, which is not the same
Great
as
Lakes is amazing.
Great Lakes is really good.
Oh, amazing. That is
But
great.
for local, like literally down the street, like 20-minute drive, Counterpart is a fantastic. But I don't think they distribute anywhere really. Like a couple maybe local liquor stores around here.
Yeah, but I
don't think they distribute it anywhere.
Collective Arts went all the way down to the other side of the world.
I know that's ridiculous. I didn't realize they were.
Yeah, no, we've like the last few years, we've got heaps of Collective Arts. Like they're probably like bigger than what people think.
Really?
Well, do you know what do you pay for a can of Collective Arts beer, like on average?
Yeah, it depends on the style, but obviously we're paying like a lot more because of distributing out.
Sure.
I mean, your taxes are like ours with alcohol, so that's fairly similar. Like you guys get screwed over with the whole alcohol tax. I don't know. Maybe an IPA would probably be $7 a can, which is expensive. But like when you think of how far it has to go, it's probably not too bad.
Okay, so I have a question.
Yep.
Have you ever looked at the can on date when you got it to when it was dated?
Yeah. I'm very particular with dates.
Okay.
Yeah, because I buy a lot of like overseas stuff, so it's like I sort of got to that stage where I've had a lot of bad episodes and I sort of have to be on it. So yeah, I'm very particular with dates on cans now.
And what is the closest date you got from Collective Arts?
I've drank some of their what was the name of their stout series?
The stouts? Oh god, okay.
You know the big impy stouts where they do the collabs with everyone else? What are they called?
Yeah.
Origin of Darkness.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So I've had some Origin of Darkness that's only been like 3 weeks old.
What?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's real good.
Yeah.
Wow. So
you get it before Drew does, apparently.
No kidding. Wow. Well, just send them over there. We don't need them. Wow. Really?
No, as I said, dude, one of the bars I go to, like I frequent to quite often in Melbourne, they've got like strong ties with a lot of the Canadian breweries, and these guys, their ties are that strong. They actually brewed like several beers with Collective Arts.
Wow. So
they've like done collaborations where they've like mixed it up with like Aussie hops or Aussie ingredients and that. And so like I think there's been times where they've done these special events, and I've probably been pretty privileged where we've got beers out here air freighted, and like I've got them like pretty fresh.
Wow, that is amazing. And literally, Hamilton is realistically between Shane and I right now, if you think about it. So that is quite amazing that you could get. That's quite amazing that you could get Collective Arts within 3 weeks of being made.
Yeah. That's the beauty of planes.
Wow. That is great.
Apparently Sam has a Sam has
I just seen Mark in the chat. I'm like, oh shit. Nah, he's a good boy. I love him.
Dirtbag Sammy is invading Canada, and that's okay. The Canadians are okay with it, just so you know.
Yeah, man.
Cheers, Mark, dude.
Woo. That's crazy, though. You can get beers from here.
This is exactly what I love about the beer community. Like, all it took, Rod just put a post up on his community, and here I am hanging out with some new people. It's great. I love it.
It's great. I love it. That is great.
Share the love,
for sure.
Share the love.
I mean, like you said, the beer community is great. Like, you get to meet so many, nice people, and especially with, like I said, we have up here we have this new thing we started a couple of years ago where a bunch of the beer reviewers get together in a host city every year.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to meet people in person. Like, I got to meet a bunch of beer tubers that I've been following for years in person, and it's so awesome because you think you get to know people after watching them for so many years. And then to actually meet them in person, you're like, "Oh my God, look who it is! It's Brian the Beer Snob." Like,
the hype would be awesome. Like, I could imagine. Like, it's the same with me. Like, I've got like friends all over the world, but I haven't like met them in person. So when I do, it's just going to be so great. Like,
for sure, and that's why one of the reasons I want to come down to Australia is I want to meet Mad Dan in person.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I'm gonna have to hook up with him. Like, I've definitely watched some of his videos, and I know that like there's other people out there that know of him, sort of thing. So it's like I feel like me and him would probably get on really well as also.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, and we actually live like only an hour away from each other. So yeah, it's one of those things. I'll have to get in contact with him.
Yeah, that'd be good. I need Mad Dan on here. Get Mad Dan on here.
I would love to get Mad Dan on here one day. It would be so awesome.
Mad Dan.
If you haven't noticed, Sam, Drew gets a little hype. Just saying.
Oh, good. I like it.
No, you.
Sorry, talking about that.
It might be the Laker ice. I don't know.
Laker. It is what it is.
Yeah, we just had Sierra Nevada about a month ago. Sierra Nevada said that they were going to come to Australia and all the beers were going to be readily available and it was going to be this great thing. And then
so you haven't got last one over there?
In the last week they've just pulled the pin and said, "Nah, we can't do it. The prices are just too out there and we can't make it feasible." And I'm like, fucking hell! Like, I was so keen.
Should have told the Collective Arts can do it. Why can't you do it?
Yeah, I know exactly. I feel like with a lot of the stuff we get, it's sort of like small, like batches, like distribution and that. But I think Sierra Nevada were just going to go bang and like go all in, and it wasn't going to work for them. I was looking forward to plenty of all these limited releases like Optimum and
somebody just told me it's
Sierra Nevada is huge though.
Yeah.
Optimum's pretty good. I guess I got to go pick up because Joe, our buddy Joe, the Beer Patrol, he's like, "Oh, you messed up, Rod. You got to go get some." They had the Lagunitas born yesterday.
Oh,
yeah. And my store has it they had a bunch of them in there. And I was like, I think I've had that before, so I ain't going to get it. And realized I hadn't had it. And he was talking about how good it was. So I was like, I may have to go pick it up tomorrow if they still have it.
It's funny with some of those beers that are easy for you guys to get. And it's I have FOMO, this massive thing. It's like willetized.
Oh, the
Lagunitas willetized. Yeah. You guys can get that so easy, and it's fuck, I would kill to get that. Because it's just you hype it up so much and go, I could get that so easy, and it's it's the best value for money stat you can get. And I'm like, shit, I can't even get it.
Well, you do got to know what stores to hit.
And I'll get Side Project and all these hyped Imperial stouts that most Americans can't even get.
Yeah. Well, that's like Craig. You were on Craig's stream earlier, Camp Beer Reviews. He's like once in a while he's drinking Treehouse. Like we can never get Treehouse where we're at, but he gets Treehouse over there readily.
Yeah.
Like that comes over.
Really?
And he's over in England.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show how weird it is.
You two boys up there, like, what have you drank? Like many, like American craft beers that are like hyped. Like, have you had Treehouse or Trillium or Monkish or any of those, like Bottle Logic?
I think I've had one Treehouse beer, but I think I got that
From
probably
Dave.
on a trip to the States, or maybe Dave
I
sent it
think
up.
that's from Dave.
Yeah.
I think,
You know where Shane went to, Sam, when he came down to Chicago? Hot Butcher.
Hot Butcher.
Yeah. No, that's all right. They're good. They're good.
What a fantastic place Hot Butcher is, man. Holy
Yeah,
I honestly feel like Chicago would be an awesome city to visit. Like, just as an outsider, it looks like a really good place.
It's so funny. Yeah, it's a great one for beer. But I had told Mal to reach out to Jeremiah to let them know they were going to come down. And apparently they did a pretty nice setup when they all came in and they all like
cool.
all kinds of stuff. So Jeremiah took care of them.
Yeah, it was they treated us so good at Hot Butcher. I can't even believe how good they were.
Yeah.
Like they were just they treated
Hey, I've drank
they knew we were
from
all
there.
beer reviewers, and they treated us so good. And they
good.
actually cracked open a barrel aged stout that had been aging for like 10 years or something like that. And they're like, "Oh yeah, we cracked this just for you guys." And we're like, "Are you serious?
Freaking roll.
We're nobodies."
They tapped the nail into the barrel just to give you a taste.
It was awesome. They were
But the funny thing with Hot Butcher, they definitely appreciate a lot of the beer tubers because that was their marketing campaign for a lot of like we were getting stuff a few years ago. I haven't had anything since I moved to Baltimore, but when I was getting it and other people were getting it, and it was kind of like people in Chicago couldn't get it, but we were getting it all around the country, and it was like instead of them having like a marketing thing where they get a marketing agency, they just pretty much marketed through YouTube, beer tubers, and that got all the word out for them and stuff. So they really appreciate the beer community, and when you come in here, they take care of you.
Yeah, they went a different angle, and I feel like it was probably a good thing for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hot Butcher really takes care of, like Rod said, they really take care of beer reviewers because they know you're there to, do a review of their beer. So, they want to make sure they treat you really well, and they do. Same with the Alchemist that I went to in Vermont.
They're bucket list for me, dude. Like a Focal Banger and Heady Topper, I really, really want to try them.
Where the hell are they? They're here. I had to drive I had to drive 9.5 hours just to try Heady Topper and Focal Banger.
Yeah,
I would do that again in a heartbeat. Sweet.
It lives up to the hype. That's good to hear.
Yeah,
it does for sure. It was well worth the drive. I did like Focal Banger, just like literally like this much more than Heady Topper.
I've heard a lot of people say, like a lot of real beer people say that Focal Banger is just that little bit better.
It is, but if you take the Focal Banger and get rid of it and never make it again, Heady Topper you could drink all the time. It is such a good beer.
Yeah,
so good.
Did you drink out of the can or was it in a glass?
I did both.
Yeah,
I did both.
Cool.
Which is one thing
I'm proud of you.
Yeah. Well, because right on the can it says drink. It says drink out of the can right on the can. So I had to do both. And even they actually gave us me and my buddy went up there, and they gave us a free bottle of this sour. I think it was called Wild Child or something. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it was like a $35 freaking sour, and they just gave it to us. Now, I'm not a sour guy at all. I don't enjoy them. I do review them. I try and be as objective as I can with them, because I don't like them. But the sour that they made down there, I was like, holy crap, I like this sour. And
so you gotta stop saying you don't like them, because you do like some of them. Say it's just a tougher thing for you to get into, but you do like some. So you can't say you don't like them, because you do like a few.
What do you think? Like, what made this sour one that you actually like? Was it less tart? Was it?
No, this one was. My big problem is when with the sour beers is when the sourness overpowers the flavor.
Yeah.
And even after you have a couple sips, because after you have a couple sips, that sourness kind of fades in the background. I understand that now, but if all I'm getting is like sour through every sip, I don't like that. I want to taste what the flavor is that you've got behind that sourness. And if you don't have that flavor behind the sourness, that's where I get upset with sours. But if you can give me a really sour beer, but if it's got like a solid flavor with it, I'm usually okay with that. Because again, after 2 or 3 sips, that sourness goes away. But you got to have that backbone, that flavor of whatever it is you're trying to represent for your beer.
You like the tart? That's like the one I was drinking last week. You said that might be something more to your liking. I think it was last week when I had the tart one that was sour.
I think so.
And that was it. Yeah.
And like I said, in the summer, I don't mind a tart beer. I've had several, and some of them have been really good because that tartness is refreshing in the summer. But once you get into that, you go up from tart to sour, and you hit that sour mark. If you're going to go super, super sour, make sure you have a good flavor in the backbone, because once that sour starts to fade away, I want to taste something other than just sour through the whole glass.
You just gave me an idea for a next T-shirt. I should look.
Here we go.
Perfect.
When you were saying about the too tart, it made me think for some reason in my head, Tropic Thunder, with Robert Downey Jr.'s character, and like doing a T-shirt saying "Don't go full tart."
That'd be perfect.
Yeah,
there you go. That'd be perfect.
You know how you've heard of Mad Dan talking about VB? Has he talked about this bad boy?
VX.
The VX. I don't think he's done that one.
Yeah.
So this is like the limited release one. They did like a high percentage, and it's in like a little fucking.
What's the size
mini
of that can? What's the size of that can? That can is really small.
Yeah, it's only like 250 mils.
330, right? 330
It's like normally VB's percentage is like 4.9. This is 6, and it's just like you just slug it. Like it doesn't even touch the sides.
How many mil is that?
Like 150, right? You said milliliter?
No,
250 mils. So it's like really small.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like you're Andre the Giant holding a beer can.
Yes. I reckon 2 sips and this one's gone. Mad.
Hey, don't mess with Andre the Giant. He is the world record holder for most beers in one sitting.
Most of Canadians.
Ric Flair told that story one time. I saw on the interview when Andre the Giant did that.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was like 153 beers in one sitting or something like that. Like I don't know what the exact number is, but it was a lot.
You see the images of it when a beer can is in his hand. I mean, it's just like a toy.
Yeah, it looks like yeah, like it looks like I'm holding like a pencil. It's it's such a small thing in his hand.
Here you go, Shane. This is what you're holding.
It's like just give him the can. Yeah, that's like Andre the Giant.
Is that the Stanley Cup?
People's chugs were an Andre sip.
So you boys are hockey fans, yeah?
Yep.
Big hockey fans. I'm assuming it's your favorite sport.
Just because it's Canada, Sam? It could be the CFL. It could be football.
It could be CFL,
No. Fuck that CFL. That's shit.
I know it's shit. But you know what? there's some people who follow it. So
I actually watch the CFL. I actually find the CFL more intriguing than the NFL. You have less downs. You have one less down.
Yeah.
You have a bigger field. Bigger field.
Do they really have one less downs?
Yeah, they do it on 3 downs.
That's cool.
They do it on 3 downs. You got but you still got the goalpost at the front of the end zone, so people still run into
that's
it
right.
instead of it back. Then you have there's no fair catches, so you have to catch the ball because if you don't, the team gets it, they get points for it. So you got to return everything. The coaches can challenge on anything that might seem stupid versus the NFL where you're limited on what you can do.
NFL sucks for that.
Yeah. It's almost like NFL, but has slight rugby vibes.
Yeah, and every game that I've seen on TV, not just the Super Bowl, but every game, they have a great halftime show. They always got somebody great that's performing, and the crowd's getting rocking, and they're all into it and stuff. It's just like a fun time to throw some beers back and watch some football. I mean,
football is good.
Yeah, you got to be creative there because if you get a penalty,
how many teams are in the CFL?
8, right? There's 8 teams in the CFL.
Rod, you have a team. Come on.
Do I have a team?
Yes.
Drew. I don't have a team because I just kind of watch it right now.
Yeah.
But Drew, do you follow
I follow it, but I watch NFL.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I know the Stampeders. I know the Red Blacks. I know.
So Calgary, Winnipeg, Montreal, Toronto, Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Yeah.
Ottawa has a team, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I'm just a 49ers fan.
They're going pretty well.
Yeah. Warren Moon started in the CFL.
Do you know who else is going pretty well?
Warren Moon,
happy this season.
Yeah, Warren Moon. If Warren Moon would have started in the NFL, he would have probably been an
Minnesota Vikings. Look at that, Vikings fan.
We're actually going all right. We've lost our star, and another star is coming.
Can you use your quarterback there?
You fucking beat my team.
I'm gonna lock it in, boys. I reckon in the next 3 games we're gonna be like. I reckon the next 3 or 4 games we're gonna be top of NFC North.
It's gonna be tough, but I
gonna be challenging. The Lions look good, but we look real fucking good the last few games.
I know you beat my team. You beat me. Niners.
Yep. Yeah.
I tell you, if it ends up being the Lions and the Browns in the Super Bowl, that's the end days.
That's the end days.
That's the end days.
The Lions are looking good.
What do you follow? Because you've lived in so many states, dude. So I'm like, I don't know who you back for.
I don't actually watch the NFL. I watch more college football. I used to watch Carolina. I used to watch Carolina. I grew up in Jersey, so I grew up outside Philadelphia. So people used to watch. My mom's a big Eagles fan, so she watches them like every weekend.
Right.
They're
number 1 right now.
Yeah, back in the day, I was a Giants fan because I was a big LT fan growing up.
Really?
That was my favorite. Yeah. And then I became a big Deion fan. I was always more of a player fan than actual team. Like I like Deion.
Yeah, that's what I'm like in NBA. I can't, especially too because I'm Australian. I'm not loyal to an area, so it's like I'll find particular players I like, and then the loyalty's not there. They just move clubs, and it's like so hard to follow a team.
Yeah, I used to be a big John Lynch fan when he was at Tampa Bay, and he was like the safety. I love when John, because that was like one of the last hitters. Now you can't even make hits like they used to make back then. You get fined out of the league, but John Lynch was crazy coming. Him and Ronnie Lott, Steve Atwater, they were kind of players I love to watch and just lay people out. Nowadays, the return.
Well, hey, thanks for carrying my channel while I was gone, guys.
You just demanded violence, Rod.
Wow. She's like, surprise.
Hey, look, sorry, Josh. I didn't even see this till just now because I was away.
Hey, Josh, what's happening? Cheers, buddy.
The Molded Gentleman is in the house. Don't forget the Edmonton Elks.
Woo!
Another great
CFL
channel.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
You get him to come up. Get him to come up.
Sounds
Come
like
on,
there's
Josh.
plenty
Come on,
of good
Josh.
Canadian beer tubers. It's good.
Josh, come on.
That's right. We got to get Josh up here for the 2024 Beer
Come on.
Tubers get together.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic.
Awesome to have Josh up here. He's such a cool dude. He's
Yeah,
so
Yeah,
cool.
man.
laid back and enjoys it. A good guy. Good videos.
Oh, and he's got a flat. He's got a griddle. I love his griddle.
Of
And I
course.
tried like
Dude doesn't care about the beer. He just cares if you have a griddle or a barbecue in your videos. That's all he cares about.
Woo.
I try to watch the videos as much as I can, but with work and then running the channels and stuff like that and everything. So sometimes I watch, but I don't always comment. But I hit the like or something like that and everything, just so people like. It kind of, the funny thing about YouTube, like you get more credit if somebody does a thumb up and they actually would comment. You would think if you commented, that would show more engagement because people are taking time to type something in. But the way the algorithm is, you get more credit by them either thumbs up or even thumbs down. They look at that as a stronger part of engagement. I don't know why they do it that way. Yeah.
See, but to me, that makes no sense at all.
It doesn't. It's easy. If people type on it, you should have extra things. People take time to actually comment and add something to it. But
Right, because it only takes you it takes you a second to click the like button. But if you want to engage with the channel and you got to type out your comments, like that, to me, that is engaging more with the channel. Like I always try and
it lets people know, hey, I'm here. I'm here. So leave a comment, you pop up in so.
Yeah, especially if you've got say if you've got like 20 different people like commenting at like just on and on and on. It's like that should be way more than just a like or a dislike.
Yeah,
for sure. And that's what I'm saying. Like it's because that's more engaging when somebody is commenting on your videos as opposed to just giving you a thumbs up. Josh, I'm going to drop my my link
come on up, Josh,
to the live stream here for you.
Yeah, Josh.
Feel free to come on if you can. Love to chat with you, buddy. It'd be awesome.
I've actually never been on Josh before. It'll be cool to have Josh up here.
What's that, Rod? Sorry?
I've never been on with Josh, so it'll be kind of cool to have him come up for a bit if he can.
Yeah,
I've never been on live stream with him. Yeah.
No, me neither. So this would be really cool to get Josh on here. I mean, he's a great guy. He does some good beers. Like I get jealous of some of the beers he does. Like he does like some browns and stuff like that. And I love a brown ale. And they're so hard to get up here. They're so hard to get up here.
Yeah, the style I carry at least in my fridge has always been like IPA now. It's just I'm drinking one now, but I picked up a few just because they were like the nice tall boy cans on stuff, 19.2 ounces. But my fridge is mainly stouts and a few porters, I think, in there, some barley wines. But yeah, it's I just get burnt out on IPA after a point. That's probably the style I get burnt out the most on now. Like over and say, hey, take a break, then come back to it.
Hey Shane,
for sure.
I think
me as well, and that's the thing. What's this say? What's Josh saying here?
Oh, he's a crud right now.
I have the crud right now.
He's not feeling well.
Who cares?
If you want to come on and just hack and cough, we'll be okay with that because we're your friends. We are your friends. We will support you in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer. God, it's like we're getting married or something right now. That's okay, Josh. We'll catch you next time, dude. It's no problem, man. No problem at all. Appreciate you stopping by.
Hope you feel better, though.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
this
so our only brown ale we could get, I think, is from Sleeman, isn't it?
You only got one brown ale up there?
No, we can get a couple.
No, we can get the oak.
They're just few and far between.
There's not a lot of breweries that do them because they're not money makers, but usually you can get like a little bit of variety in a lot of places. At least here in the States, you can usually find something, but you're not finding a ton. But there's some breweries that will go out on that ledge and make some stuff.
Right, and that's why I like doing them because not a lot of guys do them.
Yeah.
And the ones that do the brown ales usually do them pretty good.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a little treat to get a brown ale every once in a while. But we hardly get any up here.
I like to see.
Yeah,
I
I
like this. I would like to see some more Schwartz beers being done. I'd love to get that dark malt with that lager.
Those are good as well.
Yeah.
And I love that video Dave put out today about the that smoked beer, Drew. You know which one I'm talking about.
If you ever want to smoke beer, that's the brewery you go to. That's all they do is smoke beer, but they're like the oldest one doing it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's excellent Curla. Perfect. They have different styles of them. They're all so tasty.
Are we talking Schlenkerla?
Yeah, I was going to say Sammy's had some of those. He knows. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
It's literally like campfire in the glass with their stuff.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get me an axe and cut down some wood when I drink one of them.
Right. But it's just so good. Like I love that good smoky flavor. And it's a good backbone behind it. Like it's just you could sit and just drink it all day and just imagine yourself beside a campfire, just having a good old time, right?
That's a bucket list thing for me is to go to Bamberg in Germany and just sit there and not a worry in the world, just drink all the smoked beers.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, if I ever did a world tour, Belgium might be the last spot for me because I don't think I'm leaving after I get to Belgium.
And that's the problem. That's the problem with visiting places like that. That's the problem.
It's like, you guys looking for any more monks? I can be a monk.
Yeah, whenever I have like a Trappist ale and that, I think, I wonder what song they were singing when they were hovering around this brew.
Because you can walk around in hoodie robes all day long. It's like Hugh Hefner with a hoodie around here.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it is. You're right. Oh, I love Trappist ales. They're so good.
Oh, yeah.
They make some good stuff. Now, you guys get a whole lot more Trappist stuff than we do. We get a couple up here, but we don't get nearly as much as you guys get. Well, Rod.
You guys probably get some stuff floated up from some of the spots, right? Like, you get stuff from you get some of the brewery Ommegang stuff coming up there when they do some of the Belgian style ales and stuff, because they're out in New York. They're right across upstate New York.
Somebody
Cooperstown.
did one of those the other day. Was that who did that? Was that Dave that did the Ommegang beer the other day? I think it was. And I have not seen that brewery up here, but I might have just missed it last time I was in the store. So.
Yeah, I mean, these are good, but if you can get out of Belgium, that's why I like to get the ones. I'm big on getting the Drac and the stuff they're putting out of Belgium. I love getting the Von Trapp. Not Von Trapp, that's out of northern states. But anything that has like the name on there where it's coming from Belgium, it's like, okay, put it in the car. Like, just grab it. I've actually got a big bottle of St. Bernard's Christmas ale I picked up about a month or two ago. Yeah, I got I was like one of the places, like, you can age that thing for years. They had it was last year's like 25.8 ounce bottle or whatever it is, like big bottle, and it was like $8. Right. It's like $8. So you're like, yeah, exactly, Shane. It's like that was my expression.
Why
exactly.
Not?
Yeah,
$8. Why not? I'm in.
Yeah, I'm not losing on this deal.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a question for you, Sammy, from Josh. Does Sammy have a channel? We're trying to convince him to get one.
No, not yet, but hopefully soon.
Not yet.
Sammy is like Joe from the Beer Patrol in training. It took him a while to get
Exactly.
So you're learning something.
But you do post beers on Instagram and stuff, though.
Yeah, fucking know. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I've always, I never had, it sounds silly, boys, but I never had a computer.
No,
I'm one of those people.
Come on, I'm dumb.
Technology has always slipped me, and it's like, I don't really care. And then I jump in the chats of all these streams, and they're like, what are you doing? Why can't you jump on? It's like, because I don't even have a computer. I'm like, on my phone in the chat. And then I finally got a laptop that has a camera. And it's like I can join lives and that, but it's like I still don't think my setup's that great. So it's like, yeah.
Oh, you're looking fine. You got it good to go. You got a beer in hand. That's all that matters, you know.
Wait, Shane, does that remind you of someone?
What, somebody who doesn't know how to do anything? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This guy. I don't know how to do anything.
We got home bartending.
It's all about personality, boys. That's all that matters.
Cheers, John. Yeah,
for sure. Good to see you, John. Thanks for stopping by. Good to have. What are you drinking tonight? I don't care if it's a beer or home bartending. As you can see, sorry, wrong way. I'm a bit of a home bartender myself, but I mainly do.
I got one. I got a cocktail from you.
You got a what? Sorry.
I got a cocktail from you. Remember our other channel?
Yes. I have made you a cocktail at my house, Drew.
Yes.
It's that used to be my area of expertise.
And it was good.
Are you guys?
We were
ready?
Very drunk that night.
Little Miller Lite.
We were Miller Lite.
See that? Like, I've never had Miller High Life, and like as silly as it sounds,
you've never had a Miller High Life?
That is a bucket list beer for me. As an Aussie, I want Miller High Life.
No, you don't.
Can you get it over? Can you get it over there? You picked it up.
I can get all this hype over here, but I've never had that. Like, there's like heaps of, like Jenny's Cream Ale. That's another one I really want to try.
Hands up!
Even some of the buds. Like we only ever get like that one bud that's like the standard.
The standard, like Bud or Bud Light.
There's so many like American macros I want to try, and like I sound like an idiot, but like it's just like I want to try them because
like,
you guys all drink them and I can't get it.
I'm trying to get Coors and I can't find it. Yeah.
Are you telling me you cannot get Miller High Life?
You can't get Miller Genuine Draft either, probably.
Yeah, this is how ridiculous it is, dude. I can get Side Project. Side Project is one of the most hype breweries in America. Most US guys that are massive craft beer nerds, they can't even get it. I've had it all. I've had about 30 of them, and I can't get Miller High Life.
You can't get Miller High Life, but you can get Life in the South.
That is so
I've had Monkish, I've had Bottle Logic, I've had the brewery, I've had like all the hype, but I can't get like. In saying that though, like there's a lot of like the old school classics I can't get, like Heady Topper, Focal Banger, Pliny the Elder, Blind Pig, like those classic craft beers. I'm still yet to try.
Well, we can't get those around the country here either. So spots.
Heady Topper.
I'm just like, fuck.
How did you get that, Drew? That's right. You had a friend that drove 9.5 hours.
I know. I got this from Shane. I'm sorry.
Do you get other half over there? Have you been able to get other?
Yeah, we get what we've actually got a fair bit of their stuff. Like it has slowed down in the probably the last year or two, but yeah, when we were getting like all their what's their hype stuff? The Citra, is it like I can't remember the names of them. Like Dreaming of Citra or whatever all that shit is. Yeah, we got all the hype. It was fucking awesome.
Okay, I threw up this comment from Mark, but you really got to stop saying stuff like that because Drew's going to have to go to the bathroom and masturbate if you keep talking like that. Picked up Life in the Clouds and High Life today.
Sorry.
That's a lot of life taking place.
Because that's just true.
I'm a Life in the Clouds fan. What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
It's a good beer.
Well, I'm going to crack open another beer here, guys. It's one I've already had earlier today. But I want to do Sammy proud here for just a second. So it's just the facts like I had earlier. I got a second can of it. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this in a koozie that I got from Mad Dan. Yeah, there you go, sir.
Yeah,
that's right. Australian flag right there. Just
there you go, sir. There you go. There's the flag right there.
Wow.
That's right.
Wow.
Well, I noticed he had the flag sitting right behind you there. So and Mad Dan actually sent this to me. He sent me this koozie. So
that's cool, man.
Hey, you know what?
Got our buddy Craig in the chat.
Australian
You're all international. You're all international Shane right now. Buddy Craig just came in the chat. So now you got UK, now you got UK representation.
Nice. Woo. There we go. Actually, you want to talk about UK? All right. So, no. Honestly, you guys will shit yourself when you know this. My grandfather's brother was Charlie Watts, the drummer of the Rolling Stones.
Your grandmother's brother?
No, my grandfather's brother was Charlie Watts.
That's pretty cool.
Shane, that last guy in the chat, absolute fucking legend.
Yeah, that's a legend. That's
Charlie Watts.
Right
he's like really good friend of mine and Rod's. Fucking legend, man.
Yeah, me and Craig came in around the same time on YouTube when doing stuff. So me, him, and Dean were like for a while, like out there talking and sharing stuff, and kind of got to grow together. So
Shane, did you know that?
Shane didn't know that either, I guess.
I did know. No, I did know.
Oh,
that.
he did know. He did know.
We talked about that a while ago.
He was taking a
break. Oh, yeah, we did that. Okay. I get. Yeah. So Charlie Watts is my great uncle. My father's uncle is Charlie Watts. That passed away a couple of years ago.
Yeah, legendary.
It's unbelievable. My father met him once, so what happened way back then was my grandfather and his brother Charlie separated, and my grandfather was playing piano on the boat to come across to Canada and back to England all the time. And then they separated, and that's how that happened. That's the only thing I know about my whole story. It's unbelievable. Hey, I'm not rich over this, though. I have no money.
Well, in all fairness, probably all of us are related to somebody famous somehow, whether it's like a really outside, like 25th cousin or something like that.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, yours is pretty close. And that is a super cool story, dude. Like Charlie Watts from Rolling Stones. That is awesome.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
And see, but when you get guys like Rod J, I mean, Rod J never says, "Oh, I'm related to this guy," because everybody else in the world wants to be related to Rod J.
No, he's related to Will Smith, man.
Legend. Everybody goes, "Hey, you know what? I'm related to Rod J because my aunt's third cousin married his sister's fourth cousin, and Rod J. Yeah." Sorry, I'll stop now.
You know who I'm related to? So I think his second cousin was actually considered to be one of the forefathers of the civil rights movement in the States. He actually mentored Martin Luther King, who came to his train, and he basically did. They actually made a movie about him, and he was played by James Earl Jones, but it's Vernon Johns. So,
wow! See, this is great.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Super cool.
Yeah. He was when he ran a church. He ran a church, and I think it was either Mississippi or it was where Martin Luther King went to later on. But the church was like getting upset because they considered him too provocative because he was challenging them on not standing up for the black people being abused and all that kind of stuff like that and everything. and they were like not wanting to ruffle too many feathers. They tried to push him out. Well, when they tried to push him out, they brought in Martin Luther King Jr., who went to him to learn how to actually do a lot of stuff. It basically took off doing the same stuff he was doing. So yeah.
Wow.
So it's all history. Yeah.
Yeah. That's super cool when you can trace back like your family history to, and it doesn't have to be anybody famous, but like, if you go back in your family tree and research it and you're like, oh, hey, I had this, great grandfather who was a pilot in World War I and shot down like 30 planes or something like that. Like, even just something simple like that is super cool.
Yeah.
And,
well,
it's good to go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say that's a funny thing because you do the ancestry type thing. They always send you like little tips. We think this person might be related to you. You find out history down the line, all kind of stuff, and then it's like you're asking your mom or your dad, whoever, like, do we know who this person? They're like, oh yeah, that was so and so. And I was like, wait a minute, so this person is in the family, and then you find out other things, and you're like tracing stuff back to different things, and it's pretty cool. So to be able to find out that stuff. But I actually knew. He actually died before I was actually born because he died like back 67, 68, when I was born in 69. But his family, his kids used to come up and visit our family in New Jersey and all that kind of stuff and things like that. It was like the history I learned about him later on was like a few years later. And again, then when they made the movie, it was like 1985 where they made the movie about him. And here's James Earl Jones playing my cousin as the lead person this movie is about. It's kind of crazy. So have you ever seen the Vernon John story? You can actually watch it on YouTube. That's my cousin that they're actually based on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. I love stories like that. Like people who, like I said, because I honestly, if you go back far enough in your family tree, you're related to somebody famous.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
As obscure as the relation might be.
Yeah.
Like I think I talked, was it last week on my live stream or maybe the week before? I'm actually related to the Rock, Dwayne Johnson.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah,
but it's a weird kind of thing you get to. So my aunt, my dad's sister, was married to a guy named Jay Johnson. His wrestling name was Ricky Johnson. His brother is Rocky Johnson, who is the Rock's dad.
Dwayne's dad. Yeah.
So it's a bit of a stretch. But it like I said, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But like I said, we're all related to somebody famous and some. But it's kind of neat to see, like I said, with Drew with the drummer part, and me with like the Rock. It's just kind of cool how you can just kind of relate if you go back far enough and obscurely enough,
Yeah. You find stuff. But I mean, you're not that far off it though from the Rock, really. So.
No, and it's cool. Like I said, I would, like if I went up to the Rock and said, "Hey, man, I'm like your second cousin," he'd be like, "How?" Or he'd just ignore me, right? Whatever. Yeah, I'd have to do the same thing. I'm like, "Hey, your dad, his brother Ricky, yeah, he was married to my aunt, who is my dad's sister, and I'm one of his kids." And he'd be like, "Oh, okay, that kind of works, I guess, right?"
You're like, if you smell what the shade is cooking, yeah.
That's right. Smell what the shade is cooking. Why don't you take that trip down Jabroni Drive and go to the Heartbreak Hotel? It's been forever since I've watched wrestling. God, I used to be a big Steve Austin fan. That was my guy back in the day. I was a Steve Austin fan. I've actually got a tattoo on my shoulder. It's kind of hard to see. As you guys know, I'm a casino employee. So I have two aces here. And then above it says Shaner 316. I was such a big Steve Austin fan. Back
that just took your money. Get off my table.
Pretty much. I just took your money. That's right. I didn't whip your ass. I took your money.
Oh, that's why they always think of the dealers of that Vegas vacation scene when it's Chevy Chase and he's winning. They change the deal, or the guy comes in, a little bald head guy, and he's just like. Starts just taking his money and something. What can I get for $5? He's like, oh, a bullet and rent a gun. Just like
I love that scene. I always love anytime there's a movie with like a casino kind of theme to it or a casino part, and I just like to see how accurate it is based on like my experience. I mean, I've been dealing for 30 freaking years now.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, I'm that bald-headed guy. Every once in a while. Once in a while.
Go in there and shut it down.
Yeah, you just shut them down. Like go home, dude. Save something for your grandchildren. Like, you know, they need an inheritance and you're just freaking blowing it all here. Like, just, move along.
So were you a big fan of Casino? The movie?
The movie?
Yeah.
That was a great movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I think even if I wasn't I wasn't in the casino industry myself, I think I still would have really enjoyed that movie. That was such a great movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember when it came out and you had to watch it on, like, you know, you watch part 1 on the VHS and then you'd have to pop that one out and pop out part 2. VHS, right?
Kind of rewind.
That's right. Here I am showing my age again. You know, Casino was a 2-part VHS series.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, that was a fantastic movie. I mean, they couldn't have portrayed, they couldn't have had any better actors for that. Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Sharon Stone was awesome.
Well, not Pacino, De Niro, and Pesci, because no Pacino in it.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. You're right. I as soon as you say Robert De Niro, you always go Al Pacino, like all the time.
Although when they did put him together in Heat, I liked Heat. I always wanted to see them in the movie.
Heat was the most that gunfight battle that they had in the middle that was like 15 or 25 minutes long, where it was super long. I was like, dude, this is like the best thing ever. What a great movie.
Back when Val Kilmer was skinny.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We can't make too much fun of Val Kilmer.
We can't. He has a healthy, yeah. I mean, I watch Tombstone every time it's on, pretty much. Like, he's probably the best Doc Holliday I think I've seen.
That is by. Yeah, Tombstone it's tied for first place with my all-time favorite movie. I love Tombstone. It's such a good movie.
Well, what's your all-time favorite? The other one?
I don't even want to say because it's kind of obscure. Actually,
okay.
It's really weird because number 2 on my list is Cleopatra, the one with Elizabeth Taylor.
The old school one. Okay.
Fantastic movie. So that's number 2. Tied for first with is Orca the Killer Whale.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. I love that movie, and I love that.
Growing up, when I grew up watching, that was one of my favorite movies to watch. I mean, Orca, Jaws. I've always like that whole thing, and the whole when the whale gets them out, like the part when they get out there towards the end,
right?
When Orca starts breaking up the ice and stuff. It's just like it just all builds up to when he's about to take them out, and it's just like, right. That's a good movie. It's a classic in my book.
Yeah, if you watched it back in the day, it was a fantastic movie. But it's one of those movies that if you try and watch now, it didn't really age very well. Unless you can really get into the storyline and understand, what's happening at the end, like why the orca was taking the guy to where he took him, because it was a place where neither one of them were going to survive, no matter what happened. But the whale was willing to do that to make sure
to get him there, and then and the whole revenge angle of basically the setup of him losing his offspring,
right?
That kind of led to it all, like that. Like when that happens, and then like the whale eye flashlight, because whales have such memories. He knew he was remembering when that happened, and just to kind of the steady build up. It was just a battle between the man. Like it was like a new, what was that? The old book with Ahab or whatever, right? So it was kind of like that type of situation with the whale versus the fisherman type thing.
Right. And this is so nice to actually talk to somebody who actually understands the movie. I'm
not just a beer drinker. I got other stuff up here.
I'm sure you do, and I would never dispute that. But like some people I've talked to about that movie is like, oh yeah, I watched it, blah blah blah, whatever, and they don't understand the in-depth story, especially that ending,
the layer
that last
of it.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
And I thought that was brilliant because it was just like you said. The whale takes the guy to a place where neither one of them are going to survive. And the whale is okay with that because I'm going to kill you and then I'm going to die as well. But I'm okay.
In a way, it is separated of the whale and the guy from everything. Because he was so busy chasing the whale he wasn't realizing the whale was separating him away from his ship and everything along those lines.
Right.
That he was
the whale knew what he was doing.
The whale knew what he was doing, but the man who you think about, the human is supposed to be the most developed brain, could not understand what was going on until it was too late and he was floating out there and realized he couldn't get back.
Right,
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
So we're getting some cheers from Germany here tonight.
Cheers.
That is awesome. Cheers to you, my friend. What are you drinking?
Great beers in Germany.
Your next comment here.
That's Christoph. Christoph's a good boy.
Oh, is he?
Nice. Says, I'm so drunk tonight, I'll shave my head clean with foam and a razor if a woman comes in and smokes a cigarette with us. Awesome.
That's his thing. Yeah. He loves it. But he's good value. He delivers on his promise.
Is Mal done work? We can get Mal to pop on here and smoke a cigarette.
That'd be awesome. I'd love to get Mal on here. She said
she wants to catch one of your Fridays, but I don't think she's working today because she went in at 2, so she might be there still working. She does want to catch one of your Fridays, she told me.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Mal, like her and Chu, I mean, especially with their, both in management.
What are both GMs now? Yeah.
Yeah, like they're so busy, and I've been like, I try and message her every once in a while, and sometimes it takes forever until she gets back to me. I'm like, hey, just let me know you're okay, sister.
Yeah.
I love those guys. Mal and Chu are just freaking phenomenal people. Really, link, please. Sorry, what do you need a link for? Do you need a link for the live stream? Or do you need a link for my channel? I can give you whatever the hell you want, my friend. I'm going to pop you up a link for my live stream right now. If you want to come and join us, please feel free. I have never once had somebody from Germany on my live stream. That's for sure.
You should. Just drinking beer.
Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Yeah. Oh, the live stream. Yeah. Okay. So there's I just put the link up there. Please feel free to click on that. I will jump you in here. No problem. Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, my very, very first German person on my live stream. Here we go. Fantastic. Cheers. There we go. How are you, sir? Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Drinking some wine, apparently. Mm-hmm. What kind of wine do we got there tonight?
I drink some port wine.
Oh, some port wine. Okay. Fair enough.
Very nice.
I was going to guess Shiraz, but I'm very nice. I said, even though I have a honors degree in wine, I'm not a wine guy.
You don't understand.
When I years ago when I took a bartending course, and part of the bartending course was it was an exam from the VQA, which is the Vintners Quality Alliance up here, which is like the high standard for wines in Canada. And I got honors. I think I got 98% in it. So apparently, at one point in time, I used to know a lot about wines, but I was never a wine drinker ever. I'm still not. So that's just kind of one of those useless diplomas. It's kind of like a Bachelor of Arts. Like you never really use it for anything.
Yeah, just some wine.
I like some different wines here and there. I like a good Shiraz. I like a good Cab. I'm more of the red, darker type ones. The whites I don't usually get into as much. Too dry for me.
To see you.
I think we lost Drew there too.
Yeah, I don't know where Drew went. He might have had to take off or whatever. But see, I'm more of I don't drink a lot of wine, but when I do, I'm more of a white guy, which is like I prefer like the little bit sweeter. Like a Riesling, which is a little bit on the sweeter side. I prefer that.
Oh, Riesling.
Yeah, just anything with it. Like even I'll drink a Chardonnay, but I would prefer a Riesling, especially a late harvest Riesling, right when it's getting right on that edge of becoming an ice wine. I mean, I don't drink a lot of it, obviously, because it's so sugar heavy. Yeah. Like I said, that's usually only over like Thanksgiving or Christmas or something like that. I'll have 1 or 2 glasses, but not a big wine drinker.
I'm talking about.
For sure.
We got our Thanksgiving here next week, so
Thanksgiving was last month. How many times have I got to tell you, damn Americans? Thanksgiving was last month.
You guys had the fake Thanksgiving. It was just, look at America. They're doing something. We need something up here.
Well, and here's always been my question. Here's always been my question from American versus Canadian Thanksgiving. So we're into November now, like mid-November, and you guys are just celebrating your Thanksgiving now.
Yeah.
But the harvest, basically the crop harvest is already done. It was done a month ago, which is when we celebrate Thanksgiving. Is it basically at the end of harvest? So you guys you guys are getting food that's like a month old, and it's not even good. You guys need to catch up.
Well, because it's the fourth Thursday of every November,
right?
And really, being a beer channel, the Pilgrims landed in Plymouth Rock because they were out of beer. So really, the American Thanksgiving is the real Thanksgiving if you're a beer person, because that's where the beer stuff. That was a beer reason to have Thanksgiving. So
fair enough.
We were talking about it last night on live stream, because they were supposed to go to Jamestown in Virginia, and they ran out of beer and stuff. They decided to cut it off early. That's how they landed at Plymouth Rock.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I always find it really funny that our Thanksgivings are a month apart, because I mean, our countries are like this, right? Like they're connected.
Yeah. So
I don't understand why it's a month apart.
Well, it's funny too, because like in America, in the States here, it's kind of like people will be like, well, "Why do they have a Thanksgiving?" The Pilgrims never went there. Everything here is related to the Pilgrims. So since the Pilgrims never went to Canada, they're like, "Why do they have one?" That's just them copying us. Like that's how people look at it.
Probably true.
But the harvest is a good reason too.
Yeah, like I said, because our harvest, like by this time of the year, harvest is done, right? Like all the corn, all the wheat, everything is gone off the fields already. So we've done it a month ago, when that's like the end of the harvest. And so I mean, both ways make sense. Yeah. I understand. I just wish they would kind of meet in the middle so we could all celebrate Thanksgiving on like the same weekend, because that'd be super cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if you guys were giving thanks for maple syrup, I'd be okay with that too.
Oh, we give thanks for maple syrup every single day in Canada. Maple syrup day is every day in Canada.
I'm like, it seems about right.
Yeah, I know.
As an outsider, that sounds like a very good idea.
Right.
Like I said, I know Sammy's new to the channel. I am a big maple syrup guy. I push Canadian maple syrup on everybody. Anytime anybody says maple, I'm like, oh, maple, what maple? I love maple syrup.
No, that's cool, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that maple whiskey. That's pretty good.
I forgot to show what I was drinking next, and it's pretty deadly. It's pretty deadly.
Triple West Coast IPA
10.5. There we go.
As we say on my channel, a session ale.
What? Sorry.
Hump of trouble.
Hump of trouble. Okay, so what? I don't think I'm familiar with a WC IPA.
West Coast.
West Coast. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I'm familiar with it.
So you're old school American, like bitter, piney, clear. None of this hazy juice shit.
Before the East Coast started fruiting shit up.
Okay, well here I'm gonna give you center stage here, Sammy. So
okay, let's do it.
Beer. Tell us what you think about this beer, brother.
So yeah, just on appearance, it's like very clean and clear. Sort of like I'd say probably like a light copper in colour. The head's like dissipated, like pretty much, but like it was pretty good when it first poured. On aroma, it's like massive pine and like pine resinous. It's like, maybe like some citrus and stone fruit. It's got like that sort of marmalade-y vibe.
Marmalade.
Lady Marmalade.
You say Iowa.
I'll go a taste, boys. Look at that. Look at it.
Look at
It
it.
looks. It's
Got a
gorgeous.
little haze. Got a little
Looks
haze on there.
fantastic. Looks
Mm.
fantastic to me, sir.
These are the boys. As far as Australia goes, they're the shit. Yeah, it's like medium, sort of sticky body.
Sticky, icky.
Yeah. It's like sweet, but it's dry, so it's sort of like a good balance, like an in between the two. As far as hop flavor goes, I feel like it's like citrus and stone fruits, like orange, lemon, apricot, maybe a bit of peach. There's a bit of pine there.
I do love some pine in my beer. That's for sure.
It's pretty like grassy and earthy. It's like quite bitter, which is that's what I love, especially with the Westie. I don't know what it'd be as far as IBUs, but it feels like it'd be pretty high. But yeah, it's good to get a Westie that's like that, like sweet and dry, and then bitter.
Right.
Yeah, it's it's sort of like nailing all the elements.
That sounds fantastic, though, dude. That sounds like it's right up my alley.
You need
Is
one
there
of
that
these.
Cheers,
little bit
boys.
of pine in there?
See, Sammy, you need one of these.
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah, dude! Is that on one of those sites where I can get it in Australia for cheap?
Yeah, it's on my site on the channel, the spread shop
Done.
store.
I'll
Yeah.
do it.
They can.
I'll
they
do
can-
it,
they can go
dude.
anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, rather. They can do international.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
All done.
That's awesome. For sure.
I got no dramas in like buying shirts from peeps. It's just like if you have to pay like fucking $80 to fucking get it shipped, it's like
that's
nah.
crazy. Yeah.
But yeah, if it's something that's like you can get it, it's like available in Australia or UK for the same price. It's like it's fair enough.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Sam. I'll make you a deal. If
Yeah.
you actually start doing beer reviews, I will send you down one of my shirts. I will
Yeah.
send you down one of Drew's shirts, and I will
Yeah.
also send you down one of Alan's shirts, who is in Winnipeg.
Okay.
I will
Cool.
send you down all 3 shirts if you start doing beer reviews.
No worries.
I think you're ready for beer reviews, Sam. You did a pretty good job.
I'm just saying, I know you're probably not familiar with my shirt. Hang on, let me get mine. Oh, it's just up now. I really, 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 really need to go wireless because anytime I step away to go to the fridge or something like that, I can't hear anything. So this is mine. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Probably not. The Shane's Craft Beer Review T-shirt.
Oh, yeah, it's got that Germanic style. I like it.
Rod J doesn't even have one of these, and this guy is a legend in the beer review world, and he doesn't.
I
Even
do need to get one of those. Yeah.
I should send you down one, Rod, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it!
You should do them on. I do all my stuff like on Spreadshop because I don't have to worry about getting anything. I just do it there, and people can just order right off of it. So
Right.
How cool would it be though? Like we all do. Obviously, the beer community is strong, and we all join each other's streams. But it'd be so cool if we're on like a stream together, and everyone else is wearing like everyone else's merch.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool. Well, you'd be like, oh yeah, I'm wearing this guy's from fucking England, and yeah, this guy's from Australia.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's exactly what you want.
Yeah, we did that a couple of weeks ago. I mean, it was 2 weeks ago, I think. I think it was like 6 of us on here at one point in time, and we were all wearing the other guy's shirt. So like, I was wearing like Dave's shirt, and Drew was wearing my shirt, and Alan was wearing Brian's shirt, kind of thing. So it was all 6 of us, but we were all wearing the other guy's shirt, which is kind of cool. Because I actually have a whole plethora of beer reviewer shirts up here on the wall. So depending on what beer I'm doing, because I get a lot of shipments from other guys, like, Drew and Alan and Dave, they'll send me up beer. So I always want to make sure that I have their shirt while I'm reviewing the beer that they sent me. Mm-hmm. So Nutmeg 2 Palmetto, I've got him as well. So it's just really super cool. I love t-shirts from other beer reviewers. They send me, for free. I'm just saying, right? Yeah. I get them sent to me for free.
Could be a shirt exchange. Yeah.
It don't matter, but I and I have no problem buying a shirt like guys like you who are established beer reviewers. I don't mind paying. I don't mind paying 30. I don't mind paying $30 or $40 for a shirt just to represent your channel, because I like you. I like your beer reviews. I like you as a person.
Yeah,
I've got no problem. I got no problem spending money on, merchandise for people that I enjoy watching. Oh, actually, I also have a shirt up here from Mad Dan from Australia.
Mad Dan? Oh, wow.
I do. Hey, give me 1 second. I'll grab it. Give me 1 second.
The more Australian representation. I thought Greg would have jumped on. It's too early for him to go to bed over there.
Yeah, so I don't think he had a whole lot of these made up, but as you can see on the front, it says the Angler's Grog with his logo.
Yeah,
and then the best part is on the back, where he's got.
That's cool.
He's got his bird that says "Give it a go," which is what Dan always says, "Give it a go," and this is his bird.
Yeah, so that. So he's the sort of fellow I reckon me and him would get on really well, but it's just like we've never come into contact, and it's like there's particular people that have said, "Oh, do you know him?" And he's probably got, "Do you know him?" with me, and it's like, yeah, we probably need to amalgamate, sure. If you know.
Yeah, definitely get in contact with him, Mad Dan at the Angler's Grog Review. Let him know that I've talked to you. Like, hey, I was on Shane's live stream.
Yeah, no doubt.
He is such a wonderful man. He is so cool, and I've done a couple collaborations with him. Super great guy. I love the guy to death. He's so awesome. I would love to, like I said, I want to come down to Australia in the next 4 or 5 years. And obviously I'm going to be staying in Melbourne because that's close to Creswick. So I'm going to be definitely hooking up with you, sir. And we can do a couple beer reviews. We'll go to Mad Dan's house. We'll do a couple beer reviews there.
I'll show you exactly where to go, brother. I know my shit.
Well, from what I understand about Melbourne, I work with a guy who lived in Australia and New Zealand. And he said Melbourne is very similar to the city of Toronto, which we have up here, which is a huge, massive city. He said, he goes, Melbourne's a lot like Toronto. It's like a busy city, lots of nightlife stuff, blah, blah, blah. He goes, all the tourists go up to Sydney because that's like the touristy area. Not a lot of them come to Melbourne as per se. But I would love to come down there. Like I said, I would hook up with Mad Dan. I would love to hook up with you as well. And just like if we could get the 3 of us together for like a day or two, and we could just pound out beer reviews from Australia, that would be super, super awesome.
Yeah. Nah, that's the thing. It's like, I know exactly where to go, dude. So I'd definitely be happy to show you around.
That'd be awesome. And that's why I love, like I said, the beer reviewer get together that we do every year. That I'm trying to get Rod J to come up to. It's just cool because, like I said, I'm the local guy. I'm hosting this year. I know all the local places here, and just to have people come from United States and different parts of Canada and introduce them to, hey, this is what Niagara Falls has to offer beer wise. you know, it's super cool. And just to, like I said, when I went down to Chicago this year with Mallory and Chew, they knew the area like crazy, obviously, because they're local. And they took us to places like Hot Butcher. And that was one of the first places we went to. Sorry, it was the second place we went to. The first place we went to was on the Friday night because everybody was just coming into town. So we went to District Brew Yards, which has like a couple breweries in it. And then the following day, the first place we went to was Hot Butcher, which was probably a mistake because that place ruined it. It ruined it for every place else. Yeah. Like when you go to like, hey, this is the best place we got, and everything else is shit afterwards. They weren't shit. I shouldn't say that. We went to a lot of really good breweries, but Hot Butcher was top of the chart. The staff was amazing. They treated us so well, and their beers were fantastic.
Yeah, what I told Mal is like you didn't get a chance to go to Bad Apple across the street, which probably is the best burger I think I've had anywhere ever.
I think we talked. Yeah, I think we talked about that a week or two ago. You said the Bad Burger place.
Yeah, because Todd and Shannon went up and they saw Mal, and I don't think they saw. They didn't get to tell with Mal too, but they caught up with a couple of other people up there, like JT and them, and they went to Bad Apple, and they couldn't believe how good the burgers were there. I was like, oh, that'd been the perfect thing because it's right across the street from Hot Butcher, so.
Shit.
Because you can't get food in Hot Butcher, and it's just like
right.
They'll bring
and it's funny. I remember seeing that place. I remember seeing the Apple place.
Yeah, it was delicious.
Oh my god, it's such a.
Well,
Chicago,
did you go to Metropolitan as well?
We did
because they're closing their doors in December now. I don't know if you knew that.
I know. I heard about that, and I was so sad because what a gorgeous! It's a gorgeous bar. Oh, sorry, a gorgeous brewery. I shouldn't say a bar.
Mm-hmm.
Gorgeous brewery. And their location right on the water is just so nice. And I'm like, oh my God, like they did a lot of and Metropolitan. I know Blue wasn't really happy with that place. I was okay. The beers were good, but they were all like lagers and German lagers and like that kind of style.
It wasn't like your IPA type thing, I think. Like
right. And Blue right. And Blue and I are more IPA kind of guys, and we like, but the beers that they had on tap were great. I mean, don't get me wrong. They were like, I mean, their smoked lager was pretty decent. Their Helles lager was good. I enjoyed all the beers there, but the location of where they were was just so awesome. And I'm like, my God, this is like the best location for a brewery. Right on the water. If you wanted, you could rent a kayak. You could rent it was like a little, it was a boat with a motor in it, but it was round. I don't know what they're called. So you could fit like 8 people in it, but it was round and there was a motor in the middle.
You go out there, you kind of just, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what they're called.
Yeah.
I apologize. Yeah. But just like right on the water, great location, great bar, great brewery. Sorry, I shouldn't say bar. I keep saying bar. I don't know why I say bar.
Yeah.
Great brewery. If you're liking those German kind of style, like the Pilsners, the lagers, the smoke, like Helles lagers, stuff like that. Perfect brewery to go to. Like I said, I enjoyed the beers. They weren't, like I said, I gravitate towards IPAs usually.
Right.
Even though
it was more European type centric, it seemed. Like we have a brewery here that's that way. Like you don't have an IPA on the menu. It's all like more European centric. So it's got the British Pale Ale, but then it has like a Belgian. They'll have a Belgian double, but then they'll have like different lagers and stuff. So I think it was kind of the same way there that you went to.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like Metropolitan knows what their lane is, and they stay in it. They stand there and they're like, hey, we're gonna do, like I said, German style lagers, German style pilsners, and this is all that we're doing. And guys that enjoy that are going to come here. Whereas I find some breweries they try and do too much sometimes.
Right.
Like they have they have like the lager, the Helles lager, the Pilsner. They got the IPA, they got the double IPA, they got the Goza, they got the sour, it almost seems kind of like a mismatch.
But they try to be a jack of all trades and they don't dominate any,
It's trying to find that middle ground. That's the hardest thing.
Right. And that's what some of the places are like, right? Like they try and do so much and cater to everybody. But if you cater to everybody, you're not going to be doing well. You kind of need to get that little niche. Like I said, do like do like maybe the German lagers, the Pilsner, stuff like that. Maybe throw 1 or 2 IPAs in there, or like 1 IPA and a sour. But do those extra ones that you're doing really, really well, and people will come back to your establishment, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you definitely got to know what you're going to try to do there, but. Yeah, it's kind of sad that they're going to be. I never really had a chance to experience their beers, but I know they had a real big community following, and we talked about it last night. So people were kind of bummed out. A couple people were having some of their last beers in the comments and stuff too. So
yeah, like I said, and it was such a beautiful location.
And you weren't even there yet because Guinness didn't open yet when you were there, unfortunately. So people were talking about the Guinness tap house they have there now too, which is open. Because that opened up later after you guys were there. It was supposed to be open the previous St. Patrick's Day, but it is what it is. They didn't get it open in time.
I'm here. Okay. And once again, I've said this on a couple of my beer reviews, and I'm going to say it on the live, which I think I've said once or twice. I'm going to lose a whole bunch of subscribers right now. I don't like Guinness.
But see, here's the thing. The tap house and the brew house aren't like the Guinness you see in the store. We have the Guinness here in Baltimore. You go in and they have the small batch processing they do there, and the beers they actually put out that you can get. Like you like IPAs, they have a whole flight of just different IPAs that you will not see in the store. You can only get if you go to Guinness.
Right.
So they have other stuff outside of a traditional Guinness draft or extra stout or stuff like that and everything. So you can be surprised on what you can find there. That'd be like they have like sour. I know you're not a sour fan as much, but they have sour flights. They have IPA flights. They have different stuff that just they don't put on the mass scale. So
and it's funny. Like I enjoy stouts. I really do.
Yeah.
But for me, Guinness is just really thin and not a lot of flavor to it. And if I come over to your house, Rod J, and you said, "Hey man, do you want a beer?" I'm like, "Yeah." What do you got? And he's like, "Guinness." I'm going to drink a Guinness. I don't have a problem with Guinness. It's okay, but I know there's like so many.
Have you ever had the foreign extra stout from Guinness? I
do not believe so.
That's the one you want to have. That changes your once you have the Guinness foreign extra stout that they were making at one point it was like Nigerian and Caribbean and Southeast Asia, but they kind of expanded across the globe now. You won't even think about the other stouts. The other stouts are very thin and stuff like that. The Guinness Foreign Extra Stout is not. It's like their top of the line stout that is freaking awesome to enjoy. So like on our time, like Vanessa Kitty, that's all she stocks up on is Dragon's Milk and Guinness Foreign Extra Stout. Like you would not want any other. The hell was that? You would not want any other Guinness besides that. I thought a parade was coming through there for a second.
I know.
No, Macy's Day's on Thursday. There's no parade today.
Right. Like I said, I will drink a Guinness if somebody if we were out at a bar and you're like, "Hey, I'm gonna have a Guinness." I'm like, you know what? I'll have one too. Like I'm not. It's not that bad. But to me, I just like a little bit more meat, I guess, to my stouts.
That's why
it's not a bad tasting beer. It's just not something I'm going to go out of my way to get. That's for sure.
It's like Yogi Berra used to say, right? You don't know until you know. But when you're doing just regular Guinness, you're thinking they're like that until you have the other ones. You're like, wait a second, there's a whole different world of Guinness I wasn't aware of. So
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly, for sure. Like I said, I tried the Guinness Blonde maybe 2 years ago. That wasn't bad. I didn't mind that.
I wasn't a huge fan of the Guinness. I mean, for me, I'm not a big blonde ale person though, but that one was, and that's only made. It's funny. That's only made like for the American market because they were trying to tap in because people have a thing when they came out with it. People were not gravitating as much towards the Guinness Dark. They kind of just didn't. So they said, we'll come with the blonde ale for the American market and stuff like that and everything. And it sells, but it's just like they actually did a Guinness IPA at one point. I don't know if you ever had that or remember that when that came out, which I actually liked, but they couldn't get enough sales off it, so they kind of pulled it. Yeah.
Okay, let's pop this one up really quick from Mountain Moon Adventures. Hi, it's me, it's Annie, friend of Mallory and Chew. But I've known you credits. Good to see you all again. Hey, good to see you as well. Thanks for stopping by. Mallory and Chew are probably like two of my favorite people in the entire world. They are so amazing. Love those guys. They're so awesome.
I was wondering if Mountain Moon may have saw the post that I put out there because Mal's on my channel on Thursday. So trying to think because we actually run simulcast on my channel and Mal's channel, her and Choose.
Right.
Yeah.
I love Mallory and Chew. They're so awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a pretty good discussion last night on stuff too. There's some things I'm working on that I got things popping around. You'll find out about them as soon enough. I'm trying to do some stuff, but she was loving the ideas I was giving her last night on some things I'm working on. So just know when I'm working on, you guys are part of the fold if I can pull something off here. So
that's awesome.
But she's like,
yeah, Mallory and Chew are just so cool. Like I said, I haven't seen them since July. I missed both of them. I just want to give them both
forever.
Yeah, I just want to give them both a big hug, like Mallory and Chew. Like Chew's awesome. I mean, you obviously don't see him on camera.
Yeah.
But what a great guy he is. He is super cool and just super fun to hang out with. I love the guy. He's awesome.
Yeah.
So awesome.
Yeah, we were joking one time and she's saying, yeah, people actually meet when they finally meet you, they're like, you're nothing what I thought you were going to be like. And it's like, yeah, because the last time Chew kind of throws you off what you're thinking.
Yes. And that's exactly what I said to both Mallory and Chew when I met them in Atlanta last year.
Yeah.
Like, now, in all fairness, I did have a little preview of kind of like what Chew looked like.
Yeah.
But when I met him in person, I'm like, dude, I said, you're like, I expected something totally different.
Yeah. They get that a lot.
Yeah.
But you gotta love Chew. You gotta love Chew with the Raleigh Fingers mustache that he rocks. So yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he put some work into that.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, with a guy with a name like Chew, like you expect something that you're not getting. I don't want to say anything about it, but
yeah, it's like, did not see that coming around the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Home bartending with John. I was just going to ask the IBUs.
That's probably.
I'm assuming you're talking about the beer that Sammy just had that he didn't know the ones for. I've been around to see you before. We should best them. Yeah, for sure.
Beer them.
We should beer. There we go. Beer.
Yeah. Cheers to them. Like I said, I know Mal was working tonight. She had to be in like at 2 or something. She told me like, yeah. So I was like, oh, we went late last night. Like, I gotta get up. And she's like, yeah, I gotta get up in the afternoon. Like, yeah, that doesn't work for me. I gotta get up in the morning. Like, you're an hour behind me. Like every time you're an hour behind me. So it's like you get that extra hour of sleep that I don't get. So
right. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
And that's they don't get sometimes with the time zones, right? For sure.
Yeah. But the good thing is on my Friday day, we get off an hour less than we usually have to work. So I just have to make it to like 4 o'clock instead of 5. So it's like if I can just get to lunch, I'll be good the rest of the afternoon.
What? You get off at 4? What the hell?
Yeah. 8 to 4.
I'm barely out of bed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, that's not true. I'm usually up, but I mean, I work midnights, right? Like I work 10 o'clock at night till 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you go to overnight. So what you're doing, yeah.
Because I mean, being in the casino industry, people are there at 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning.
I got to think there's some kind of quirkiness that happens overnight. It's like I can just see I just feel like people are probably just like late night Walmart shopping, like some stuff you might see overnight that you wouldn't usually see during the course of the day. Or is everybody still kind of the same? Like there's like quirkiness and stuff. Like is there any difference doing the overnight versus the day?
I think the difference between the overnight versus the day is once you start getting past that like 2 o'clock in the morning hour. Yeah. Most of the people that are there past 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock are people that have lost a whole lot of money and they're trying to get their money back. And that's why they're still there. Right. I mean, you don't have guys coming at 3 o'clock in the morning out of the blue, like, hey, I feel like going to the casino and making some, playing a little bit. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It's usually the guys that have already, the guys have been there for 8 hours already and have lost a whole crap load of money, but they're still there because it's like, I can't go home to my wife because I just lost $5,000 and I need to make some of that money back.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I was thinking unless it was like some of the people that were like going out to coming out of a bachelor party or going from the club or something like that and everything. Where it's kind of like, oh, everything's closed now. It's 2:00 or let's go to the casino. You get some of those people that come in there. They're kind of like hammered or something, probably.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Vanessa.
We get that on weekends, obviously. I'm gonna get to Vanessa in just a quick second. Mountain Moon Adventure says, now where are y'all sitting? I'm pretty sure, Shane, you're in Ontario. Yes, I am. I live just outside of Niagara Falls, Ontario, in a little town called Thorold. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I'm just outside Niagara Falls. I actually work in Niagara Falls. So yeah, that's where I am. And of course, we have Vanessa. How are you doing, Vanessa? Great to see you. She's all over all the lives all the time. She just got home. Forgot to pick up the duck eggs.
Because she'll be making duck eggs. She makes duck egg nog and all kinds of stuff around with duck eggs this year. Hey,
dude, I seriously need to hook up with this woman because all the stuff that she talks about, like with the duck eggs and the squirrels and just all this stuff that she seems to make. I need to come and hang out with this girl for like a week. I don't care if I gotta take a tent and go pitch it in her front. Well,
backyard. If you ever see her backyard, you won't want to leave. She got the fire pit. She's getting a kegerator. She has a bunch of stuff out there. You can just hang out in the
perfect. I'll just go. I'll pitch my tent. I'll pitch my tent in her backyard. I'll get her to cook me squirrel, which I've never had, but I'm good with. I love trying new foods. I'm not one of those weirdos that I can't eat that. And
see the trick,
all the other stuff.
The trick with Vanessa, because we were talking earlier about the Guinness for an extra stout, right? You say it 3 times and Vanessa will show up. Say it 3 times, Vanessa shows up. Like, for an extra stout, I'm here.
Is that all you got to do?
Yeah, and then she shows up. Whenever she hears for an extra stout.
Sam.
See if Sam pops back up.
Mountain Moon Adventure saying, if y'all close to me, then visit. I'll take you out to the woods and bring you beer so I don't get lost, but you're not far. Whereabouts are you from? If you're close, I'm always good with meeting up with people and doing a couple of beer reviews because I love that. That is always cool. Tets are always welcome. Fantastic. You know what, Vanessa? I'm gonna have to come down there maybe in the summer. God, I got such a busy summer coming up with the beer review get together and stuff. I'll figure it out. If you want to cook me squirrel or smoked squirrel or whatever the hell, however you want to do it. I am game to try it because I'm always excited to try new foods. Absolutely, for sure. I'm planning on putting one. Oh, I can bring my own. It's okay. No need to worry about that. I can bring my own.
Squirrel tastes like rabbit.
Squirrel tastes like rabbit, says Josh.
And then if they rabbit,
it's good to see Josh is still in the house.
Yeah, Josh still hanging.
I've never had squirrel. I have no idea. And again, I have no problems trying new foods. I got no problem at all. Left hand nitro this week. Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Up here now, Algonquin. Okay, that's a couple hours. That's not far, for sure. I know Algonquin. I go camping every September. Obviously, if you live in Algonquin or around there, I go camping every September up in Kawartha Highlands, which is a beautiful place. I go up there all the time. So, hey, maybe we can figure something out. I can drop by. We'll have a cup of beer. We'll do a beer review or two. I'm good with that. I always carry maps and a compass. Well, you should. Especially if
she's former military.
I know. So. Yeah, exactly. She probably has a fucking amazing EDC. I know nobody knows what the hell that is, but Vanessa will know what the hell an EDC is. And it's probably just amazing. Smoked pecan channel cats are tasty. See what I mean? And this is the thing. She cooks like all this friggin' stuff that is amazing. And she comes on and says, hey, this is what I'm cooking today. Depends. The squirrels are fat from acorns. That's okay. I don't care. Is that good? Is it good that they're fat from acorns?
I mean, if it's fatty meat, isn't fatty meat have more flavor? So wouldn't it be good if they're fat? Like, more, like people love the ribeye because the ribeye is more fatty and has more flavor that flows through it.
Yeah, for sure. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, Vanessa, you know what? If they're fat, they're lean, I don't care. Is because obviously I'm pretty sure you know what the hell you're doing when it comes to cooking squirrels. I'll try it out. I am your guinea pig. I will try it out for sure. I don't care. Home party with John. All my family is from Tasmania. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. It's funny
cool.
you said Tasmania, because I just watched. Was it Tasmania? I think it was. I was watching one of the seasons of the show Alone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys remember that. They did do an Australian version of Alone, and I think it was in Tasmania. I think that's actually where it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was actually in Tasmania that they did, but it was all people from Australia. And I didn't get to finish watching it. I think I'm only like 1 or 2 episodes from the end. I'll have to finish watching it. But man, what a freaking crazy place Tasmania is. I'm pretty sure that's where it was. It like rains all the time there.
Yeah, it's still kind of a good wilderness area.
Yeah, but it was. I was watching.
You got to deal with the elements and all that kind of stuff. I mean, a good place to do Alone at. Yeah.
It was tough. Like I said, I didn't finish. I think I'm like 2 or 3 episodes from the end. But oh my God, these guys were struggling. Like it was so hard to survive in Tasmania.
Yeah.
We got here. We got food. You don't need to chase. I'm not going to chase squirrel. I'm going to get Vanessa to chase the goddamn squirrels with me. My EDC takes up several bags. Well, it's not. Vanessa. I'm no expert. I'm going to let you know that right now. I'm no expert. I'm a amateur enthusiast for outdoor survival, but I don't think several bags is what you're supposed to have, is it? I don't know anything. The squirrels look like 2 more wrestlers. Yes, they are tasty. I'm sure they are. I have no problem. The rabbits are as well. Cottontail. I'll eat rabbit. I've had rabbit before. My father-in-law, God rest his soul in heaven, he was a hunter, and he got us rabbit every once in a while. I liked rabbit. Rabbit's cool, but I've never had squirrel.
Never had rabbit.
What foods do you have if you don't decide to try squirrel? Well,
I think that was just the mountain. Yeah.
Could be.
Mountain said they don't see. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you try squirrel? I mean, everybody should try everything once.
Yeah. Well, see, for mountain,
you start tracing squirrels, when you really just need a hot dog. You know what? Here's what the problem. You take this, you catch the squirrel, you grind up the squirrel meat, and you put it in a what the hell that thing's called? Whatever intestine or whatever.
Yeah.
And you get yourself a squirrel hot dog. Again, not opposed to it because I've never had it.
I mean, here in the States, rural hunting, a lot of people like to still do squirrel. You go to some states, especially more down in the South, maybe up through here to maybe like West Virginia, kind of stuff like that and everything. People still hunt squirrel. It's part of their hunting stuff to do. So
sure.
And some
I've never had it.
Don't have enough money that squirrels, they survive on squirrel. So
yeah. I said I never tried it, and it's really hard for me to find something that I don't like. With the exception of liver. Liver is the one meat
I'm not
that
a liver person.
I have never. Like as a kid, I hated it. I've tried it several times in my adult years, probably not for the past 10 years, but every once in a while, I was like, I'm going to try it because our palates change over time. Like I said, I used to not be an IPA guy. I hated the bitterness. Now I seek that 100 IBU beer. But liver is just something I cannot. I cannot develop a taste for.
I wouldn't mind trying quail at some point. I've done duck, but I'd like to try quail at some point.
Yeah, quail would be okay.
Yeah.
Snorts, laugh. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you? What else we got here? Rabbit fur makes nice. Hey, Vanessa, if you want to make me a hat or some mittens, because I live in Canada and it's freaking cold up here in the winter, as you obviously probably know. Hopefully you never get to experience it. I'd be more than happy to rock your freaking mittens, and I'll do an outdoor beer review with a hat and mittens and be like, hey, this came from Vanessa Kitty, guys. She worked her ass off killing these. I would do a whole thing. Absolutely. I absolutely would. Retired United States Air Force inspector. Tasty stuff. Yeah. For sure. Absolutely. City Boys is cute. I'm assuming she's talking about me. I got it. It's funny. If you watch the video that I dropped today, I think I did a little thing. I was like a little ego, kind of like, hey, I'm doing, and which I normally don't do. I'm a pretty humble kind of guy. It was just one of those kind of things. Squirrels, doves, rabbits, geese, ducks, quail. Is that ptarmigan?
Ptarmigan and pheasant. I wouldn't mind trying pheasant. That's another one I haven't had. I haven't had doves either. Okay. Yeah, or geese.
Yeah, for sure. Tripe. Hey, you know what? If you want to come up here, Vanessa, and kill all these goddamn stupid cobra freaking birds that we got up here, Canadian geese, they're so mean. They are so
I've seen geese chase people around on a golf course before they got the ball was an egg.
They are mean, dude. Like seriously, like Canadian geese makes up 50% of the Canadian Air Force because they're just mean and they'll just come and attack you. Tripe soup, I'm good with that. I will eat anything that you throw in front of me. Fur gauntlet mittens have been made before. Yeah, whatever. I'll take whatever. Come scrolling. Okay. I know how to set some snares. Whether they're in the right spots, I don't know. But I am kind of. I don't want to say. I know a lot of bushcraft stuff. I've only applied some of it, but I do have a lot of knowledge in my head. So if I had to go out in the woods and survive and try to catch squirrels and stuff like that, I think I'd be okay for a few weeks. But other than that, ptarmigan. Is it ptarmigan or ptarmigan?
Ptarmigan.
Ptarmigan.
Oh, it's a good thing. I think it might be ptarmigan.
It could
be ptarmigan spelled like gin, so it sounds like gin to drink.
Yeah, well, it's got the P, and that's I did a video of that a while ago. I'm like, why can you not hear pterodactyls go to the bathroom? Because the P is silent. Anyway,
wow.
Yeah, that was I did a whole episode. It was I need to go back and do some Wild Wednesday. I used to do a Wild Wednesday every once in a while.
Yeah,
it wasn't anything beer related. Sometimes it was like for that particular one, it was dad jokes, and it was just like, you know, the P is silent on pterodactyl, and that's why, you know, it was just something stupid. Pterodactyl in Alaska, the craziest, dumbest bird ever to hunt. Well, that should make it pretty easy to get them, shouldn't it?
I've had ostrich before. Ostrich is good.
But you wouldn't want to just walk up and grab an ostrich because I don't know how they killed it. If they kick you, they can kill you.
Yeah, it was an ostrich burger I had. It was like when I was in Atlanta, Georgia. Ted Turner's one of his restaurants. They had ostrich burger. I said I'd never had it. I'm gonna give it a try. It was pretty good. Yeah, I don't know how to take it down.
Because I think an ostrich, if I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure if an ostrich kicked you, it's kind of like a horse kicking you. Like it could fucking kill you if they hit you, probably. You know, just right in the chest, right?
Kind of like kangaroos, probably too, right? We should ask that what Sam was on here earlier. Kangaroo kick, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with those either.
Yeah,
those are friggin' just brutal. I've had a squirrel kick my butt on the roof. Well, yeah, it's better just to let them go.
One of the worst things I had is we had our old house in Kentucky. We had squirrels get in the attic. You never want to get squirrels in the house because it was just like trying to get them out. Because once they get in the house, they start pretty much taking it over. They try to get in the house. Usually when they're going to like have babies or something like that, everything. So you got to act really quick ones. We had to have a guy come out and actually trap them to kill them and go and get them and all that kind of stuff. But it was just like, you think, well, if they would be the attic, we're never in the attic. Can we get away with it? Like, no, because if they get in the walls and they die, start smelling up the house, they were saying all this kind of stuff. And it was just like, that was just a pain to kind of deal with. But if you ever get squirrels that get in the house, just get them out quick as you can.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Just cause havoc, right?
Yeah.
So
we had a woodpecker too.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts Rod J, on beef tongue tacos?
I don't ever eat anything that can lick me back.
And I was going to say the exact same thing. I swear to God. I don't want to taste anything. I've never had beef tongue. Not that I'm opposed to trying it, but it's just weird that something can taste you back, right?
But I will tell you night, Josh. Yeah.
Have a good night, Josh. Good to see you, buddy.
The best taco, which I'm surprised that I didn't find out to about 3 or 4 years ago, pork belly tacos. I always had the beef tacos, chicken taco, steak taco. No, there is no better taco than a pork belly taco. The saltiness and the meat and the way it, yeah. If you never had a pork belly taco, try it. I'm just saying, get out there and try it. They are so tasty.
I have not, but that sounds freaking fantastic.
I mean, pretty much it's, it's a fattier type bacon type feel to it, which we know bacon
Right.
can. I know there's a little bit of a favoritism towards it. So
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
I feel that there myself. So, but no, a pork belly taco, and some of them they'll do the ones with the coleslaw type toppings on it. Oh my God. Just like first time I've been into it, I was like, where have you been my whole life? I've been messing around with beef and chicken, and you've been out here all this time. I never had you. So
Right.
whenever I see pork belly tacos on a menu or at a restaurant, that's automatically what I get.
For sure. That sounds
Yeah.
awesome. What's Vanessa got here? In Alaska, we hunted and fished in an abandoned coal mine. There was raw sulfur veins bubbling and burning coming out of the ground. Yes, fire. Yeah. Why not? I mean,
yeah.
you get that burning up really good. That's for sure. Ran at me like a ladder and bounced off 40 times before the first run. I was on the run. Yeah. Goddamn squirrels. You can't
Yeah.
trust those little bastards. But I'm
Yeah.
sure they're really tasty. What else we got here? Ostrich emus are danged. I've never had
Emus.
either one.
Yeah.
Now I heard ostrich eggs are actually pretty good. Like for
I've heard they're pretty
Is it-
good too. Yeah. They're
yeah,
huge.
I've never had one.
Yeah.
Seriously, Vanessa, I need to come and camp out in your freaking backyard. And not necessarily to have
You're
you
not-
cook for me.
You're not
but-
really that far because she's in Connecticut. So you're not really too far away to go down.
No, it's really not that far. And I mean, she doesn't necessarily need to cook for me, but she needs if we had this stuff and she said, hey, here's how you cook it, do it,
Yeah.
big guy. You know,
Yeah.
'cause I
But
would
we
love
always
to try
joke.
some of the stuff.
We always joke if things ever go bad and it's kind of like we're in a Red Dawn type situation. Pretty much everybody that follows me knows head to Vanessa's place.
Head to Vanessa's house. That's right.
We've appointed Vanessa already as a leader, and she's aware of this. So it's kind of like everybody
For
just
sure.
however you can get there, get to Vanessa's compound, and we'll set it up from there. So
For sure. Okay. I'm going to run here for 30 seconds, Rod J. So I'm going to give this whole channel to you. Talk about
I
what
would
I-
never. I
Get
never
back
know
in
what
this
to do. I'm new at this. What do I do on here? This is all new to me. So hey, what's going on, folks? So actually, right now, I'm drinking one. I actually drank this on my channel last night. I have another one of these. The Terrapin Depth Perception Imperial Double IPA, 9.1% ABV. Ended up grabbing a couple of these. They are out of Georgia, down where our friend Brian the Beer Snob and Blue Ice and also John Pierre are located. Nice malty. There you got the color. Got the nice color to it, that smoothness to it. You look at a double IPA and Imperial IPA, you get a little bit more of an ABV hit because you raise up the malts to get more of the ABV. So 9.1. If you're an IPA fan and you're worried about the bitterness, get a double IPA because that will not be as bitter and it'll be a little bit more smoother. Is it good, Vanessa? It's pretty solid. I enjoy it. It's pretty decent. I think I put this on Untapped. Maybe it's a 3.75, but I do have a video on it on the channel as well where I've reviewed this beer. So Terrapin and their Depth Perception Imperial IPA. I think I did okay. I don't know. I'm new at this. I don't know. I think I did all right, Shane.
You did good, buddy. It doesn't matter. I think. Sorry, was that depth perception from?
Depth, DEPTH.
I think.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I've had that one from Terrapin.
Yeah, 9.1.
I think I've had that one. I think I reviewed that one.
Malty. It's got the nice sweetness to it, kind of a little bit of a undercoated of a sweetness, kind of similar to a caramelly type feel. You know, these double IPAs, they give you a little bit more because of the grain bill being higher. to get the ABV up, so you're getting a little bit more of a smoothness on there. But it's a decent enough one that if you're looking for double IPA for a little bit of a kick, you can enjoy this. So 19.2 ounce can. Make sure you drink responsibly and know your tolerance if you do enjoy this, by the way, just because they can sneak up on you. So yeah, I dig this one.
I think I've even reviewed that one. I think maybe Dave from Dave's TV sent me up one a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because
he would get distribution in Florida from them since they're in Georgia. So
yeah, for sure. Like I said, the name sounds familiar and the can looks familiar. I'm pretty sure it might have been like a year or so ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I reviewed that beer and I think it was pretty good if I remember correctly.
Yeah, both Blue and Brian would get this in their from their state, so they would both have it in their territory.
Oh, I might have got it from Brian too. I honestly don't remember. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that sounds so familiar to me.
Yeah.
I think I've had
it's pretty popular now. I mean, it's all over the place pretty much, but
yeah, like I said, it's very rare that I would recognize a name like that, and I think I've had it.
Now, I will say, if you are out there and you do get Bell's distribution, I don't know if you get Bell's up there, Shane.
Like a Two Hearted Ale? Stuff like that?
Yeah.
I usually have to go across the border to like Buffalo or Niagara Falls, New York.
A few weeks ago, they came out with their double Two Hearted Ale, which is their imperial version of it. If you can get it, get it. That is really good. So
nice.
Just put that out there.
Well, I actually have to go to the States in the next week or two. I have just on the side of the bar here, I have a bunch of beers that I need to send to Dave again. So I usually just jump across the border and send them from the States because it's way cheaper than sending them.
It makes much
it's like like 5 miles away.
Yeah,
it costs me twice as much to send it here as it does to jump across the border and send it from there.
I would definitely do the same. You know, one thing we didn't talk about earlier, which you should talk about with all the guys here. Next Friday, because we have Thanksgiving on Thursday, but next Friday is our Black Friday, right? And where everybody does all the shopping stuff. I don't know if you guys really have that. You have that in Canada as well, like where everything is discount. Well, I guess you get if you're on Amazon or something like that, you're seeing discounts. But here in the States,
we do have. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I say here in the States, all the big stout releases will be coming out. So I don't know if you're seeing that there too. You know, you got your Bourbon County, you got your Epic Big Bad Baptist, you got all the ones that are dropping like their Imperial stuff for Black Friday. So I didn't know if you guys get that up there, or if you're looking for certain things when they do drop. Are you planning to look for some of the Bourbon County next week? Are you looking to try to pick up stuff? And kind of you're going to be out there on the hunt.
Right. I don't think we have like as far as like liquor goes or beer or anything like that. I don't think that we have that up here. We do have a bit of a Black Friday up here. A lot of it, especially like the big box stores like, Walmart and Rona and places like that. They try to, but it's not anywhere close to what you guys have down there in the States. My wife used to go down to Black Friday, every year. She doesn't so much. I don't remember if she went last year or not. Just to get like some deals on whatever, but it's a lot of the stuff is like stuff we don't need. Like the big screen TVs are on sale for, from $1,000 down to $100. Well, I've already got a TV. I don't need another one.
Right.
Occasionally we can, if we need a new computer, which I desperately need a new laptop. So maybe I'll send it out.
That could be a good deal. Yeah.
Right. Maybe I'll send it out. But yeah, Canada tries to do a Black Friday, but it is not nearly as good a deals as you guys get down there. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
No. I was gonna say, just know if you go to the States, if you do it next Friday,
right?
If you have some state stores you usually go to for alcohol on the New York side, that's where you're gonna see a lot of the big stouts getting dropped. If you're looking to pick up some stuff, so if you got some favorite stores, next Friday's when you want to pop in to see what they may have, because they'll be flying off the shelves by the weekend.
Right. I've never. Yeah, I've never gone Black Friday shopping ever.
Yeah.
Because you watch a couple of YouTube videos and it kind of turns you off of wanting to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I usually just pop into stores in the afternoon because I work that morning, And if I find stuff, I just find stuff. But just as a thing, if you're in that area, you pop into a few stores, you might find some good deals and good surprises. Because I'm not a person, I never wait in line for beer. I don't go up for the whole big rush type thing. I'm like, hey, you know, I'm here. It's Black Friday. Let's see what they might got in the store if I'm driving around town or something like that. And then I go in, and it's like, oh, they have this or they have that type thing. So,
well, my big thing for going forward, but into 2024, is to obtain a bottle of Sam Adams Utopias. Now, I'm probably not going to get that on sale. Yeah, I know. But because we obviously can't buy it up here. I have to go down to the States somewhere and try and find it. Because like I said, this year I went to Vermont. I tried the Heady Topper, the Focal Banger. That was like my big beer goal for this year. Next year it's Utopias.
Yeah.
And once but I honestly, I don't even know if I want to find a Utopias, because once you get a Utopias and you've had, you know, the Focal Banger, the Heady Topper, all these super, super high rated beers, like, where do I go from there?
It's like the coyote. It's like the coyote catching a roadrunner at that point.
Yeah, like I don't want to have that end. I enjoy the chase of getting some of these beers, right? So,
but the funny thing about the Utopia, so one time, and it's only been one time, I actually came across the opportunity to buy the Utopia. And the funniest thing was, it wasn't like anything you would think. Like, it wasn't like at a Total Wine. It wasn't at some major liquor store. It was a gas station beer store that had beer they sold inside of it. And I went in there and I saw it, and I was like looking at it, and I was like, what is that? And they're like, oh, that's the Sam Adams Utopias. And it was like, I think at the time, like $225 or whatever for it, but everything. Right. And I'm debating in my mind, do I get it? Do I not get it? Because it's like one in a lifetime thing. I feel like it's overpriced, but it is the only time you're going to probably do something like that. And I did end up getting it, but it's just funny because of all the spots I would expect to find it, I would have not expected to find it in a gas station beer store. But there it was. So
for sure.
Yeah.
And while we're talking about that, I'm just going to throw this out there. If anybody that's watching this right now, including you, Rod J, if you happen to come across a bottle of Utopias and it is $300 US or cheaper, pick it up for me. I will pay you for it. I will pay for the shipping up here, because I can't find it up here. So if if anybody can find it for $300 US or less, because I don't want to pay $400 like TK did last year, pick it up and I will send you down the freaking money. I swear to God.
Yeah, I can.
All right, let me catch up on a whole bunch of comments here. Vanessa saying a squirrel was sleeping in the driveway when I came home a couple of days ago in its hindquarters. God damn! Did you? I hope you killed it and just ate it, because I mean, bastards.
It's a squatter.
Those tacos in Texas. Yeah, exactly. Right. Texas tacos, fantastic. I went to a place in Texas called when I was down there. Oh God, 10 years ago. Because I went down to Dallas, Texas 10 years ago, almost to the day, getting very close, for JFK's 50th anniversary of his assassination.
Oh, yeah.
Because not a lot of people know I'm a big JFK conspiracy buff guy. I really enjoy that story. So I went down there for the 50th anniversary of his assassination, and it was just really cool being down there. And the one place we went down to eat was, I think it was called Sunny Byron's or Sunny Brian's. And it was one of these places that had been on like diners, drive-thrus, and dives. Or one of those, yeah, really fantastic food. It was really, really good. Really enjoyed it.
I have to remember my in-laws are in Dallas. I have to remember that when I'm down there.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's called Sunny Byron's or Sunny Brian's. I think it's Sunny Byron's, but don't hold me on it. Like I said, it was 10 years ago. It's kind of cool because the seating is all like old school, like school desks. So it's like you're in school. You're sitting at like a little desk with the table with the chair. It was super cool.
I don't know if I can fit in my old school desk now.
Yeah, it was just a different kind of like retro vibe, because you're sitting there and you're like, oh my God, I remember sitting here eating, lunch when I was in like grade 2, or grade 3, whatever, right? Super cool. Smoke the pork bellies in the smoker, then chop up into. Oh my god! I swear to God, Vanessa. Like maybe I shouldn't go down to Vanessa's house and camp in her backyard because I swear to God, I'm going to marry this girl. Like if she can cook like
she's already married, so
I don't care.
Unless you go to Utah, get her to move to Utah.
Hey, Vanessa, are you into short, skinny, Canadian guys? I mean, I may not look like much, but hey, I have my
I take that back. She actually just went to divorce, I think. So yeah. About it. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Okay, let's just skip over that topic then, because I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
Easiest fire stick in the sulfur. Yeah, of course. That'd be freaking fantastic. Ostriches would be quite fierce. Emus, like ostriches are they're mean. Kind of like Canadian geese. They're just freaking mean birds.
Emus look nice on the Liberty Mutual commercial, but they're really not.
Yeah, of course, right?
Yeah,
of course. They're pretty kind of like swans. Swans are very beautiful. They're beautiful birds, but like don't get near one because they will frick you up pretty bad. I'm just saying. Emu meat is dark red, purple color. Wow, I did not know that. I've never had emu meat or anything like that. Sister-in-law is just up at Niagara Falls, Canada. Well, God damn it. Tell them to get a hold of me. I will give them a tour. I will show them all the sites in Niagara Falls. I will tell them not to go to the casino, which is where I work, because that place is just a freaking hellhole and you're just going to lose all your money.
That would be cool if you got Vanessa up there. Like I said, she's in Connecticut. That'd be kind of cool if she came up to the get
for
together.
Sure. Hey, and Vanessa, I tell this to everybody. If you guys can make it up next July, you're more than welcome. I've invited last week. I invited Bourbon Bounty, who is a bourbon / whiskey guy, to come up. I'm not too picky. Like, if you're a beer enthusiast of any kind, you're more than welcome to come up to the 2024 Beer Reviewers Get Together.
Yeah, and Vanessa knows Jody as well, so.
Oh, okay, perfect then. That works out good. Look at her. Wood-fired oven is, see, she's got all this stuff. She's got a wood-fired oven. She's got a smoker. Like, I seriously, honestly, now that I think about it, Vanessa, I can't come to your house because I would never leave. And you don't want that. I would never, ever leave.
We can't get him to go.
Yeah. Vanessa saying, good to see you, Rod. Like I said, this is how far behind I am. Always. She's just now saying, good to see you, Rod. Is it good, Rod? Yeah. Rod.
Yeah, she was asking about the beer. She was asking about the beer earlier. Yeah.
Oh, yes, for sure. Like I said, that's how far behind I am. I like the Nitro Show. I'm showing the relatives the pour hard method. Yeah. Pour your damn beers. And it's funny because I was never a hard pourer until I went down to the Beer Reviewer Get Together last year in Atlanta, and I was talking to Brian. And once I started doing, because it seems awkward because like when you go to any place, I mean they always have this with the tap or whatever. And it wasn't until Brian said, just try it on a couple different beers. And once I tried it on a couple different beers, I was sold.
Yeah.
I love the hard pour. And it's not for everybody. And there's an argument for both ways. I get it.
Yeah. Well, what Vanessa's talking about is when I had Left Hand on and we were doing the hard pour for the nitro. Because the nitros are in the bottle. So you would have poured those straight down the middle. I know what you're talking about too, because there's one belief to pour it just straight down, let it settle, and you pour it back in. The problem that you had, like when you tilted the glass, like people would tilt it that way, but technically it should be a 45 degree. And then when it gets almost halfway, you straighten it out and then you pour down the middle as well. And some people will ride it all the way up here where they should be riding as far as they go too. Right. That's why that method gets thrown off as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because you want that thick head on your beer.
Want the head. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. You want that head. So that's, like I said, you said, guys do this and it's the whole way until the very end. And then, their head is like, this thick. Like that's doing nothing for you.
Right.
Which is why I like to hard pour it and get all that aroma because aroma is like 70% of your tasting, I think, or somewhere around that area.
It's your first impact for sure, and plus you're not bloated when you do it and get the gases and stuff out. So
exactly,
and then you can drink more.
Exactly, and for anybody who knows my weird medical condition that I have, carbonation is not really good for me. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I find that hard pouring, I actually get more flavor out of the beer. Now, I know Drew totally disagrees, but sorry, I shouldn't say he disagrees. Drew from Beer for Breakfast, Facts for Snacks, he likes carbonation. He's a carbonation guy. Like he wants that. He wants to, like when he has a sip, like a little sip, he wants to burp after a little sip because it's so carbonated. That's where he gets, and that's why he doesn't hard pour. He loves the carbonation. Whereas me, I like the aroma and the flavor of a hard pour. And neither one of them is wrong. Yeah. Really. It's a personal preference, right? Which is why, like I said, guys like me and Brian and Wayne from Bucks County Beer Reviews, we hard pour, and Dave from Dave's TV. I'm not going to give you crap for not hard pouring, and I don't expect you to give me crap for hard pouring. That's just what we do, and there's a reason we all do it. As long as we enjoy the beer, who the hell cares how it gets in the glass? Really?
Yeah. Well, the problem is some people that work at some of the bar places don't get trained on how to pour beers. That's a whole different topic for me. I won't get on that soapbox. That's
when I
get it delivered, it's just like, really? Yeah.
Ooh, Vanessa is making 36 apple dumplings Monday. 6 per pan. Now this is the one thing that I'm not fussy on, Vanessa. I will eat an apple. If you give me an apple, I will eat it. No problem. You put that into an apple pie, and I suddenly do not like it. It's not because it's the cooked. I have a problem with cooked fruit. It's the texture of the cooked, and I really honestly don't think I'm a texture guy, but when it comes to cooked fruit, I don't like cooked fruit. I don't.
That's not delivery. It's like you're mentioning coconut and candy bar. I literally coconut and beer is the only way I can kind of take it. I can't take coconut and anything else, it seems. So,
dude, I'm going to send you down some Nanaimo bars somehow. Like those Nanaimo bars.
I tried. What was it? Almond Joy, whatever. I tried one time when I was a kid, and it was like, oh, this is terrible. Like, and like the little coconut cakes you would get back in the day, like coconut.
Right.
Oh, yeah. It's like it's all in your tongue, and it's just like I can't mess with this. Yeah.
Well, see, the good thing about the Nanaimo bar that we were talking about earlier is there's the different layers. Like you get like I said, the base is like coconut and chocolate, and then the middle layer is just heaven, and then a chocolate layer on top. I don't know if you necessarily taste the coconut or notice that texture because the middle layer is usually pretty creamy.
Okay.
So I don't know if you'd actually notice that coconut texture in it. But yeah, I'll have to get you some for sure. They're fantastic. And hey, if you come up in July, I will have some because Nanaimo pies are like it's like a Canadian staple, right? That with maple syrup.
It's got to be better than a Malort.
No, any freaking licking the bottom of my feet tastes better than freaking Malort. Let me tell you, and that's pretty freaking gross. Let me tell you. I'm just saying. Oh, it's Mountain Moon saying here. I have 19 chickens and a goat, like the kick of an ostrich, the attitude of 19 mad chickens. I have the power of an ostrich, pelvic headbutt. Yeah. God,
definitely a little farm there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, great. I mean, hey, free food, right? Really.
6.
I still have the freezer built in 2 summers to hold 6. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll wait 2 more summers because if it's going to take you 2 summers to build that, I'm going to wait 2 summers. Then I'll come down and visit. And I'm just going to sit and drink like hell. I win giggles, of course. There better be some maple stouts coming up in March next year. I didn't find it this past year. I don't need to tell you, Vanessa. I don't need to tell anybody else that's on my channel, especially Rod J. I love maple. Whether
maybe
it's
a little
stout. Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love maple. I do have maple cast rums though. Fantastic. I love maple in anything.
Yeah,
and I'm not.
One beer I was going to say
good,
for
yep.
Vanessa, and actually you might get it trickling over. Von Trapp Brewing out of Vermont. They have their maple style Rouse beer they put out each year, I guess. That one was fantastic. So I would definitely recommend if you happen to see their stove style maple Rouse to pick it up because it is so tasty. I got to kick myself for only getting a 1 4-pack when I got it.
Oh, of course. It's actually funny. I went to Von Trapp when I was in Vermont, and I don't remember seeing a maple beer on. I think I had their. It was a German. There was some kind of German beer. I think it was maybe a Helles lager or something, and then I also had maybe a Pilsner or something. Because obviously, if there was a maple beer on the menu, I would have ordered it. Obviously,
without a doubt.
Yeah, but Von Trapp, they got some good beers there too.
Yeah.
They got some fantastic and great brewery. Like I love the because it's just like a big log cabin basically is what it is. It's beautiful place. And there's a disc golf course right at the brewery.
Oh, there you go.
For anybody who but the day that the whole weekend that we were there, it rained like the whole freaking weekend.
Oh, so you couldn't do anything there. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've been playing disc golf for maybe 7 or 8 years. I love the sport. And it was just raining. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to go play in the rain anymore. I'm maybe if I was 20, I would go do it, but I'm getting old now. I can't do that anymore. That's for sure. Just can't do it anymore. I was going to say, Kmart Blue Light Special in this. Yeah. I
remember those.
See, now this is the thing. We're all showing our age because we all remember the Kmart Blue Light Specials.
Yeah. Yeah, the light go on and people go running over to see what it was. Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah, it was crazy for sure. Actually, I used to work at Kmart back in the day, but it's another different story for a different day. I will look here for Utopias. One store had them after New Year's. Seriously, Vanessa, if you can find it for $300 US or less, pick me up a bottle. I will e-transfer you or PayPal or whatever the hell you need because I cannot get it up here, and that is my one beer goal for the next year. I would like to try Utopias. Moonshines are next then. Oh, okay. I've actually had some. My one friend Marty. I don't know if you know him. He was on a couple of videos a while ago. He is big into moonshines. He went to this one place and I cannot remember the name of it for the life of me. But they do like a lot of the flavored moonshines. Like he did. There was like an apple pie moonshine.
Old Smoky in Gatlinburg.
No, it was someplace up here, I think. Someplace up here in Canada, but I'm not sure. I can't remember the name of it, but there was like an apple pie moonshine. There was a like a blueberry moonshine, and there was a couple different ones that and they were amazing. I'm like, oh my God, these are great.
Yeah.
Like I would just sit there and pound these back like crazy. They were so good.
That's what can happen with moonshine.
I don't have to wait in line. Yeah, moonshine's great. I don't mind it at all. Yeah. I don't have to wait in line for beer either. They bring it out here. Well, hey, if you can get them to bring beer out to you, that's better than staying in line for sure.
We get it here too. No, they deliver to us too. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I must get it to Pennsylvania for some moonshine at a place. Yeah, moonshine's not bad. I don't mind it at all. Sat and watched the squirrel wake up and realized I was watching. Well, yeah, they can get kind of paranoid every once in a while, I guess. Damn it, I just lost my thing. There it is. Boop. Everybody at the FBI office. There where he was killed in Dallas. I got called out office. No, yeah, I didn't go to the FBI office, but I went to pretty much every other place. Like I went obviously I was in Dealey Plaza. I went to the school book depository, did that. They have a tour at the school book depository, which was I'm trying to do this so objectively without pissing people off. It was interesting.
Good luck.
It was worth the money for the tour just to see like the history and stuff. But everything was fucking wrong. But whatever. And it's funny because the guy that is the curator for the 6th floor museum, which is where they have the museum for all the Kennedy stuff.
Right.
He used to be at one time. He used to be one of these guys that was like, oh no, Oswald didn't kill Kennedy. It was a conspiracy and blah 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 blah. Well, the 6th floor, museum, whatever that company is, they said, hey man, if you come and run our museum, we'll pay you, $200,000, whatever the hell his paycheck is, if you say that Oswald killed him. So he's like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. So he kind of switched teams for the money.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's just dirty. To me, that was dirty. And again, like I said, it's because everything got so screwed up with the JFK thing. Nobody will ever know what happened.
No,
because everything it was so messed up and there was so much stuff. Nobody will ever know what, no matter how much you research it and how in depth you go and who you talk to, and most of them are dead now anyway, honestly.
Yeah.
You'll never find out what really happened. And
so do you think there was more than one shooter?
There was more than one shooter. I just want to go on record and say this is my personal opinion from the research I have done. There was more than one shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Oswald wasn't one of them.
You think Oswald was just a patsy? But
yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And
I think there was more than one myself, but I was just curious.
If you want to know who the guy is that, and again, personal opinion, guys, don't hate on me. Don't unsubscribe from my channel. It's just a personal opinion from the research I've done. If you want to know who actually killed Kennedy, it is a guy named James Files. Go look him up. Okay. That's the guy who did the fatal headshot. Do
you think Ruby was a part of it? Like Ruby took out Oswald so he couldn't say he didn't do it, kind of thing? You think that was kind of like
Ruby was he was definitely involved for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Why else would he kill him?
But that was the thing too. It's kind of like to silence him so he couldn't say anything as far as being That's what I mean. I'm just asking again, personal thing, just asking the question because I have questions about it myself.
Yeah, exactly. And it's I would love somebody to come up to me with hard, concrete evidence and say, "No, you're wrong. This is why." But nobody has ever been able to do that.
Yeah,
kind of like that MH370. Remember that plane that disappeared a few years ago in Malaysia? MH370.
Yes.
It just
disappeared. Just disappeared. Yeah, to find
it. Here's my theory on that, and it's an oddball theory. It's an oddball theory, but nobody's been able to prove me wrong yet. So what happened to that plane is some government, I'm not quite sure which one, commandeered that plane and landed it somewhere, and took all the people that were on that plane and used them for scientific experiments.
Oh, well, that's different. Okay.
Right, like for whatever, like whether it be like war related, like nerve agents or something, or for cybernetics, because these people they need people that are expendable for these experiments because they're going to die, or most of them will die.
Yeah,
I think that's what happened, and nobody can prove me wrong.
I feel like we're going to end up at some point being a World Trade Center building number 7. How did it fall? No, that's a whole different show. Like that was even
exactly. Exactly. So Vanessa's saying divorce, yes, should be done in January.
Yeah.
I'll be down there in February, sweetheart. I'll come to you in February. And you can cook me something tasty.
That's funny.
Oh my God, it's like watching my little brother flirting with a girl. You're talking about me, right? You're talking about me? Yeah, I get it. I honestly don't. I have absolutely no idea what Vanessa looks like, but I can tell that I would really.
She'll tell you she's 6'7".
Cool.
She's 6'7" in stilettos, by the way.
Oh, she's huge. Yeah, she's absolutely huge. I'm 5'6". Like she'd be like I'd be like, and she'd be boob height, right? Because she's up here, she'd be boob height. I'm sorry, Vanessa. I don't mean that's rude. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. That's rude. Wasn't that? Hey, Shane's an asshole. I'm not coming on his lives anymore.
Oh God.
I need umu and ostrich eggs to make eggnog. Oh my God. Okay, so there's one thing, Vanessa, when I come up and visit and I pitch my tent in your backyard, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I would love
I'm
that.
not an eggnog fan. I'm not an eggnog fan. I can't, both of my boys love eggnog. I can't get into it for some reason.
I was never as huge into it, and I tried the Evan Williams one a few years ago, and I'm actually surprised. I actually did like it with the Evan Williams eggnog. So I haven't bought it for a couple of seasons.
Eggnog is one of those things. Again, it's like I don't hate it. I just don't like it. So if I come over to your house, Rod J, and you're like, "Hey, here's some rum and eggnog," yeah, I'm going to drink it. I'm not going to be rude because it's not terrible, but I'm not going to be like, "Hey, can I have another one?" I'm not going to be that guy. That's for sure.
Yeah. It's like choosing a beer on tap at Applebee's. Like, none of them are going to really be big contenders, but you're going to go with the best option available.
Right, exactly.
You're like, I'm at Applebee's. What do you want from me?
Yeah, exactly. For sure.
Give me the PBR.
Yeah. Just give me whatever. Who cares, right? Oh my God. So Vanessa apparently makes her pasta with duck eggs.
Yeah.
Is there a difference with the duck eggs as opposed to like a chicken? I don't know.
I think there's a difference in the thickness and the taste, the texture of it. She makes duck eggs sound really good though.
Oh, I would love to try some.
Yeah.
I used to drive up to Montreal each year for their jazz fest. Yeah, they got a great jazz festival in Montreal. That's for sure. And of course you built the oven. Why wouldn't you? God, this woman does everything.
That's why things go bad. That's the house we go to. Yeah.
It's awesome. Over there. Feeling my Cuba. For sure. Taking a lot of coaches of lever at the moment and large coat mugs needed. Yeah, we talked about that. I think was it on Rod's live?
I think so.
Week?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that. She was making the leather coasters.
She had made Dragon's Milk holders before from leather. So yeah, she's a big Dragon's Milk. Dragon's Milk and Guinness World Extra Stout are her beers. Straight upside down.
Yeah, that's the way you should do it. That's how I pour all my. I don't. Like I said, you have obviously watched my channel, Vanessa. I always hard pour my beers. That Coke. I'm assuming that's supposed to say creamy head. Yeah.
With that nitrogen.
Creamy.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure.
Yeah, she said.
Diarrhea. Yeah, if you have that, Vanessa, I'm right in your ballpark. I have almost. I don't want to get into it right now, but my stuff is very, very similar to what you're experiencing. Yeah, and I sympathize with you because it is freaking awful. Now you just flirt talking. Yeah, that's what I do.
Macintosh apples.
I just want to taste Vanessa's wares. Take that as you want. Macintosh apples, yeah. Apple dumplings. 1 whole cord apple per dough wrap. Again, for me, it's a cooked fruit thing. I'm not personally really a big fan of the cooked fruit. I will eat raw fruit, no problem. Blueberries, strawberries, like I said, apples, no problem. Once you cook them, done. Roasted coconut in the smoke after grating. Oh yeah, okay. Now you got my attention. That's good. Chocolate eclairs and cream puffs filled with French vanilla cream too. Is there nothing that this woman does not make?
Not that I haven't found.
Like how is this woman getting divorced? Like seriously, I would stay just for the food. You can treat me like shit all day.
The food and the beer too.
I'm staying for the food and the beer. Yeah. Treat me like shit all you want. I'm staying for the food and the beer. I'm sorry. My source for cooking up maple syrup closed collection. My source for cooking up maple syrup closed collection. Oh, am I reading this wrong? Sorry, my source for cooking up maple syrup closed. Okay, that's clear. You know what? If you need more maple syrup, Vanessa, I will send you down some. Because here in Canada,
yeah, the person she was getting it from, they closed the shed there. Yeah,
that sucks. Because if you have to go without maple syrup, like you might as well just throw yourself off Niagara Falls. Like seriously,
Like, what do I even do?
Like,
what do I even do in the mornings now? What do I even do? I just wake up in the afternoon.
Yeah, right.
I have no maple syrup in the morning. Yeah.
no, I mean, we do it as country as you can get. If you want squirrel for breakfast, you taste it down and smack it off the driver like the rest of us.
That's funny, Moon.
I don't know if I mean, if I had to, I could.
Yeah.
But if you
That's
want to
like
make me up
roadkill
some
at
squirrel,
that
again,
point.
I've never tried it. Shadow maple breakfast stout out of Vermont. Yeah. You know, Vanessa, you said the magic word.
Now I got
Everybody knows what my magic word is. It's right there.
Shadow
maple.
maple.
Oh yeah, you laughing. Old 62. Yeah, I know. I know when your birthday is, Vanessa. I wrote it. Remember, I wrote it down here. Here it is right here. Look at that. I still have it. Vanessa's birthday, December 1st. I got it. I got you covered, girl. Don't worry. Don't think I'm going to forget. I wrote it down. I'm going to be doing a freaking special episode for you, whether you like it or not. It's coming out. I can drive up to the Niagara border for you if I do. Yeah. Hey, if you want to just drive up to the border, I can go on the other side of the border and meet you for sure. If you got, I'm sure we can go. There's probably some place around there, maybe a hotel or something that's got a microwave. We can reheat that squirrel and just have a good old time. I'd be good with that.
To get a room to make squirrel.
I just need the mic. I don't need a. Sorry, I probably worded that wrong. I don't need a hotel room. I need a microwave. If there's a microwave at a 7-Eleven, we can go there and we can just reheat the squirrel there. Sometimes my words get ahead of me before I think about, oh, that sounded pretty wrong, Shane. Fucking rewind, dude. Old Smoky Dill Pickle Moonshine. Have it with blue cheese stuffed bison burgers. You can thank me later. Oh my! Are you making that? Seriously, I'm gonna move in with this girl. I've never met this woman in my entire life, and I'm gonna move in with her. I wasn't
a huge fan of Old Smoky Dill Pickle. I know Vanessa tried to get me on that too, and I had it with the blue cheese stuffed bison burgers. It's just, I think it was the whole pickle moonshine that just threw me off. Now, Old Smoky, their other moonshines they have are pretty tasty. The apple pie, the cherry, because you get like the little cherry fruit in there. You eat the cherries all soaked in with the moonshine and stuff, but I couldn't get into the pickle moonshine.
It's funny. I see a lot of guys, especially down like the U.S., they're doing every once in a while they'll do like a pickle beer.
They're pretty popular.
I've never had a pickle beer. Now, yeah, I think Drew actually came across a couple, and I think he has one for me next time I go down there. But I've never had a pickle beer, and I'm not like a huge pickle fan. I like pickles; they're okay, but I would really love to try a pickle beer. FBI office called me to the office. Then for other matters, we don't. If it's the FBI, we don't want to know. Plausible deniability is what I think they call it, right?
Yeah.
I'm writing comment for you to read 10 minutes later. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
You know what I'm laughing at? I'm laughing because your stream. I'm laughing because your stream is not like my stream when you're trying to keep up with comments. I don't get to see other people do that as much sometimes, so I'm enjoying it.
I'm trying to keep up. So I beeped like a light up Christmas tree leaving the elevator. My right arm just had all the implants out.
Yeah.
I can't even remember what the hell that was we were talking about for that. That's how long ago that was.
We were talking about the health stuff, but Vanessa had like a lot of different operations too. So it's like she might be our first Terminator cyborg. I don't know. Yeah, but she's had some stuff put in her. So hey, she's beat a lot of stuff and she's kept it going. It's awesome to see. She's a fighter, awesome. And I'm glad she's here with us. Yeah,
for sure, she's awesome. I said I've never met her, but she's just an awesome person from what I've gathered from just the several live streams, like between mine and yours. Yeah, she's fantastic. I would love to meet this woman. She's probably just freaking fantastic. And I'd have to, hi Vanessa, how are you? You know.
Where did I put that?
I'm good with that.
Let me put that soapbox down for her.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I'd have to step on something for sure. Y'all are definitely entertaining. Chat too. Yeah, we try and be.
Appreciate it.
We're cool. Yeah, we're laughing. We're having a good time.
He told me he'd send me $1 if I did it, so I'm here for that. Here for the $1.
Here for the $1. There you go. There for the $1.
7 feet long. That's a good size. Yeah.
Yeah.
She rides a trike around. Sure. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Ooh.
French toast with eggnog as the dip, nutmeg added. I might be into that.
Yeah,
I do like French toast as long as you've got maple syrup on it. So I got to throw that in.
Well, you could dip it into the eggnog, right? So maybe the eggnog can replace the maple syrup.
Well,
I know that's a hard thing to believe about replacing maple. Yeah, there you go.
Maple syrup and eggnog. There we go. There's a new drink for you.
And then sprinkle the nutmeg on. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's good. I like nutmeg. Nutmeg's good.
Yeah.
Good. Duck egg yolks are darker orange with much larger than chicken egg. Yeah, for sure. And richer. And again, I've never had duck or I've never had anything outside of chicken eggs, to be honest. Maybe I'm just kind of spoiled or something. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I would like to try it. Like I said, I'm pretty open to. I'm pretty adventurous as far as food goes. Like if I see a food, especially if I'm in a foreign country, like if I'm down in the Dominican or Cuba or something like that, and they have a buffet and it's got something that's like, hey, this is pickled pig's feet in black bean curry. I don't know, something obscure. That's a bad example, but I will try it because I'm like, oh, I've never had this before.
Well, it's good to be adventurous, yeah. Although the funny thing is, when we go to Caribbean, I can never get myself to like they cook the whole fish on some of the dishes, and so the fish is like you're cutting the end of the fish, but like the head is on it and the tail's still on it. I can never get myself to actually try that fish. I'm not used to that. I like to get the fillet out of the fish, so I've never been able to force myself to like get part of that fish where the head and tail are still on it. It's something psychological there.
Right. See, now, when I was down in Cuba back in May, that's what they did. They did the whole fish and they grilled it on the barbecue kind of thing.
Yeah.
I loved it because I obviously don't eat the head. I'm not quite into the fish eyeballs or anything like that. Like some people are, and I'm sure they're good. I can't get around it.
Well, the funny thing is you put a pig on a spit, like at a barbecue, and I'll still eat from the pig. Like no matter if the pig head is on and kind of they're going around type thing.
Right.
It's something with the fish, though. It's just something with the fish that kind of blocks me. Like, I don't know why. It's just like, why is the head still on there? Like, cut the head off. Give me the fillet it up.
Can you cut the head off and just serve me the rest of it? Because I'm good with that. And, if you ask them to do that, they would probably do it for you. They would probably do it.
Some type of the
fish then they're just going to take that head. Yeah, they're just going to take that head and make it into a soup later anyway.
Probably. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Because they don't, especially in like...
They use all the parts of the food for stuff. So, yeah, they probably would do that.
Yeah, especially in like the Caribbean countries, especially like the poorer countries, like, Cuba, Dominican, stuff like that. Yeah. They want to use every little bit of food they get because it's...
Yeah.
If there was no rum and eggnog, would you still drink it? No.
Well, the one I had at Williams was actually whiskey, so it wasn't even rum. So, yeah.
I have a hard time drinking eggnog with rum in it. Never mind. Another can of bottle holders. Yeah, I'm all about that. Send me up some. My bad sea lighter sleeves with a grommet for a spit ring are coming out nicely. At least they're coming out nicely.
Nice.
Get working on them. My nervous system is dieting. My lower colon is already... Don't...
Oh, no.
Seriously, Vanessa, like... lower colon, this kid. Yeah, I know exactly what you're going through. I absolutely do, 100%. I can't. It's not even like I'm sympathizing with you. I understand, sister. No deep fried fruit pies then. For me, no. I don't know what it is. Like I said, I will eat blueberries. I will eat strawberries. I will eat apples. But once you cook them, I lose all interest. I don't know why. Like I said, I don't think I'm a texture guy because I don't think I am. But once you cook that fruit, I become a texture guy, I think a little. So I don't know.
But you eat a deep fried Twinkie.
I've never had a deep fried Twinkie. But I would be like deep fried Twinkie, deep fried Mars bar, any of those like I've never had one, but I would try it. for sure.
Yeah, deep fried Twinkie and deep fried Oreos. Yeah, they're always a popular at the fairs, Vegas, places around here. So yeah, next time you're back in the States, got to get you that.
And it's weird because I've seen stuff like they do like deep fried milk and deep fried Coke. Like, what the hell is that?
I've never seen that and everything.
We've had them up here. We've had them up here. We have our big like fair is in Toronto. It's called the CNE, Canadian National Exhibition, and they do all that like deep fried Coke, deep fried like the Mars bars, the Twinkies. They'll do like the hamburger or the cheeseburger on the Krispy Kreme donut.
I've had that. I need the whole thing, but we were at a festival and it was bourbon. It was beer, bacon, bourbon festival, which is like my favorite ever 3B words put together type thing. And we were there, for sure. And a couple women were like, "Oh, we got this burger," and the bun was 2 glazed donuts. And it was like done. And it was just like, I would never buy the whole thing. But they were like, "We don't want to eat the whole thing. Can you eat like a piece of it?" Because we will eat the other piece of it. And it's kind of like they were sharing it with everybody. And it was like, oh my God, it was so tasty. But that one little piece, like a quarter of it, I felt like probably like 800 calories that came out from that little bite. But my God, the way it stimulated everything is just like I could devour this thing. I mean, you have to carry me out of here, but easily just kill this thing.
And that's it. When you get like that you get like the savory, like the cheeseburger, and then you put like that sweet Krispy Kreme donut, like, and people wouldn't think of doing that, but somebody said, "Hey, why don't we do this?" And it's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about fair food. They're very innovative and crazy, and some of the stuff that you see.
Because everybody's drunk.
Well, yeah, that too.
Everybody's drunk.
Like I remember watching this one. There was one episode. There was a show. It was called. What the hell was it called? It was like Carnival Eats or something like that. Basically, it's a guy.
I remember that show. Like when
went to different carnivals.
Yeah,
went to different carnivals and tried the different stuff. And one of the ones that one of the episodes I watched, they did like I thought it was kind of lame. It was like a spaghetti ice cream. Mm-hmm. So they basically took some vanilla ice cream and put it through like this press. So it came out with like little strands. So it looked like spaghetti. So it looked like spaghetti on the plate, and then they topped it with like some strawberry jam. So it looked like, tomato sauce. I'm like, oh, that's kind of lame, But the one thing that I really liked is they did like a pogo dog, so like a corn dog for you guys. But instead of having like a hot dog, they did a big thing full of like lobster. So it was like a lobster corn dog, and it was huge. And then they had this lemon kind of, it was like a thick lemon mustard. It wasn't mustard
with lemon flavor.
It was like a lemon drizzle over top. Oh my God. I'm like, oh my God, I got to get that.
Yeah.
Probably expensive as hell, but it was one of those things.
Damn the calories. We're going in.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty.
You only live once. Yeah.
Exactly. And like I said, I'm one of those pretty adventurous guys where if I see something that I've never had before, and no matter how weird it sounds, I'm like, oh, I got to try that. Whether I like it or not, I'm going to, I want to try different things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd be all over that for sure.
Yeah.
So Vanessa saying here, we cooked up maple syrup each spring since the 80s. Oh, I see. How do I not marry this girl? Like, seriously. She makes her own maple syrup. She does all this stuff. I bet you quite a large variety of animals through the years. I'm sure you have. Like I said, I'm really keen to try out squirrel. Vermont Beer Maker Shadows Maple Stout. That's probably freaking fantastic. I mean, probably not as good as Canadian maple syrup, but that is the name, Rod.
Vermont Beer Makers.
Squirrel.
Oh, there it is. Shadows.
You got it? Yeah, get it on the list.
It's
Put
only
it on the shopping list.
7% ABV. Details of the beer say dark, robust, roasty, not rusty, and smooth. All the things you could want in a delicious stout. We've added a good portion of maple syrup from our friends at Viking Farms at Guilford, Vermont, to really set this beer over the top.
That sounds great. Like I said,
Yes,
and really, honestly, I always
ABV.
It's funny. I always say, Canadian maple syrup, but Vermont is like literally just below Canada. The trees are pretty much the same. I mean, honestly, but I always say, okay. So Vanessa, you say squirrel. I don't know what that word is.
Omelet.
Is this supposed to be omelet?
Breakfast, yeah, squirrel omelet. Yeah.
Okay.
In the morning.
I thought maybe it was something different than omelet. I was like, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Squirrel. I'm good. Is that what you're making me for breakfast when I'm camping out and you're bringing back there?
There you go. Speaking of Vanessa's point, just so you know, Vanessa, people are checking that beer right now on Untappd, so it must be out there somewhere. So, like 4 hours ago, I got friends that are checking this in on Untappd. Just giving you a shout out to let you know. Let the hunt begin.
What? The aged cheddar, she said. Mountain Moon. Shane's going to hate me forever. I bugged him on date night with his chosen.
Oh, because you and Vanessa flirting.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, shit, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I'm going to get a beer while you're doing that.
Yeah, you go right ahead. I'm going to go through these really quick, unless there's one that pertains to you. Cherry blackberry stuffed moonshine. My blackberries are picking stuff in the moon. Oh, that would be fantastic. I don't mind like the nice like flavored moonshines. They tend to be really good. Like I said, I've tried a couple of them. My right arm, elbow, and forearm are mostly titanium today. That's okay. You're like the bionic woman.
Yeah,
I would love to go and say, "Hey,
I love that show.
Hey, I started dating this new girl. She's the bionic woman. I'm dating the bionic woman." Here we go. Here, have a beard, love.
Would that make you the fall guy?
Right. What's that?
That would make you the fall guy. Because that was the fall guy dated the bionic woman back in the day. Lee Majors dated the chick that played the bionic woman.
That's right too.
Yeah.
Too.
I mean, the Fall Guy was the later series when it's after the $6 Million Man, but
Right, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
My mom looked
up. We are aging.
Says,
we are aging ourselves.
We're old, Rod. That's all there is to it. My mom looks up like that and always asks, "How's the weather up there?" Yeah, that's. Do you get annoyed by that, Vanessa? I know because I know like taller people say, "Hey, how's the weather up there?" And it's the same thing with me because I'm a short guy. Like I said, I'm like 5'6". People always go, "Hey, how's the weather down there?" I've learned to just ignore it over time. I don't know if it actually bothers you or not. Let me know. French ghost. God, I can't even read. French toast gets into custard texture with that eggnog dip. I'm good with that. I love French toast. French toast is. I don't actually have it very often, sadly enough. But I do enjoy it when I do get to have it.
Mix it up.
I drink non-alcoholic eggnog all the time. You do.
I've actually got non-alcoholic beer. I'll be doing reviews on here in a bit.
I've done a couple, and literally when I say a couple, I mean I think I've done like 3 or 4 non-alcoholic beers. Yeah. I have not found one that I like.
Well, on the 29th, the Wednesday after this, next coming Wednesday, I'm going to have one of the founders off from Go Brewing, which actually wasn't too far where you were in Chicago, from Naperville, Illinois. They sent me some of their non-alcoholic beers, and a couple of people have told me they really enjoyed them from other people that I know. So I'm going to be doing some reviews and having them on to talk about the non-alcoholic market. So that'll be Wednesday the 29th if you're around.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I've still yet to find, up here, obviously, anyway, I can't find a non-alcoholic beer. Not that I necessarily agree with non-alcoholic beers, but I'm privy to try them. But I haven't found one that I liked yet. They're just to me, most of them taste like carbonated water that has had some hops steeped in them for a little while.
Yeah. Well, what they sent me is there's a sour, there's a double IPA, there's a regular IPA. There's a Pilsner. It's a variety pack of 6 different things. I'm interested. I'm intrigued because it's not like my days. Like the last non-alcoholic I've done was like the Lagunitas INPA, I think it was. which was not all that fantastic of a non-alcoholic. But from our age, growing up back in the day when we kind of saw old duels and all this other stuff out there, the market has definitely shifted, right? So I'm kind of interested to see how these mock ones are coming up versus like craft beer. So,
well, that's kind of interesting that they send you like I said, the variety pack, like the IPA, the sour, the Pilsner, different styles, but all non-alcoholic. So that'd be. I'm keen to watch those. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, if you watch on my channel, I have an unboxing that I put up already last week on the videos themselves of the beers they sent. So you can kind of see the ones I've had, and then we'll have the founder on, one of the founders on, like I said, the Wednesday after this coming Wednesday, and we'll be getting into some of that stuff because there is a market for it and people are enjoying them. And it seems like Go Brew might be tapping into something here with some good tasty ones. So we'll see.
Yeah, that'd be, like I said, I'd be interested to watch that because it's, like I said, I probably can't get them up here, obviously, but I'd be keen to find a non-alcoholic beer that I like. I mean, not that I'm going to drink it regularly, but every once in a while when you're just trying to be sociable, but you got to drive or, whatever the case.
Well, even like sometimes when I'm working, it's like I'm at home working. It's, believe it or not, I work 100% remote, but I always try to keep it good. I'm not drinking on the course of the day, but I might have a burger for lunch. And it's like, I like a beer or something like that. So like being able to just grab a non-alcoholic beer type thing would be something kind of cool. So if it's like an IPA that's like an IPA, it can pair well with a burger or a slice of pizza or something like that and everything. So
yeah, for sure.
And then if you're a double D designated driver out there, you might want to enjoy those if it has that taste that's similar to it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I just had a hard time finding one that I like.
Yeah.
Mountain Moon, eggnog and maple syrup. No, you will barf. Promise, don't do it. No, maple syrup, it goes with everything. Everything. You never ate the fish eyeball, Rod? You've never had I've never had one. Have you ever had?
I've never had a fish eyeball. Never ever.
I never have either. I do enjoy going to like the local sushi restaurant and having raw fish, but the eyeball, I don't know. There's something about it. It's probably pretty good. That's the worst part. It's probably pretty tasty. And I haven't tried it. I'll try it one day. I honestly will. This is fluid of the eye is crystal crunch like liquid. Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried it. I'm keen to try it though. Bic lighter sleeves. Yeah. Nice leather Bic lighter sleeve. It's always handy. Fish eggs and eyeballs burst in your mouth like fish gushers. Yeah. Do you remember fruit gushers, Rod?
I do.
You said the fruit gusher candies.
I don't know about the eyeball gushing. I'm just thinking in my mind like. Yeah.
And it's funny because I actually had a guy I work with. He just came back from I think I might have showed it on your channel last week, Rod, or mine. I don't remember which one. A buddy of mine that I work with came back from Korea. He was there with his girlfriend, and they brought me back 2 Korean beers that I can't pronounce at all. And he was showing me a couple of videos of his trip, and I'm like, oh, he's showing like the markets and all this stuff in Korea because I've never been there, obviously. Right. And it shows him he's got this plate of food, and half of it is still moving. Like he's got like baby
in front of him still moving.
Yeah, like it's like he got like baby squid, and they're still moving around the plate, and he wraps it around his chopstick and pops it in his. I'm like, I don't know if I could do that.
Nah, I'm like, nah, I couldn't do that. I was just like
I said, I like sushi.
I like sushi. I can eat sushi. I can eat raw fish when I want the fish dead.
Yeah, like you get like the sashimi and stuff like that, no problem. But if somebody came to me with a plate of like octopus that's still moving, I'm like, hey, just take it over here, take a knife, stuff it in his friggin' head so it's dead, and then bring it back to me. I will eat it if it's dead. I don't know if I could eat something that's still alive.
I'm not.
Again, I've never tried.
I'm like, no disrespect, that's going to be a pass for me.
But I mean, if I got to go to Korea and that's what everybody was eating, it's one of those things where you're kind of forced to try, and it might be just the most delicious thing you've ever had in your entire life. You don't know. But
I think I'm going to do a beer diet. Just give me the straight beer. I'll skip the meal.
I'm one of those people that if I go to a different country or somebody's house, like let's say I go to your house, Rajay, and you're like, hey, I'm going to cook you dinner. Why don't you come over? I'm like, hey, I'm excited to go. And you sat there and served me like a thing of liver, which I already established that I hate. I would sit there and eat it and not say a freaking thing. I would just like, yes, it's good. Good liver, man. Yeah. Because I maybe it's the Canadian.
You're in a spot where it's like you're eating something and it's like, what is that on the wall? That's a pretty good painting. And they turn around, you take it, you put it in your napkin.
Throw it down to the dog. Throw it down to the dog. Yeah. Oh my God. I would still, I again, maybe it's just a Canadian in me being polite.
Well, I think it's just being respectful when you try to do stuff like that. But yeah, it's kind of.
Well, of course, like I said, if I'm a guest at your house or anybody's house for that matter, and this is what you serve me, I'm going to eat it whether I like it or not. And it might it might take me a bit to get it down, but I'm going to eat it.
Kind of chewy.
Yeah. All right, so freeze the Twinkie, dip and deep fried ice cream. I love deep fried ice cream, like Mexican deep fried ice cream. I love deep fried ice cream, so that'd probably be something right up my alley too. Like bubble wrap pop through your face, but fish pops. I've had fish roe. I think I've only had fish roe twice. It's okay. I don't mind it. It's not everybody's cup of tea. I understand it because it's very like that fishy kind of flavor to it, right?
Yeah.
Belgian waffle chicken fried sandwich. Hook me up.
I would do that. Yeah. Yeah. Chicken and waffles are pretty popular here. That'd be right on the board.
Yeah, that's good stuff for sure. You can pan fry the king salmon eggs too in the skillet. Okay. I'm game. Cook it up for me, sister. When I come and stay at your house and I'm camping out in the backyard, cook it up for me for sure. Crinkle cut sweet potato fries with horse. Oh, yeah.
I could do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that is good for sure. Homemade corn dog. I love corn dog. We call them pogos up here in Canada, but it's corn dog is basically all it is. I'll look up that lobster. Yeah, for sure. I can't remember what the name of the show was. It was.
I think you were right. Carnival Eats. Carnival Eats was a show. I think it was called. I think it was a Food Network or Travel Network. It was on one of those.
Yeah, something like that. But it was fun because the guy was just because it was some like
you would go to different carnival and get like the weirdest type things to eat and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, because probably like we have up here, like every year they have something, some weird food combination, and everybody tries it out. Most of the time, it's really good. Like these guys obviously don't just throw something together and like, here, eat this shit, and we're going to charge you $25 for it. I mean, they do their research and stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, you get some pretty good things at carnivals. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's stuff that's surprising sometimes, right? Yeah. Like I said, like the cheeseburger on a donut, basically is what it is.
Two glazed donuts, like sign me up. I'm gonna hate myself, but sign me up.
That's right. I might need to go to the hospital later, but yeah, I'll have one of those, please. Actually, give me two. Well, I'm going to the hospital anyway. Give me two.
Yeah. Wilford Brimley brings it over to you because diabetes is on the order.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
You ordered a glazed hamburger?
Oh, dear.
Oh, man.
Oh, so we got here. Would you eat the eggs fresh out of a fish in the canoe? Me either. We'll wait till we got to shore. Don't want to seem eager. If I had the choice, I'd wait till I got to shore and cooked it up a little bit. Maybe cooked it with the fish. Whatever. I don't think I'd eat it in the canoe. I think I could wait that long for sure. It's tasty, Rod. The Shadow Stout. Yes, definitely check that out for sure. Maple syrup from any New England state. Yeah, okay. If you think that's as good as Canadian maple syrup, you go right ahead. It's close. It's very close. Go sit in the truck. This might look weird. Again, I'm so far behind on my things, I don't even know what the heck that was referring to. I'm trying to find it, Rod. I will get some if I find it. There you go. Oh, damn it. I just lost Rod. Where the hell did Rod go? Rod's gone. Where'd you go, Rod? Where'd you go, man? You want me to do this all by myself? I know it's my channel and all, but... what we got here? Oop, damn it. No, okay, fellas, quit busting your chops. You were fun. Yeah, we're all about busting chops here. We just have a good time. If you want to bust our chops some more, feel free. That's what we're here for. That's part of the live stream here on Shane's Craft Beer Review. The arrow square on the right, Ream Associations. Fine, I will point to magnetic north. Hey, anything that helps you navigate. Oh, Vanessa, while I got you sitting here, and I know you're still here. Nope. Damn it. Undo. Sorry. I sometimes have a hard time with technology. What I'm going to do, Vanessa, is I'm going to post this link down here at the bottom. And I'm going to get through all the other comments here in just a quick second. I got it, but I'm going to back up here in just a minute. If you're interested, Vanessa, this link that I've just posted in the bottom here, this is a new channel that I've just put up today. This is where I'm going to be doing all my lives from now on, starting December 1st, I think, is when I'm going to do my first one. Yeah, so click on that, subscribe to that channel, and because that's where all my lives will be from now on. I'm going to use just the channel that you're on right now is just my beer reviews, and then I'm going to do all my lives on that separate channel. I'm trying to work on a format that's kind of cool. Hopefully it works. We'll see. It's more of an experiment, but yeah, definitely check on that, or anybody else who's watching right now and hasn't subscribed to this. Like I said, December 1st, I think, is the first time that I will be doing that. Okay, so where was I back here on here? Raw seafood would most likely kill me. Yeah, I used to think that too until I actually tried it, and I went to a sushi restaurant and I tried some sashimi, which is like the raw tuna, the raw salmon, stuff like that. It is really good. I actually really enjoyed it. Immunocompromised since 87. Oh, okay. Well, then now that I've gotten that far in the conversation, yeah, sounds, yeah, you don't want to mess around with that shit then. That's for sure. I can bite you in your eating, cook it a bit long. Yeah, exactly. Cook it a bit longer. If it can taste you back or bite you back or swim its way down your throat, yeah, you definitely want to kill that first. City Boys is cute. I'm just going to assume you're talking about me. That's what I'm going to go with. You're laughing. Yeah, I'm always laughing. I'm always laughing all the time. I need an ice cream machine to make them eggnog. Maybe in ice cream. I can't even talk now. Ice cream format. Maybe eggnog would be okay. Rod J, my computer did a weird crash. It's okay, dude. Take your time, man. I'm here. I'm here as long as people are here. Come back. See, Vanessa's even trying to get you back on here, Rod, because she's sick of looking at the kid. That's okay. I get it. It's all right. I'm just kidding, Vanessa. You're great. Fantastic. Yeah, you're here. I know you're here. You're always here. Yeah, I know you're trying. Look, even Mountain, come back, right? See, it's like I'm not even here. It's like it's not even my channel. Yeah, I know. Again, here we go. You see this right here? It's hard to read. Vanessa, December 1st. I know when your damn birthday is. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. Yeah, I'm going to do a special episode of some kind, whether it's on my live that I do that day or a separate little. It's going to be silly. It's going to be funny. I think it's funny anyway. I can't have raw seafoods or most organ meats any longer. Organ, like I said, outside of liver, liver is something I've never been able to like. I don't like the flavor of it. It's not a texture thing with liver. It's just a flavor. It makes me like, I don't like it. I will eat and pretty much anything else. Like if I'm having like a turkey dinner or something like that, like I will stab you and I will fight you for the turkey heart. I love turkey heart, like the giblets, the neck, anything like that. I will eat it, but the liver is just the flavor is just so repulsive to me, and I don't know why. Because like I like everything else. Like it's hard to find a food that I do not like. And I will try anything. Like if there's something, you make me something and I've never ever heard of it or don't know what the ingredients are or I've never had it, I will try it. I absolutely love trying new foods. Rod, I feel like I'm watching I'm watching my brother make nice to a girl. Hurry up. Oh, I don't want to say. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. Rod is the one who posted your channel the first week, and I clicked come. That's awesome. Yeah, like I said, I'm always glad to see you, Vanessa. Like I said, whether it's either on my channel or on Rod's channel when we're sitting there talking. You've just been fantastic. Seriously, like you're all over all the lives, and I really, really appreciate it. Turkey hearts, I still eat a few. Yeah, the only heart I've ever had is actually turkey heart. I don't think I've ever had a heart from any other animal. I'm good with trying it because it's so delicious. I love turkey heart. I gave half the heart to Mike. No, eat the whole thing yourself, damn it, or save it for me. That'd be okay. Roger, something weird with my computer trying to get back. Take your time, brother. However long it takes you to get here. Rod left. No, Rod's not shy. Rod is absolutely not shy at all. He's just having a hard time. Something with his computer. He'll be back on. No worries. I'm in no rush. I'm here as long as you guys are here. Now, mind you, hearts from elk and moose are again, I would love to try them. I don't. I honestly don't know. I don't have any close friends or anything that are hunters or anything like that. So I don't, and I don't think we have any kind of butcher up here that has that stuff like on a regular or semi-regular basis. Actually, there's one or two guys I work with that hunt, but I don't know if I'd ever be able to get like a elk or a moose heart or a deer heart or anything like that. But they're probably freaking delicious. Like I said, I love chicken heart, and that's probably, or sorry, turkey heart. I shouldn't say chicken heart. I have had chicken. Sorry, that's a lie. I have had chicken heart. Turkey heart, I love. I will literally, I'll take a knife and I'll just like, hey, give me the goddamn turkey heart because we're gonna fight. Okay, maybe not quite that bad, but yeah, absolutely love. Like I said, I love trying new foods. So like the elk heart, the moose heart, I'd be up for that for sure. The squirrel, anything. I'm game for pretty much anything. I'm pretty easygoing. Well, Vanessa, you know, you've watched enough of my lives. Pretty easygoing guy. I will try anything, anytime, anywhere, pretty much. What else we got here? I'm the only other girl. Haha. You skeeter. Oh, hey, that's all right. I don't judge. I don't care if you're a guy, a girl, black, white, purple, green. It doesn't matter. I'm a equal opportunity beer tuber. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't, does it? So you know what that means? That means Shane needs another beer probably because this glass is empty. So if you ladies will excuse me for like literally 4 seconds, I'm going to grab a quick beer out of the fridge and I will be right back. Hopefully, anyway. See, it really doesn't take that long, which is why I said earlier I need to get some wireless headphones because like literally my fridge is like right there. But obviously I'm wired into my sound here. Yeah, so when I grab a beer, I have to unplug my headphone for just a quick old second. And let's go. No, let's not do that. Why do I always have it that way? There we go. I need to have my beautiful bar in the background. One of these days, I'm going to get a green screen to go back here so I can have something like really cool behind me, like, the Eiffel Tower or something like that. Rod J says he's restarting his computer. No worries, dude. Rod's channel is, yes, absolutely. Rod's got a freaking great channel over there. If nobody's subscribed, check out Rod J's Beer Ventures. Fantastic. The guy's so knowledgeable about so many things. I never got some squirrel. Well, we need to get some squirrels going. Damn Windows 10. Yeah. Let's blame it on the Windows 10 and not your computer. How about that? We'll do that. Girls and a snore laughs. Snore. I don't know. I was thinking as soon as I saw it, I thought of the word snarf, not snorf. And snarf reminds me of Pinky and the Brain. Do you guys remember that cartoon, Pinky and the Brain? I used to be a big fan of that because brains, you know, he always wanted to, we're going to do the same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world. And when I was in my probably late 20s, I think when that was on, that was always my big thing. I wanted to dominate the world because, you know, I was in my 20s and thought I knew everything and thought I could dominate the world. And now I'm in my 50s and yeah, I can't dominate the world. I still want to, but I can't. I don't have that power anymore. Ever hear of turducken? I have actually. How about I do a squirrel and a duck? Call it a squawking. I have heard of turducken. I've never had one. And again, I've never had squirrel, but I'm keen to try it for sure. Squawking. There we call it a squawk. Yeah, squirrel, duck. Yeah, we'll get it done for sure. But if you want to make me a squawking, you do it. Snarf reminds me of Thundercats. Did they use Snarf in Thundercats? What the? See, now I'm trying to think of what Pinky said. It was Snarf, wasn't it? Didn't Pinky say Snarf on Pinky and the Brain? Was it Snarf? Now you got me questioning my whole childhood. Now all of a sudden, Pinky and the Brain was good. It was, like I said, I really related to the Brain because he wanted to take over the world. Remember Pinky the? Yeah, it was a good cartoon. It absolutely was. Louisiana, yeah, that's probably a great place to try out turducken. They down in Louisiana, they got some great food down there for sure. Crawdad, yeah, that'd be fantastic. Eating just some crawdads in Louisiana. Snarf was the cat that oversaw the Teen Thundercats. I wasn't, and again, I wasn't such a big Thundercats fan as I was. I like Pink and the Brain obviously more, but I did watch a little bit of Thundercats, not very much. Okay, yeah, Snarf was the cat that oversaw the Teen Thundercats. Yeah, that I don't remember it because I didn't watch a whole lot. Dang, Typomatic. Yeah, is that like the autocorrect just always messing up? Everything always messes up. All right, so I managed to run and grab a quick beer. Don't anybody hate on me. I know this is a craft beer review channel. Molson Canadian. I'm just going to do a macro. Only because it's 5%, and I've had a couple of really heavy beers today already. Want something? It's really funny that when you go to a 5% beer and you're like, oh, I need something that's a little bit light, and 5% is apparently a light beer all of a sudden. Because when you're drinking like 8 and 9% IPAs all the time, technically that is a light beer. And really, this is my favorite macro. I get some flack about this. I usually always have at least a couple cans of Canadian in my fridge, mostly for when friends come over, or if I just feel like drinking a beer and there's no, I don't have any non-craft beers to review. Because I like right now I have like probably, I don't know, maybe 20 or 25 craft beers in my fridge that I need to review. I have 2 cans of Molson Canadian and maybe one more can of this Fax, which I reviewed years ago. Yeah, Molson is doing, yeah, it's a decent macro lager. I like it. I've been drinking Molson Canadian, God, as long as I can remember. Back when I turned 19, I was actually old enough to drink. Drinking age up here in Ontario was 19 years old. I would go to the bar and just had Canadian because, I mean, back in the day when, I was old enough to drink, there wasn't a whole lot of beer choices. Like you had Molson Canadian, Blue, Budweiser, Bud Light, Coors Light. Like there wasn't a whole lot of variety. And I just happened to like Molson Canadian. Decent little flavor. My computer is still restarting with the damn dots going around in a circle as it loads. Freaking phone. I mean, computers are just shit, right? I sometimes, like I said, I'm using an old laptop when I do my lives. I do have a pretty decent computer upstairs as a desktop. It's a gaming computer, but it's just it's in my living room, so it's really hard for me to sit and try and do a live when my kid's up there, watching TV or stuff like that. So I always come down here and use this shitty laptop that I probably had for, oh my God, 10 or 12 years. So it's not always the best thing to use, that's for sure. But other than that, so what are you drinking right now, Vanessa? What are you drinking? Mountain? What are you guys into right now? Vanessa probably has a stout of some kind, I'm sure. Mountain, what's your Mountain Moon? What's your style of choice? And what's your favorite beer? Like if you had a choice of like, hey, I want this beer right now, what would it be? Would it be a Sam Adams Utopias, which I'm sure most of us have never had? I'm looking for it though. Like I said, I went to Vermont this past year to try these two babies right here. This is the Heady Topper, and this, oops, sorry, wrong way. And this one right here is the Focal Banger from the Alchemist Brewery. Fantastic goddamn beers. Well worth the 9.5-hour drive it took me to get there. Back in the day, I'm 55. In my day, it's stubby bottles. Yeah, I remember the stubby bottles. I remember. I obviously couldn't drink back when there were stubby bottles. But it's funny when I do my homebrew. This is the bottle that they go in. Like it's basically a stubby, but with this extra little bit on here, I guess. I think this is called a bomber bottle. I'm not 100% sure. But sorry, not the last time. A couple times ago when I went to the beer supply store, I was looking just because I give away, bottles. They get broken and crap like that. I give some to friends, and I needed to buy some new glass bottles because I prefer the glass bottles over the plastic. And he's like, I'm like, I need 2 cases of glass bottles, and the guy's like, oh, this is all I have are these. And I'm like, are you kidding me? These are fantastic freaking bottles. Yeah, I'll take them. So this is all that I use now. So if I happen to go through a bunch of these or break or give away to friends that live far away, I love those little bottles. They're fantastic. You like the old James? Oh, sorry, I just popped that off. The old James are, you know what? It's not bad. I don't mind the James Reddies. They're okay. Nothing wrong with them. Like I said, I usually go between let me go grab another one here. Either between the Molson Canadian, or if they haven't seen this on the shelf, I don't go out of my way to get this, but I will pick it up if it's right there. Moosehead, which is classic Canadian beer. Nice little lager. Established in 1867. So these guys have been around a while, and it's a pretty decent. Oh, I'm sorry, Rod. You need the link again? Give me 1 second. I'll pop this up here for you. Sorry, my brother. There you go. Or Laker in a pinch. Oh, my God. Okay, Drew. Laker, it's a buck of beer. Laker's okay. I have this discussion with Drew from Beer for Breakfast, Facts or Snacks, who was on here earlier. Drew is a big Laker ice fan. Like, that's his daily beer. So I think the reason he drinks it is because it is a pretty cheap beer. What is it, like $2.25 a can or something like that? So it's for a cheap beer, it's not bad. I'm not going to buy it because I would rather have a higher quality and pay more money for it. But that's just me. That's just how I look at it. Hey, Rod, good to have you back, brother.
It's always the man trying to keep me down, I tell you.
I know. I tell you.
But I'm back. I'm going to get rid of that easy.
Oh, it's good to have you back, brother.
Yeah, my computer just started acting up for some weird reason, and then I had to restart it. Like, it was saying error, memory error. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm just freaking streaming. Like,
It was being a Fred.
Freaking technology.
You know what a Fred is, right?
What's a Fred? Is it like a Karen?
No, Fred. That's what I call my computer sometimes when it acts up. Because Fred stands for fucking ridiculous electronic device.
That works. That works.
Yeah. That's what I call my electronics when they screw up. I call it Fred.
To remember that one. Yeah, this one was I was just calling it a bitch, but that's just me.
Oh, hey, that works too. That works too. And it's funny how we have like little I don't know what you call it. Would you call that a code word for something? I guess. Like I said, I call mine Fred. It's like when a lot of people if you ever go into a casino, Rod, and you hear a dealer say this word to you, it's not nice, just so you know. Let's say you're down a bit of money and you're complaining a little bit.
Yeah.
And the dealer says to you, hey, focus. Focus. You know what focus means? Fuck off, because you're stupid. I use it all the time.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Because people are like, oh fuck, I'm losing so much money. I'm like, hey, just focus. Everything will be okay. Focus.
Yeah. That's when you
because they have no idea.
Pick up your chips and walk away. Call them off for tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. They have no idea. Look at this. Rod, I reached out and touched you.
Touching, what's that? The Neil Diamond?
I'm just going to leave that there because that sounds interesting.
Touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum,
oh, God. That is the worst song ever created. I swear to God.
It's taken on that here in the States at sporting events. It's pretty popular. A lot of people like singing at sporting events.
And that's where my problem, when I was, I used to do, I still am kind of doing it, but not really. I do like some stand-up comedy every once in a while. I'll go to the comedy club,
that's pretty cool.
Right?
Yeah.
And the one night, the guy, the owner is like, "Hey, you want a headline tonight?" And I'm like, "No, I don't want to. I'm not fucking headline material. Like, I'm not that funny dude. Like, I don't." He's like, "Oh no," he goes, "You'll be fine." He goes, "You got a headline tonight." I'm like, oh, "Okay." So one of the little skits that I did, as I brought up my guitar, and you've seen me play and sing, and I'm not that good. So one of the things I complained about was the song "Sweet Caroline." And I'm like, it's fine. So I started playing it on the guitar. I'm like, Sweet Caroline. And of course, all the audience is like, bum, bum, bum. I'm like, that's why I hate the fucking song. Assholes like you. Like, I hate it. I hate that song. I really, really do. It's terrible.
It takes on a sing-along.
I mean, I'm all for sing-along songs, but that one, I don't know what it is. It just grates on my last nerve for some reason. I have absolutely no idea why.
Yeah. Here it's Sweet Caroline, and then I went to school in West Virginia, so the John Denver song is definitely close to heart there because that gets sung at every game at the end. Mountain Mama, West Virginia.
Right.
Yeah, so. But there's certain songs that take on that thing. It's just kind of like, like you go to a sport event and somebody just starts saying like, let the bodies hit the floor, like everybody just jumps in, like, because it just gets you all revved up.
Right.
So I don't know why Sweet Caroline does that because it's kind of, a folksy type song, but it does. It works. It's
right.
Just, maybe by the time it's the alcohol, because it usually is around the third quarter or something and people are drinking by then. And it's just like, yeah, Sweet Caroline.
I don't care how drunk you are. That's still a bad song.
It's so good. It's so good.
If you're doing "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor," you're like, "Yeah, let the bodies hit the floor." I understand that song.
Yeah,
I understand that.
Oh,
or like House of Pain, jump around, jump around, jump up, and get down. Like I get that. I get those songs. Sweet Caroline, I just don't understand at all. I don't know what it is.
Well, when I was at WVU, because at the time, and they just did it actually on TV earlier this year when they brought it back. We played Pitt. Pitt was our rival, and so it'd be like Sweet. They would play it like second quarter, third quarter, whatever it was, and like sweet cat, like in the crowd, like instead of bump, they're like eat shit pit, like, and they would go into the different things. So they said different words for it.
That's awesome.
Like you suck, sweet, and then go into the words again. And so they kind of crafted it to fit the moment. So yeah, so maybe that's why I have an affiliation with it, because we used to switch it up when I was at WBU. So. But I see it like at the Reds games when I was in Cincinnati or some of the other sporting events. Like it's almost like a cultural thing here in the States now when that comes on. Oh shit, we got Eric in the house. Cheers, homie. Thomas Metal 75. I know, my friend.
Look at this, right?
Come on up, brother. He was over at Alex the Beer Masters chat, I think, earlier. But another channel, another beer reviewer. Yeah, so it's just, I don't know, it's just one of those
and
things.
And that's the thing, trying to.
Go ahead. You said trying to.
I was saying it's hard to try and, like on your days, like I said, I have Thursdays and Fridays off. It's hard to try and get divide your time between all these great beer review channels. Like, I try and catch yours on Thursdays. And just do all my other stuff that I need to do. Fridays, I try and do a live every Friday now.
Yeah.
Which is why I got that new channel going. But I think I'm going to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Thomas Metal, Eric. He's actually up in Massachusetts, so he's not too far from Ontario either. But go ahead. Yeah,
he's not too far for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. But yeah, I think I'm going to like the. Like I said, I'm still trying to work on a format for that other channel that I have, my live channel.
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to try and do like. Go ahead.
No, I was going to trying to pace it up here. I think my computer's lagging.
It's all good.
Just know when you have more than one channel, that brings a whole new bag of circumstances too, though. So I'm trying to find a balance. I do the lives on my channel because it's a great way to interact with people and stuff like that and everything. But if you're going to focus on that being the live channel, that can actually work too. But it's also another channel, so you got to do another thing for that versus the channel here too. So yeah, just dividing up the time and how you want to do.
Yeah, well, like I said, the second channel, that live channel, is just for Friday nights. And what I'm going to do, because I mean, you've been on a lot of my lives in the past several weeks. You know that sometimes it can get a little wild. I got 5 or 6 guys on here all talking. So what I think I want to do with the live channel is just do like one guest per week. So like 1 week, I'll have you on, like, hey, are you available next Friday? I'm going to have just you and me. That's it. That's all that's going to be on the screen. And then everybody can, get in the chat and we can, talk to them in the chat that way. And then maybe the next week I'm going to have, Drew on, or Brian, or Dave. So it's just 2 people. And it's going to make it, I think, a little bit easier. Because sometimes, like I said, when I get 5 or 6 guys on here, it's everybody's trying to talk over each other a little bit. And it's just, I think it's just with just two people on it, it's easier. Like I can talk to you, and then we can, like I said, we can jump up to, I can go, hey, Thomas Metal's in the house. And then we can talk about whatever he, wants to talk about, or what his question is for the day. So that's, I'm hoping that works the way I want it to. If it doesn't, it's a learning experience,
No, it's a good strategy, because it's like, we can go up to 10 on StreamYard on the stuff that I have there, but I've learned over the years, I don't really go past more than 5 or 6, if that. So it's kind of like, if I have Todd and Mal on Thursday, then I might have in 1 or 2 more people. Even though I could have 7 more people, I don't want to go that high because of what can happen. And then it's a matter of how to flow the show. Like last night, it was just me and Mal, and I didn't bring other people up just because we had a certain vibe that was actually working, and we had a great show last night, so it's kind of like I didn't bring up anything else because of that. That's why I didn't like send out invites or kind of do it, because we were like on so many different things already. So.
Right. Okay. Just really quickly, got to get my brothers chores at 6:30. Love you. Thank you. Made me smile and be happy. Hey, thank you for stopping by, Mountain Moon.
Thank you, Mountain
You're
Moon.
welcome anytime. Don't forget to check out my my live thing, wherever the hell it is. I'll put it up here really quick one more time. Go subscribe to that channel because starting December 1st, that is where all of my lives are going to be. So if you're interested, I mean, if you like hanging out, chatting with, guys like me and Rod J and, Crazy Drew,
Crazy
definitely
Drew,
check that out. Oh, crap. That's the wrong freaking, God damn it.
That's the invite. Come on up, Mountain Moon. Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. I totally just screwed it up now. I did have the, don't go to that. Don't go to that link. That's the invite link. Don't go to that.
But check me out too.
I did. It's funny. I had. Yeah, check out Rod J. Rod J is a wealth of information. He's got he does some great beer reviews. His lives are fantastic, very informative. I've actually learned quite a bit from Rod J's live. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I call him the legend, Rod J.
Here we go.
But
yeah, sucks.
Yeah, I know. I hate doing that to you. I'm sorry, buddy. There it is. Okay, now I'm just gonna copy.
I like that. Keep your moonshine on. I like that.
There we go. The proper one.
That's the proper.
That's
for the
it.
new
Keep
live.
the moonshine on. Okay, so there is the link. Yeah, so that's going to be the new live. I shouldn't say every Friday because I don't want to be a liar. Most Fridays, 99% of all Fridays, that is where my live is going to be. Is on this channel here. Feel free to click on that, subscribe. That will be starting December 1st, I believe. As long as something doesn't come up, and I think something might come up on that weekend. I don't want to give it away, but I'm still going to do a live, but it might be really short and very, very exciting.
Next weekend?
I don't want to, again, I don't want to give it away.
In December.
Well, it's the surprise that I have for people is very dependent on a couple different factors. I'm hoping for maybe next Friday to have that, if not December 1st. I don't want to give anything away because I'm trying to keep it secret from everybody, and especially a certain couple people, because it's going to blow their minds if I do it. So, anyway, so that's it's going to be super cool. It's something I've been looking forward to it's been something I've been looking forward to for a long time. Let me tell you. So I'm going to be very excited if I can pull this whole thing off. But again, it depends on some other factors and certain other people. So, but like I said, I'm looking forward to like I said, I'm looking forward to the new live format. Like I said, we've been talking about just sometimes when you have, 4, 5, sometimes 6 people, like I can only do 6, but I've had 6 people on my live stream and it is a little bit of chaos.
Well, consider we're drinking on a lot of them too. What you're drinking, it can get a little crazier as well. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just somebody will come up with a topic like, hey, what do you guys think about this? And then you have 5 other guys trying to give their opinions at the same time. And it's like, okay, well, hey, you go first. And then, hey, you go first. And then somebody forgets what the hell they're talking about. And we start,
Yeah.
So I'd like to do it like a little bit more structured, I guess, maybe. Structured, but not still fun, right?
Yeah.
But so I think I'm going to try and do something like that. Be safe, have fun. If you don't have your moonshine, you can't see him. That's true. That is absolutely 100% true. And sub. Thank you so much, Mountain Moon. Appreciate your sub. Don't forget to sub to my main channel, which is this one right here. But yeah, definitely check out the other one as well, because that's where I'll be doing all my lives from now on. And of course, you're gonna see the man Rod J. Of course, he's going to be on.
Me.
I'm gonna have him as a.
Moi. Get my Canadian French back on. Moi. I did take French for a few years back in the day, but I didn't know any French people, so it kind of fell off. I can still read some French, but the talking, I'd have to go back and retrain on that.
Now you took French voluntarily?
Yeah, I took French for like 2 years. I took Spanish for a couple years as well. But I know many Spanish people when I was taking it at the time, so I can still read some of it, but talking it, I'd have to work on that as well. It's like, you know what's kind of funny? I was thinking about this the other day. Like America is one country where it's almost like frowned upon to learn other languages. Like in America, you'll have people where you're talking another language, and they're like, talk English, we're America. Like in other countries, you get praise for knowing other languages. It's just weird how that works out. So it's kind of like you should be able to learn other languages, and I think that will make it that. Like I was watching part of the stuff with Biden and the Chinese dictator, not dictator, I should say it, Chinese president. I don't know why I said dictator, but he said dictator. Biden did. I didn't say it, but it's a Chinese president, and it was like he had to wait for the translators to come and stuff, which is that happens for the mass people, but it's kind of like other countries. Like when I think back when I saw like some of the other people from, you know, whether it's Trudeau or whether it's somebody from Marco, or that the one from France, I'm trying to think. But some of the leaders where they talk languages, sometimes they make an effort to also learn English and their own language. So they'll be able to talk bilingual and stuff. But in America, they don't do that. Like we don't have like our leaders actually kind of try to do that. They might get a little catchphrase when they meet the person. You'll see them sometimes do something like that, but they can't go into a full conversation. It's kind of weird. Like here, because there's a melting pot of so many different nationalities, you would think in America it would be one country where you would encourage more of learning other languages, but it doesn't work out that way. I don't know why that popped in my head, but it did.
Sure.
But yeah. But I did take French for a few years, and I took Spanish for a few years. Even went to like one of our American French restaurants back when I took it back in the day when I was like in 8th grade or whatever. We had to order in French and all kind of stuff. And our teachers were like hardcore too. Like we were like, I took it like in 8th grade, 9th grade, and it was like the teacher, as soon as you walked into class, it was all French. Like you couldn't talk English. So the teacher would greet you in French, bonjour, blah, blah, blah. You need to respond, and everything. The whole hour was basically talking French, so it was kind of a cool type thing. I just was, if I knew I could love beer as much, I would have took German, but I didn't know back then because we had German as an option too. So where am I going with this? I have no idea, but you should learn more than one language. I'll say that.
Yeah, well,
be worldly.
And this is coming from a totally Canadian standpoint.
Yeah.
But I understand why, like America, why you would learn Spanish, because I think Spanish is like probably the second most dominant language in the States.
It is now, but back then it wasn't as big as it.
Right.
I mean, even though I grew up in New Jersey, and you'd have certain areas where you might have like Puerto Rican, or you might have people coming up from some of the. You really didn't get a lot of people coming in from Mexico and a lot of different areas, but you would have maybe some Latin exposure here or there, some of the Cuban American type things, but it wasn't as much. So you really, unless you were like kind of in a urban area, you might not run into some of the people that you would speak Spanish. So obviously after a point, it would fall off because you knew nobody's Spanish to actually stay up on it and everything.
Right.
So.
Now, I don't know if you know what it's like nowadays in the school system down there, but is there like, do you guys have like mandatory second language classes? Because I know up here we do.
They, as far as I know, they do not. There's never been mandatory. It's always been an elective. For at least when I went to school, I don't have any kids, but when I went to school, it was an elective to do like French or Spanish. Like I said, German was one that you could have actually done as well. But back then, we didn't have anything like Japanese or Chinese, which nowadays maybe Chinese might be an elective you could actually try to learn as well because of
I think it is actually
great exposure. Yeah. So it's kind of like, and then it wasn't really put on kids as much to actually kind of do that, which is just like I said, it's weird because other countries, you have immigrants that come in that can speak their native language and speak our language or learn our language. So they're learning different multi-type things. But in America, you still have people nowadays, like if you go to a restaurant, there's still things that pop up where you might have two Latino people talking in Spanish or whatever like that and everything. Or maybe you get a couple, maybe like African people talking African in their dialect. And people will get upset like, you got to talk English in here type thing. It's like, why do they have to talk English? They can talk whatever they want as long as they're communicating. It's not your business anyway what they're talking about. And it's just like there's like an American ignorance that is still in play here. That's what you see come out. And you'll see it come out next year during, I'm sure, the election, all that kind of stuff, like the ignorance of it's just like, how are we the country that we frown on other people? Like, to even learn other languages shows a higher sense of intelligence, but it's like here, we don't want you being more intelligent. We want you to keep you dumb and not have you go. It's just weird. It's just weird when you look at it, when you think about it in the large scope of things. It's like, you know, even though she never said that much, like Donald Trump's wife, Melania, she can speak like 6 or 7 different languages. And it's just like, you don't have that with a lot of the other Americans here where they're kind of doing it. It's almost like everybody, we joke around like about the whole metric system. So you got to convert to America because you're in America. Like, we don't do the milliliter. You got to be pounds over here, son. You got to be able to do this. You got to talk ounces, you know. And it's just like, it's just like it's like an American ignorance. And it's funny to sit back and watch sometimes, I guess is what I'm looking at there. So it surprised me the other day when I was thinking about it, watching Biden and watching, I forgot the China president's name there. But it's just like, it's kind of weird because you can see parts where he might say something a little bit like it might be broken English type thing, but it's still like they still take stride in trying to learn other languages because they're dealing on such a high level. But yet our president just kind of sits there waiting for the translator to come through because they don't know any of the other type stuff. And it's just, you know, that's just something that jumped out at me. Like I said, I've been drinking a few beers, folks. I've been drinking a few beers, and these are just random thoughts. Just saying.
No, but it makes 100% sense, especially if you're a politician and you're aspiring to get into that higher office, especially when you get to president. Like, you should probably know a couple languages. Like, if you're like, you know, working up the ladder, like from senator to, you know, whatever, senator, vice president, however your system goes. You should maybe be thinking ahead, like, oh, you know what? Maybe I should learn Chinese. Maybe I should learn Korean. Maybe I should learn French. Because when you get to that top office, like a president or a prime minister like we have, all of our prime ministers are bilingual, English and French. Right. And I think that's actually might be a prerequisite to be a freaking prime minister in our country. I don't know for sure. But being multilingual is such a huge thing, no matter what you're doing, seriously. Because like we have like even at the casino where I work, we have a lot of dealers that are multilingual. They're, you know, they speak Italian, they speak Mandarin, they speak Cantonese, they speak, you know, Korean, different languages. And we all have a little badge that we wear that we have to wear at work because it's our license and all that other crap. And they have these little pins that of the country flag of what they can speak.
They can speak. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So like an Italian guy who can speak Italian has an Italian flag on his badge. So if they need an interpreter, they know they can go to that guy because, he has an Italian flag on his badge.
That's pretty cool.
He can speak Italian, and they take him to interpret for somebody who's, you know, might be in Canada for the first time and doesn't speak English and only speaks Italian, and they can, you know, be an interpreter for them.
Yeah. And I think here in the States, sometimes and I keep saying ignorance, but ignorance is just basically not knowing. But the ignorance is just so far in there. It's kind of like, for me, I've worked in the financial industry for a number of years, right? So I deal with people on the phone, kind of doing stuff. And what I do is considered like a wholesaler. I work with advisors on how to advise on different things. But sometimes you get clients that have come in, right? And they're dealing with clients from all over the world, different things. And they got someone that might be coming in from, say, China, somebody from somewhere over in the Middle East, someone from, you know, Senegal, whatever. And it's kind of like, sometimes they need a translator. It's kind of like, we have so-and-so that can translate, which might be an employee there, but they speak in Spanish. And it's kind of like, do we have like a Chinese translator? And they're like, no. It's like, you know how many Chinese Americans we have now in the country? You would think that would be something you would have on staff, right? Or you know how many, you know, we have Italian Americans or we have French Americans. It's like, it's just kind of funny because there's like an ignorance thing. Well, who would need that? Like, those things do come up, but it's like the people in the front lines are seeing it, but the people in the back office or up in the high-rise office don't see it. And it's like, you're missing a disconnect here because there's an opportunity. Because I tell you what, if you can actually have that person, one thing I can say, like in the financial area, a lot of those niches that they find somebody they like, they refer to other people so that people know. So if you were able to get into, like, say, one of the Asian communities, they're going to tell their other friends that are Asian, they're going to recommend back to your company. But if you have nobody to service those people, you miss that opportunity. And it's just funny because there's like an ignorance that takes place where people don't pick that up sometimes. And it's just like, how do you not see this? And it's like, I'm just down here, you're up there, presumably making the big bucks, and you can't see the obvious in front of you. So sometimes it's just surprising. So, but I think that's kind of somehow interwoven in some of the thinking that we have that happens in the States. So,
right.
Yeah.
And like you said, like being multilingual, especially like when you start getting to a position of any kind of authority, whether, depending on what your business is.
Yeah.
That's huge. Because you get to relate to your customers. Like I said, like I said, at the casino, like if we have a person who comes from, let's say they've just flown in from Hungary, and they want to play our games, and they have a question about something, and they're starting to talk, and like, okay, usually they will say, they can say Hungary or Hungarian in English, and it's like, okay, hang on 1 second, and they'll go grab somebody that can speak that. So which is, it's really beneficial for, we have obviously a vast array of people that work for us. So we can always find somebody that can translate and make sure that person has a good experience at the casino. And like, let's say, like I said, Hungarian person comes and wants to play blackjack. They will take a person who can speak Hungarian and put them on that table. So that, they can still speak English to everybody else. And, they can speak Hungarian to this one person just to make sure that they have that customer experience. Because I don't care what your business is, whether it's a casino or a deli or anything, just that little bit of extra customer service goes a freaking long way.
Oh, it's fucking huge. It's huge.
Right? It's huge.
Yeah. And
like I said, we're just very fortunate that I work in a place that has, we employ a couple thousand people. So it's pretty easy to find somebody.
Yeah, like I said, that's one of the things I see, like some of these stories that pop up from every few months like that, everything, you'll see stuff, and it's just like somebody will, the whole speak American. It's like the United States of America doesn't even have like an adopted native language. Like there's no language, like English is not anywhere written to be like our adopted language because it had been the history of it and the melting pot of it. We never adopted a traditional language. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. So when you hear somebody say that, it's just like, it's just kind of crazy to actually see. So I don't know. Right. I'll get off that soapbox. I can get the whole thing about the whole breakdown of kind of stuff. And we'll be here for another 2 hours, just kind of dissecting the thought process. I'm gonna put up a little comment here in just a second here. And it's really funny because the way I write this word, like I have it in the text here. I haven't sent it yet, but it has a big red underline in it that it's written wrong. I'm going to pop it up here in just a second. You know what's funny about that? Because in my mind, I was thinking he's going to type color. And the reason I was saying me and Mal, I absolutely in my mind, I was thinking he's going to type color. Me and Mal were talking about some of this last night on our show about the words and kind of stuff like that and how, we get color, like the U being in it, and we're talking about, there's the P silent on kind of stuff. Yeah, it's right. Yeah. And it's a matter of who sets up that guideline, right? So if you're looking at a thing and that person set it up for it to have COLOR versus the UR, which a lot of the world uses, right, is going to say, well, no, you're wrong on how it should be. It should be this word, right? It's kind of like we say soccer, but we don't say soccer. You say football, but it's not FOOT for most of the world. It's FUTBOL for like group majority of the world. And it's just like these, yeah. And it's just funny, those little idiosyncrasies between different languages. Like I said, I spell color with a U because that's how I was taught. But if I'm doing anything like on a computer or something like that, I know I have to spell it COLOR. Because when I wrote this little comment down here, the COLOUR was underlined in red. Because it was spelled. Because according to my computer, it was spelled wrong. Right. Right. Well, it's like we were talking last night. It's like, do you say aunt or you say aunt? And like, Mal had a little issue with that because how she addressed her people back then. But she was like, but it's like aunt. And I'm like, but yeah, you're getting rid of the U. So it should be aunt is the proper pronunciation, right? You're like the word is AUNT. It's not ANT.
Yeah.
So you're basically getting rid of the letter and how it should be, and it gets into the whole how it's dialect. I mean, depending on where you learn at, and like Sam when he was on earlier, he had something. I think he said he actually said pecan, but I know a lot of people say pecan. Like, where's that pecan coming from when it's not pecan? Like, if you were looking like Sam in Australia, it looks like pecan, PECAN. But in some areas, it'll be pecan. Like, where are you getting that on at? Like, it shouldn't be that on the A. Like, how are you stretching an A out? So, all that dialect stuff comes into play, which is pretty interesting.
And I think I've had this discussion about the pecans on maybe one of my lives a couple of weeks ago. It was the pecan versus pecan.
Or apricot.
Yeah. Like I say pecan. I know Brian the Beer Slob says pecan.
Yeah. Which is common in the South to say pecan. So
for sure. Yeah.
So dialect plays into it. And that goes into also the education process of where you learn as well. So, because Mal brought up a point, like some people say Washington, but some people say Washington. Like some states here, there's an R that gets thrown in. So you understand why foreign people, when they come in, they struggle with the English language in America, because it's just like, how do you get that? Like I said, if somebody moves in, technically, if they were moving to Arkansas, they would say, well, we got a spot in Arkansas. We're looking at Arkansas. And you'd be like, Arkansas? You mean Arkansas? But you would look at the thing and you would say, well, it's Kansas without the AR. The AR should be AR, right? So it should be Arkansas, not Arkansas. Right. There's no W on the back end of it, and it should be the same pronunciation. So it's just America. I feel like we're the kings and queens of bastardizing the American language, the English language rather. I feel like we
It's so funny that you say that, because I actually watched a video. I'm not a big TikTok guy. I'm gonna throw that out there right now. But occasionally, I will look at TikTok just to find some, because every once in a while I'll find some really cool little stuff that I'm into.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was this girl. She's a very, very popular TikToker. And so the guy asked her, he goes, I want you to, so I'm going to do it basically to you the way she did it.
Yeah.
Spell the word yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Y-E-S.
Okay. Now, fuck, I'm going to screw this up now. Now, I want you to pronounce the word E-Y-E-S.
Wait a minute. Pronounce the word E?
E-Y-E-S.
E-Y-E-S.
Yes. So yes with an E in front of it.
So E-S. What? What would be E-S? Oh, I know what you're doing. You're going to go eyes. I know what you're doing there. I know what you're doing with the eye. Yeah. But you said pronounce the word.
It was something similar to that. Yeah. So you spell the word yes, and you say it. It's yes, and then put an E in the front. Spelled it, and it's like, and it's exact. She did the exact same thing you did. She's like, yes. Like, is that a word? Like, no, it's. And the English language is such a bitch. Like, for people who don't speak it, like on a regular, like when you try and learn English, like with all the exceptions and like knife, like it's knife, right? Really, with the K.
Right. Yeah.
Like, why is why do you even put the K in there? Spell it N-I-F-E. Why did you not just spell it N-I-F-E? Knife.
Well, what it would make you think of is here in the States is like, we'll say aluminum, like aluminum foil. Everywhere else in the world, it's like aluminium.
Aluminium. Yeah. There's a pretty famous comedian right now. His name is Matt Rife.
Oh, I love watching Matt. Matt's he's pretty hilarious. Yeah.
He's great. And he did a thing with a girl, and that's what she did. She sold aluminum.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if he was in the UK or something like that. And he's like, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" And she says, "Oh, I sell aluminium." And he's like, "That's not even a real freaking thing." It's aluminum, but in Europe,
a lot of other
aluminium.
a lot of other countries is aluminium. Yeah, the way they're like Americans just pronounce it wrong, and it's just like.
Or do we?
But we've all.
Do we pronounce it right, and they're pronouncing it wrong?
I feel like the numbers are stacked against us, so I feel like we're probably the ones fucking up. Like
you're probably right. You're probably right.
Like, I mean, we stand tall, like we bang the desk or whatever. Like, no, it should be this, but I'm like,
it's 8
out of 10 other countries are like, no, we call it this. When they're like, we'll back down because it is America.
Yeah.
We're there like Teddy Roosevelt, like demanding it to be done.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's, I mean, it's one of those things that, I mean, as like you and I, we would get kind of annoyed. Like, what is aluminium? You know, we know what they're saying. They're saying aluminum.
Yeah.
But it's like, then you get to kind of thinking, well, are we the ones that are ignorant, or is it them? And then it becomes a whole, just debate on who is right and who is wrong. But it's, I mean, as long as you can figure out what the other person is saying, like, who cares?
Well, it's funny. You talk about comedian. Like, I can't remember the name, but it was like an English comedian I saw one time I was watching. And he was just like talking about some of the differences. And he was like, what do you guys speak in America? And it was like, we speak English. I'm in England. I'm telling you the word is wrong. Like, he's like, I'm English. Like,
because there's a difference between English and proper English.
Right. Like,
because proper English is different from English like you and I speak.
The King's English, as they used to say. But
yes.
It's like you're in England. It's like you're like, you are in England. We kind of did adopt it, so you might have a point there. It makes you think for a second, like maybe we are saying it wrong.
Yeah, and it's just funny. Like, even like I said, people in the UK, they have, and even in Australia as well, because I know Mad Dan has different words for what I would, use. Like, he would say, "Oh, I'm gonna just throw this in the boot and we'll be off." I'm like, "You what? You're throwing it in a boot?" Oh, the trunk.
Yeah, the back of the car.
In the trunk of your car.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it. And he uses the word grouse a lot, which to us is just a bird.
Yeah.
Right. But in Australia, grouse is like awesome or amazing up here.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's a grouse beer. And I'm like, your beer is like a bird. Like, what are you talking about? And it's just funny.
Yeah.
I enjoy the little idiosyncrasy. I can't even say it. Idiosyncrasies.
Yeah.
Of different, like, it's the same language. We're all speaking English. It's just different words for different things sometimes, and it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I told, I don't know if you saw it, if you were on last night, I needed to jump off, but when I was talking to Mal, I said when I was in college at WVU, I was in journalism broadcasting, and they said the best dialect from across the country in the U.S. was actually in the Pittsburgh area. They found the least accent. So a lot of your newscasters here in the States come out of that area. But I'm like, but you know what? They say yins there. Like, they say yins instead of you all. And they have yinsers, they say. Like, and I'm like, I can't trust them either. Like, they have their own little faults. They may pronounce things okay, but they still have issues, Like, we can't just trust the Western PA people either. They got their own screw-ups, too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And she's like, yins. So, like, yins in the Western PA is like y'all or you all. Is how they would say yin. So if you're talking to a Western PA, it's like, what are yins doing or where are yins going? They're basically using that instead of you all. I don't know where it came from, but that's just how they have their dialect. So seeing the different dialects from around the country are always interesting, just to kind of pick up and see how people communicate on stuff too. And then when you get into other countries and kind of hearing stuff, whether it's us here or you guys up in Canada or some of the people from other areas, it's like you said, with the boot, it's kind of always interesting just to hear like they're talking to people like Craig and who was here earlier, Camp Beer Reviews, and some of the guys in the UK, and they're like, oh, fish, like the fish, like they don't have the fries, they have like the chips, they call them. Like, it's just a weird type thing, or they call potato chips crisp. Like, and it's like, what is that? And it's like, oh, potato chip. Oh, we call them crisp over here. And it's just like, where'd you guys get that? Like, but that's how it works out.
Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because it's like it's a potato that's sliced thinly is a potato chip.
Yeah, but I can see where they can get to kind of they take it and they, whatever, to kind of cook it or like that. And it's like a crisp because it's a crispy texture. So I can kind of see where they would go to the crisp type thing too. But it's like, it's just always interesting just to see the way people different do stuff. I would give the bangers and mash. I like bangers and mash. I don't know how they came up with that name, but it's just sausage and potatoes. But it's pretty good. But bangers and mash works.
But and then they have like weird things, like they have spotted dick. It's like, what a weird name for a food, spotted dick, because that's like something totally different over here, like in the Western hemisphere of the world. If you got spotted dick, like, hey, stay away, dude.
I won't say the one word for what they used to call a cigarette, but you don't want to say that in New York City. Like, I want to go smoke what they call it there.
Yeah,
it's like, no. That's not where you want to say that here, my friend.
Yeah. But it's funny. Like I said, I get the great opportunity to, like, in my job.
Yeah.
I quite often deal with people from all over the world.
Yeah.
And, they will sit and they'll start talking, and it's like, they say some, like, to them it's natural.
Right.
And to me, it's kind of weird. It's like, where are you from? Like, hey, where are you guys? Because I always like, hey, where are you guys from? Because as soon as I hear an accent, I always ask, hey, where are you guys from? How long are you in town for? Have you seen Niagara Falls? Which is the weirdest question, because there's some people that come there and they're there for a week in the casino, hanging out at the casino. And they've been there for an entire week and they haven't went and looked at Niagara Falls once.
Yeah.
Like, dude, why are you even here? It's like one of the 7 wonders of the world. Why are you even here if you haven't gone to see Niagara Falls?
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I get people from all over the world. Sometimes I'll get guys from, actually there was a guy I used to work with, like, oh my God, 20 or 25 years ago, long time. I can't even remember. It's been a long time. And he came in as a dealer and he started working. And I swear to God, this guy was from England, because he had like that English or British, some kind of accent like that from Europe.
Yeah.
And so we asked, like, hey, you got an accent, where are you from? He was like, Zimbabwe. I'm like, what? Like, he's a white guy, big white guy. And of course, me and my ignorance in my fucking white head.
He's like, I didn't see that answer coming.
I'm like, you're from where? He goes, yeah. He goes, I grew up in Zimbabwe. And I'm like, I'm a retard. That's all there was to it, is I'm a retard. Yeah, but he grew up in Africa, and I didn't realize that people in Africa could have that, like, British English.
Oh yeah, from the colonization and stuff. Yeah.
I had no idea, and like I said, I was in my 20s at that time, and again, I just chalk that up to young ignorance, because I'm looking at this white guy from Africa because I'm stupid, and I'm like,
well, it's all part of the learning stage type thing.
Yeah,
too,
well, like when you're 20, you think you know everything, but you freaking know nothing at 20. And you don't know anything at 30. And once you get past your 30s and you get into your mid 30s and into your 40s, and it's sad to say, but that's when you really start to realize how the world works.
Yeah.
And you're just like, in my 20s and 30s, I was so ignorant to so many things, like different cultures and how the world works. And it does take time. You need to learn this stuff and investigate this stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like, God damn it. Like, I'm so stupid. I personally felt stupid. I'm not a stupid person, as you know. But I personally felt stupid. I'm like, why did I not realize
that's all part of the learning curve, right?
For sure.
Yeah. And it's like the 30s and 40s, you start to realize how small of a speck you are in everything as a total. And then you start to realize there's so much more I need to do because I'm only on the earth for this amount of time, right? So you start thinking about, I want to, see this, or I want to see that, or I want to do, and because you realize that later on that there's so much.
And as I get older, that, like you said, that little, you're just a speck.
Yeah.
As I've gotten older, I've realized what a small speck I am. Like, when you start, I don't know if you're outer space kind of guy, but you get these, the Hubble spacecraft and the James Webb telescope, and they're, millions of miles away. And it's like, they're showing pictures of the Earth, and the Earth is like, this big. And it's like, wow, the Earth is a speck in that picture. And I am just like a minute,
a micro speck on the speck
on that little thing. And it's like, wow, like, and then sometimes I kind of get depressed. I'm not gonna lie. I like, wow, does my life even matter? Because I'm such a little teeny speck. But I mean, it does to the people around me.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I used to tell people is you can say maybe one of the saddest things, but I think it's also one of those things that you can't look at it as being a sad type thing, but it's kind of, most people will not realize the difference they make in the course of their lifetime. Reason being, one of the biggest things you'll end up having over your period of being here and at the end will probably be your funeral.
Right.
And you will not know all the lives you may have touched or may have affected because you won't be alive to actually see it. The people that may come to your funeral, or the people that are talking to your family, and the people that are saying the things about you. Right. And that's one of the reasons why it's important while you're alive to let people know how you feel about them or have those kind of communication type things, because you can actually, knowing that, you can look to enjoy it before that actually happens. I had one of my good friends die back in, I want to say it was back like in 1998 or so. So I was working as a life insurance agent for one of the companies, Liberty Mutual at the time. And I had a good friend that I connected with that we used to work together. He was from New York, I was from New Jersey, but we worked together in Cincinnati on stuff. He ended up dying in a car accident. And one of my things in school back in the day, I don't really do it as much now as I should get back into it. I used to write poetry as I was an English minor. And I had put together a poem kind of expressing our friendship to actually send to his mother when we found out what had happened, because, we were close. We went to parties together. We hung out. We did a bunch of good things. We'd have fun just doing stuff. I've sent that out to his mom up in New York, who I never met and stuff, but I, obviously working with her son. And one of the family members have responded back about how much of a difference that made. They literally took the poem I had sent, printed it out, and put it in a frame and kept it on a coffee table.
No.
And they would actually read that. That would give them strength of what had happened. And it was kind of like, I never thought that was going to be the case. I just wanted to express the friendship I had with their son, how we got through stuff, how much he'll be missed type thing. But it was one of those things that they now were able to kind of look at. And so those things you don't see unless you take the opportunity to put that stuff out there, as far as to reach out to let people know. He never got the chance to see it because he had actually died, but I was able to share that with his family members. That's why, and that made me think later on in the course of years to, when people are alive and you do have that kinship, express those feelings, express those things. That's why I'm kind of like that happy-go-lucky type. Like, I tell people those kind of things while they're here and stuff too, because you never know what can happen. We just had a thing here in the States, I don't know if you saw or not, but there was another shooting up in New Hampshire, a mass shooting that took place earlier today.
Yep.
Anytime you leave the house, anything can actually happen. So you want to be able to express those things when you can at those moments. Don't wait. Do those things, because that can make a difference. Plus, if in the way that we see things nowadays, where people are kind of in these depression type states, being able to express that might help a person get through that day that you may not know they're dealing with something, but just to say, hey, you matter, and I want you to know that, can make that much more of a difference. So, but I don't know where I got onto this point as much, but it was just,
but you're right. Like,
it was just, you never know. Most people will not experience that because they'll be dead when we won't see the people coming. I mean, you can say if you're a religious type person, maybe you'll be in heaven looking down on stuff. Oh, I'm pretty much 100% atheist, so I don't think that's going to happen.
You're like me then. You're like me.
So I tell people now, because I don't know what it would be on stuff, but it's kind of like most people won't be able to see that, I believe, and it's kind of like you want to be able to, as we say, as a spec, live in that moment and share these things as you can, because you never know what can happen. How many times have you heard of stories of something happens to somebody and somebody wished they would have told them something before they actually had died? It's like you got to take the opportunity when you can. So I don't know. Maybe the beer's talking. I don't know. I'm at a different level right now. So.
No, you're 100. No, you know what? You're 100% right, and I can relate to that.
Yeah.
Like I said, you don't know. Like we just one of the guys I work with just passed away last week. 48 years old.
Oh, sorry.
He had a heart attack while he was sleeping.
Yeah.
And we're all just like, what do you mean? Like this? And this guy was one of those guys that, I used to work with him on the same shift, and he went to a different shift. So I only see him every once in a while. Yeah. But when I did see him, he was one of these guys. It was like, hey, how's the wife, doing? Hey, I heard your kid I was talking to your wife. I heard he got his driver's license. Like he was genuinely interested in everybody he talked to. He's just one of those genuine guys that knew everything about everybody. And when he, like I said, he passed away, and they posted the obituary and stuff, and like, hey, here's when the visitation was. And because he was so well liked, and I hope he knew that before he passed, he was so well liked, like when they had his little visitation and stuff, they had to extend it because there was so many people from our work. Because I work in like a place with like 3,000 or 4,000 people that work there, and everybody knew him, and everybody loved this guy. And I hope he knew that we all enjoyed his company. Like he was fantastic. He was such a nice guy. I wish I could have worked with him longer. Like I said, it's one of those guys that was like I said, it's one of those he was one of those rare people that when you talk to him personally, you actually think that this guy actually cares about my life.
He's really listening to you. He's really actually involved. Yeah.
Like he would ask about, my kids. He would ask about my wife. He would ask about different things because, he would either hear it from me or somebody else or my wife. And he'd be like, hey, man, I heard you're doing, a YouTube channel. How's that going? Whereas most people would be like, hey, how are you? Nice to see you. Yeah, have a nice day. And walk past you. This guy would take the time to stop and talk to you. And so I'm gonna, like I said, I didn't interact with him outside of work, but he was a really good work friend. Like he was always one of those guys that's interested. But like you said, you don't realize how many people's lives you've touched until you're gone and they show up at your funeral, and then there's you think you only have like 5 or 6 friends or 8 friends or close people that you talk to, and then all of a sudden there's 400 people at your funeral because they want to be there. Yeah. Because they're like, hey, I respect this guy and he was great. And it's like, like you said, it's good to do it now. Tell these people now what you think of them.
And I think it makes a difference. I think more of that definitely can be used in our world, right? To have people do that and show how much we're kind of tied together. But I feel like over the course of time, there's moments that present themselves. I remember when I was in college, I worked for a university newspaper. I was doing like ad production. And then later on, I became the ad manager. I was doing sales. I was doing one of the feature writers. And one of the guys, he was from one of the Middle Eastern countries. I can't remember what country he was actually from, but we talk, and occasionally I would always listen. I'd always do stuff, try to help him out, kind of stuff. And when he was a senior, he graduated. And when he graduated, he put a thing in the piece thanking things. But he said, he put a thing in our newspaper thanking everything for his stay in America and all that stuff. But then he put special thanks to me, put my name in there. I didn't know it was actually running. It was something that somebody showed me, and just how much it made a difference from him coming from another country and me being able to help him adjust and learn stuff, and how much it was appreciated. Right. It was kind of like, for me, it made that that little thing, like, you know, where you touch somebody else's life. And that's why I said, you know,
Right.
he would have never said that. I would never thought about it and everything. But being alive, you're able to appreciate that when people do that. And that was like one of those early instances where it made me think, if you can tell somebody at that time, then tell them then, because that does make a difference. And that actually can affect how, you know, that person goes forward, I would say. Because then it's kind of like, wow, if I did something like that, like, if I'm doing other stuff, am I affecting other things here? And it's like, you become more of that sense of community. So my whole thing is like, don't wait to tell people that kind of things. Do those things when you can, because we have no guarantees. We don't know what's going to happen. You know, I'm the same age as Matthew Perry. I can get in the hot tub and be going like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
like I said,
yeah. It just,
like I said, because you're only like a year or two older than me. Like it was same thing. I'm like, holy crap. Like you never know. You never know.
And it's like I told my wife, like, before Matthew Perry, but a few months ago, I was like, you know, if something ever happens to me, like, this is where all the stuff is. But she's like, why are you talking like that? I'm just telling you, like, just in case, because you never know.
Because you need to know.
Yeah, you got to know where stuff is, you know, and things like that. And you know, so my whole thing is to people, anybody that's still watching at this point, tell them what you love.
We still got a few.
Yeah.
Still got
tell
a few
people
watching.
now. Share the stories now. Don't wait, because, like I said, there's no guarantee. If someone goes to sleep tonight, they may not wake up in the morning. Okay. So it's always important to be able to reach out and share those facts. So that's just my take on it. I try to share the love when I can share the love, and hopefully you guys do too. I'm going to drink some more of this beer here, which right now, if you're wondering, the third beer I actually had tonight was the Voodoo Ranger Juice Force IPA. This one comes in at 9.5% ABV. And you know what? Some people try to knock Voodoo Ranger and New Belgium because all their kind of focuses on that line. I actually enjoy Voodoo Ranger. I think it's actually a decent series. This one here, very drinkable, very palatable, goes down real easy, and a nice Imperial IPA you can sit back and enjoy. So that's why I am drinking it tonight.
Sorry, what did you have there, Rod? Sorry, I missed it.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm just, my third beer was the Voodoo Ranger. This is one I had last night too, the Juice Force IPA. That
I have tried that. My buddy Matt was down in Florida early this year and picked me up one. Actually, I do have, God, I gotta get rid of these cans. I did have the regular Voodoo Ranger I can get up here.
Yeah.
I can get that pretty much anytime, but any of the like the Juice Force or any of the other ones, I can't get up here.
Really? So it's just the regular that you get, but none of the
just
other variants.
I know I've got a can of it here because I just had it like 2 nights ago.
What about the variety packs? You look at the variety packs either, like the variety 12 packs where they put out?
No, we just get the singles of the regular Voodoo Ranger, and I like the Voodoo Ranger. The regular one's a good beer. The Juice Force is good too.
Well, that's what I was mentioning. Some people kind of knock it because some people are like, "Oh, New Belgium just doing Voodoo Ranger," and they had those like, New Belgium had some other good beers they were doing on some of the other stuff, but they kind of put the money into the Voodoo series now because guess what? People like it. It's a cash cow, as we call it in business. And they're seeing success with it, so that's why they're kind of on board with it now. So I think it's an easy drinking beer. I have no problem with it. I pick it up from time to time. It's an easy crusher. Again, know your limit, 9.5% ABV, but it goes down easy. It goes down real easy.
Sure. and that's what the dangerous part of it is. It goes down so easy, and you don't notice that alcohol, right?
Right. So
like sometimes you'll get like a bourbon aged like Imperial Stout, and when you start sipping on it, and it's 9% or 10%, whatever the hell it is, you can taste that booze.
Oh, you're like, oh yeah, take my time.
And you're like, okay, I'm gonna take my time with this. But when you get stuff like you said, like the Voodoo Ranger and stuff like that, where it's higher ABV, or like the Heady Topper or the Focal Banger, and you're just or the Spark. Love this beer, Sparkle Puff.
I've had the Sparkle Puff. Yeah,
like at 10%, and you don't notice that booze, and you're like, you pound 2 or 3 or 4 of them, and all of a sudden you're flat on your freaking ass on the ground. And you're like, oh, why am I so drunk? Because you just had four 10.2% alcohol freaking beers, you dumbass.
Yeah, if you're gonna drink, make sure you
go ahead. Yeah.
No, if you're gonna drink, follow the rules of drinking. Make sure you're hydrating yourself. Make sure you're eating something. So yeah.
For sure. But like older guys like you and me and like Brian, like we know we prefer the higher alcohol beers, but we're not stupid because we're older and we're only gonna have 1, 2, maybe 3. Like, and at 3, we're all like, yeah, you know what? This is I'm done.
Well, you're gonna pace. You're gonna pace them too. You're gonna pace them through as well, right?
Well,
like you're not chugging them and stuff. So you're working through them. But
like I said, guys at our age, we're not sitting there friggin' trying to chug, 12 Coors Light or Bud Light or whatever the hell it is that you're drinking, because we're not trying to be cool. Like, hey, look how many beers I can drink. We're not those guys. We prefer a high quality beer, higher ABV, and we're good with just 2 or 3 in a night. And we're just, just get through our night and have a great old time, chatting like we are on the live, stuff like that. But yeah, God, I can't do it. I can't do this.
I can do it. I can enjoy it. So it's funny. We had a conference early this year. I was back in Cincinnati for work. It was like back in April or in August rather. And we're out drinking. So we would drink some beers and then we go to one of the bars and, company tab type stuff. So it's like, oh, we're drinking a couple whiskeys here and there. People are like, how are you here the next morning? Like, are you all right? Like, people are like, we're all drinking and like some people are dragging and it's kind of like, are you all right? Like, and I'm like, I'm good. Like, I know how to drink. Like, one, I went to a college that was the number 1 party school in the country. 2, I've had years and years and years of being in the sales field. So I've been in events. I know how to drink. Like, you always have to know what your limit is going to be and you kind of work through it. So we all get that point where we can be drinking, like you were mentioning, being older. We know where the dial, like a speedometer, where it hits a certain level. And you're like, I know where I'm at right now. I'm going to go ahead and throttle it back. I'm going to call it a night. And I'm going to go back and get some rest, right? Like, you learn those types where when you're young, you're trying to run that baby all the way over. Like, let's hit that 120. Let's hit that 120. Right. Like, yeah, we don't do that anymore. So
and then once you get to 120, you're like, hey, let's see if we can push it to 130.
Right.
Right.
Like, no, we know how to throttle it back when we need to. So
I have been known to, you get a couple, like I said, you get at that point, you're like, I'm good now. I gotta ride this for a couple hours.
Yeah.
And I just go and get like a short glass of Coke with a lime in it.
Yeah.
So it looks like I'm drinking a rum and Coke. And if anybody asks, I got a rum and Coke. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. It's just Coke.
Yeah. That's one of the things there. It was funny. We came back from one night and I was with one of the our sales managers. And we went from the one event we were at. We came back and everybody's loading up the hotel bar. And they're like, oh, come over, drink wine. And we looked at each other and it's like, what do you like? I think I'm going up. It's like, I think I'm going up too. Like, no, we're good. Like, it's kind of like, and next morning you see people like kind of dragging and stuff. And it's just like, yeah, you got to know your limits. You got to know where you're at. You got to, like.
But that only comes with years of experience. So like we have.
Yeah, you got to go through the experience. Like we've been through the 80s and the 90s where it's kind of like, weren't you wearing that last night? We've been there. We know that. We know. We know how that actually works out, but we don't do that nowadays.
That's right, because we've learned from bad experiences, and we don't want to do those ever again.
It's like I tell people back in the day, it's kind of like some of the younger people, like, what was it really like in the 80s? And the party said, I would tell them, you ever see, there's this movie you can go rent. It's called Bright Lights. Well, back when you rented movies, right? Now you can probably order it on whatever service. Bright Lights Big City. Back in the day with Michael J. Fox and James Spader. It was like back in the 80s setup. And I was like, you watch that movie or you watch Less Than Zero and you'll understand how I grew up in the 80s and where I'm at right now, because we pretty much crashed on everything. So at this point, this is all a cakewalk for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can do this, going to surprise me at all. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, and it just comes with experience, right? Because like, much like me and you in our 20s, we're just, pounding back Coors Light, whatever, Canadian, whatever the hell you got.
It's like I came from an era where we'd have a pyramid of fire on the bar because we were all doing Dr. Peppers. You can't do that now because that's a fire hazard. Bars won't let you do Dr. Peppers anymore. You can't even buy Bacardi 151 because they stopped selling it. But we were drinking Bacardi 151 back in that time. You know, back in my day, Long Island iced tea had 4 alcohols in it and very little sour, very little Coke. Nowadays, you got people cutting it out. And they're cutting out tequila. Like they're going 3 or doing this or that.
Right.
Like, yeah, it was a total different time. You know, it's kind of like.
Well, it's supposed to be 5. It's supposed to be 5 shots.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's supposed to be
vodka, tequila.
Gin, vodka, tequila,
and triple sec.
Well, triple sec was the 5th one, but triple sec isn't really an alcohol though. But
it is. It's a liqueur, right? Like,
it's a liqueur, right? Yeah.
You can change that up with Grand Marnier, or anything like that. Any kind of orange flavored liqueur.
So you had the 4 alcohols with the triple sec, which is 5. You had the sours, you had the splash of Coke. Now, when you look at Long Island recipes, there might be 3 alcohols that might be, because gin was the other one that was in there.
Right.
So it might be 3 in there, and I'm like, that's not Long Island. It's like, that's how we make it. Like, that's not how I used to make it when I bartended in the 90s. Like, you guys have taken it down, which I can understand because in the 90s, people would get crazy after some of Long Island iced teas.
Well, you have 2 of those, and you're 10 shots in after 2 drinks, right? If it's made properly.
If it's made properly, right? Yeah, we when I bartended in college, I bartended at one of our alumni centers, and we actually had the athletic director for WVU. His daughter got married when I was in school. So we were doing their function. And it's funny when you bartend, because you bartended. So I don't know if you ever bartended a wedding, but when you bartend a wedding, for some reason, the guests always want to try to outdrink the bartenders. And it's like,
of course, yes.
Do you know where my skill level is, right? Like, I've been drinking all kinds of stuff. We actually make drinks up just to kind of test stuff. Like, you're not going to outdrink the bartenders, but we'll play along. We'll do your game, whatever.
That's right.
And we had them so lit that the bride, for one, she's on top of tables pulling her dress up, which was kind of crazy.
Nice.
The bride's brother, he rips off. He's like a big, like 6'5", 300-pound type fella, right? He rips off one of the stall doors in the bathroom. Then he's like trying to peel out and drive by the back of the kitchen. That he's hitting the tires and smoke is coming out, and we think something's burning. No, it's not something burning. It's him outside revving the wheels up and stuff. We got to get him out of the car so he doesn't go out there and kill somebody or himself type thing.
Right.
We got all this mayhem happening, and they're like, our boss was like, oh, you can give the employees 1 drink because everything was kind of going well up to that point. And we got like drunk caterers because, when you're bartending for your friends that are the other caterers, they're like, come on, give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. Like, so you're like, but you don't know what their level really is. So they're getting hammered on the drinks. And it's just like this whole mayhem type thing. But that was like the 90s. That's kind of the stuff that we did back then. And it was just kind of crazy. But nowadays, it's definitely more tame that you see. Yeah. And remember, like, back then, it's funny because I watched that on the History Channel. I watched The Food That Built America and the Toys that series they do. And it talked about Fridays. Fridays was actually set up as a singles bar when it actually was original. So back in the 80s and 90s, it was kind of just like the single. So that's where you had Long Island iced tea, you had the Sex on the Beach, you had all these other different drinks that kind of grew out of that phenomenon. And it was just like a whole totally different thing where I would say now versus then, there was a lot more irresponsible drinking taking place, which was a crazy type culture that we had to go through. So now to try to challenge me to drink something, know how to drink, like, you're not going to beat me on drinking. I know how to drink. I know my level. Like, it's not going to happen. So, it's just funny. So, yeah.
Well, like I always said, with age comes wisdom, right?
Yeah.
And how to, you know how much you can drink. And then once you get to that, like I said, you get to that, 100, 120 mile an hour mark, you slow down a little bit. You can still drink. Yeah. But you can slow down while these young kids are just sitting there trying to pound, and then they're done in like an hour. And you're standing there going, what's up?
What's up, right? Yeah, we're good. You know what? Yeah. Well, it's funny. I don't know if you saw my because I know we're on Gen X. On Facebook now, but I posted a video on Gen X the other day, and it was funny. I don't know if you ever saw the Gen X meme, and it's the I think Japanese guy, and he's like, "Who let Gen X off the hook like blah blah blah, and then people respond to it. Like at one point, it was that Kelly. I can't remember her last name. She responded to it. Well, I put a video on Facebook that you can check out when you get a chance, but it has like all these people that responded to it, and they were like, basically, look, you don't mess with Gen X. Gen X pretty much did this, they did that. Like, you know, they would kick your ass type stuff. And it was funny because if you watch the montage of all different stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, I can remember when that would happen. I can remember when this would happen. Like we did everything. Like it was kind of like it wasn't a fate. Like it wasn't anything that kind of freaked us out type things that we would actually kind of do it. We basically were the hold my beer generation. Like someone said you couldn't do that. We were like, hold my beer and watch me do it. Like when we were back in high school, right? So we would do those kind of things. And it's just an hilarious video. Like we are that generation. It's just, you know,
well, it's funny because our generation did so much stuff.
Yeah.
That is so, I don't want to say maybe frowned upon now, but like, you know, we rode our bikes until, you know, the streetlights came on. You know, played in the dirt. We did.
Well, you can imagine if somebody would try to give us a helmet back then. We just no way we were riding with a bike helmet. Like we thought the bike helmet for the special kids. We weren't putting a helmet on. Like we're good. Like,
dude, if we put on a bike helmet back in our day,
that's just
looking the fuck up.
That was looking to get your ass whooped. Yeah, you get your ass whooped if you put the helmet on back then.
Yeah, for sure. We would get our ass whooped badly. You know, and it's funny because, like I said, my youngest boy, he's not quite 18 yet, but you know, watching him, you know, growing up, I'm trying my best to raise him the same way I was raised.
Yeah,
but the times are different, so it's like I started to become one of those, not really, but a semi overprotective parent, and I'm like, I freaking hate this shit. My parents would never have done this. My parents would have said, hey, see ya, go.
Yeah.
I you know, at 8 o'clock in the morning, like, hey, yeah, go out. I don't expect to see you until 6 o'clock at night. Don't come back in the house because, you know, you'll get your ass whooped if you come in before 6. You know,
I mean, when we were kids, there was no like, you don't touch a hot stove, blah 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 blah. Our parents were like, they see us going for it. I'm like, okay, touch it, see what happens. Like you had to learn. You had to learn experience. You got a fork in your hand, and you're like, "What's these two little things on the wall? Check it out." You know, you stick a fork in the outlet. Oh, but you won't do that anymore. That was kind of the response we got back, right? Like, and that's just how it was. And it was like I was watching another video. It was talking about like Gen X, and it was like, you know, growing up as a kid, we had the playground, you know, monkey bars on the asphalt or the merry-go-round type thing where we would go as fast as good. But it was like, and the other part was like sitting on roofs drinking beer. Like we would literally climb houses, abandoned houses, and sit out there drinking beer. Like I can remember in high school, one of my friends almost pulled a bad shutter and would have fell back if he wouldn't have been able to hold on to something else that he was holding on to. And it was just like we would do stupid shit like that. It was just like no big deal type thing. And it was just like we were kind of like, you know, let's go out here and see what we can do. And you live by experience, and we were after all the experiences and stuff like that. Nowadays, it's almost like the kids don't do those experiences or have those opportunities to experience because it's just a different type, I guess, world, or maybe like you said, like trying to overparent, you're trying to be more protective. But it's kind of like we learned by doing. Like we were the latchkey kids. It's like, hey, it's 11 at night or 1 in the morning or whatever. You're home from school at 4 o'clock and you're the only one there. You're hungry. You better learn how to microwave. You better go there and try to do something. You better learn how to boil an egg. You know, you had to do something. You know, you're there by yourself or whatever. So it's
and that's the sad part. Like I said, I look at my oldest boy is 31, but my young boy is, like I said, almost 18. It's like you guys have no idea what it was like when you and I were kids. Like we went out and we rode our bikes until, you know, the streetlights come on. If we didn't come home when the streetlights come on, we got our asses whooped. That was just, you know, the way it was. And just, you know, I think we had a frigging fantastic childhood.
Oh, I loved it. Yeah. I mean,
compared to what the kids have now, because it's all like, you know, they're playing video games and, you know, mobile games and just, you know, on their phones and shit all the time. And just the social aspect that we had as kids. Like if we wanted to play with, like if I wanted to go and, hey, I wanted to go play with Rod J. Well, I got to, take my bike and bike over to his house.
Over it, yeah.
And say, hey, man, do you want to go out and play? And we'll go, get our little toy cars and we'll make some little tracks in the sand. They're like, yeah, okay, let's do that.
It's funny because one of the videos I was thinking of from that video I told you about on Gen X, it's like you don't fuck with Gen X. It's like Gen X is like they didn't have the computers back then. So if they wanted to hurt your feelings, they literally had to get up to you personally and hurt your feelings. It wasn't doing typing on the keyboard, right?
Yeah,
if they couldn't beat you physically, they would hurt you mentally. Like you don't want to mess with that generation. So it's like if you were the smart kid, you could win in a fight. You would take it to the intellectual level to make that person feel stupid, right? So yeah, it was just it was a whole different type of warfare that we had back then. There were no keyboard warriors back then. You had to literally face that person up, or they would show up at your house. Like if they went, like literally there was kids, like if you were to fight someone, they come over, hey, is Shane here? Mr. Blah, blah, blah. And they're like, come out and they're like, hey, okay. And Shane, you would come to the door and they'd be like, okay, we're going to fight now or what? And you would literally come out to fight that person. Like your person would knock on the door and you would come out there and then you would fight or whatever. And people would sit there and watch you fight and stuff too. And it was just a different type.
Yeah.
Time nowadays, right? And you can't do that nowadays. Like it would just be like
no, because back in our day, we never had to worry about knives or guns or stuff like that, because it was just like, hey, we're gonna fight, and it's gonna be this, it's gonna be just this, and when you beat the guy, if it's if you have any respect at all, you'll go and pick him up off the ground and say, hey, man.
And and tomorrow you're playing football together or baseball.
Yeah, we're done.
And everything. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's like it's scary now because you get in a fight with like nowadays, like you don't know what's going to happen. If the guy's going to pull a knife or a gun, or it's just, or if he's going to get 5 of his buddies to come and jump you, like like back in my day when there was a fight, it was just the 2 guys going at it.
Yeah, it was just a fight, and now it's like. I mean, like I said, I don't have any kids and stuff, but it's kind of like I imagine if I did have kids, it would be like, you tell a kid, like, look, you pull a knife or you pull a gun, that is like permanent. Like, there's no coming back from that. If you take somebody's life, that's it. It's not the same as when we did it and we fought and all that kind of stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, like back in the 70s where kids would have like butterfly knives or some stuff like that and everything, but those were you're always going to have those kind of part of it, but it was more like when you fought somebody, it was a fight one-on-one, and like you said, after that fight it was done and over. We just got the shit out of our system and we moved on type thing. I mean, it's just it's a different aspect to that along those lines, but it's just I don't know, I feel like and they say some people will always relate to their own generation more, but I just feel like we had so much fun and shit that we did growing up the time we did and stuff. It's just like not even just from that kind of stuff, to the technology and all the different things.
Well, when we were kids, I mean, we didn't, like I said, we didn't have that technology, so we had to use this. We had to use our brains and like invent games. Like, how many games did
we invent games? Yeah,
right. Like, hey, let's play this game. Oh, these are the rules. And as you kind of went along, you're like, oh, by the way, we're going to do this rule, and you're always pissed off your friends because they're like, oh, no, that wasn't a rule. Like, yeah, this makes sense. We had to be creative in what we did because we were always outside.
I mean, even when we went out like to the wood areas, right? Like you were building a fort or something like that and everything. You were literally laying down engineering skills and trying to figure out how you can do this or do that, or measuring where you can do like a rope swing type thing. You were kind of being more creative and thinking on a lot of that stuff. So, and again, I mean, the kids nowadays, they have technology. They're doing stuff on the computer. I mean, they talk about like some of the military stuff, like flying drones. A lot of kids that are getting recruited for that now are the ones that do a lot of video games because of the hand-eye dexterity. So there's some things coming out of that generation, but it's just like, when you think of some of this stuff from the generations that took place, whether it's the boomers, the Xers, the millennials, the Zs, the Ys, I don't know if there's any generation that's seen as much stuff go through that we have, from how we grew up to how we had technology to what we actually had to deal with. I mean, we literally went from 3 in the front, no airbags, to where we have airbags now, to where we have all this other stuff in cars that we didn't have back then type thing. We literally went from riding in the back of station wagons, the back of pickup trucks, where you
Yeah.
couldn't do that nowadays. Like we were doing all kinds of stuff that we kind of went through, that we kind of saw, and things like that now. And it was like, you know, it's interesting when you think back on the stuff. It's kind of like I tell people, like, you know, we went from coming out of an age of, depending on where you were born. Like I can remember being a kid, and some people would have like the reel-to-reel type stuff for the music. But we went from that to the 8-track, to the cassette, to the CD, to the MP4, to where you're doing digital download. Like we went through all of that stuff. We went through the VHS, to where now you just click on the thing on the TV and it's like, oh, I'm pull up Netflix and see what the movie. Like we went through all these different things.
Right.
We went through the different stuff with the cars. We went through different things that we saw from science and all kind of stuff. Like it was like literally, we were a generation that was like that first space shuttle generation, right? Like we all saw Challenger
sure.
when the Challenger blew up, and we watched people being able to do. So it's kind of like we are that generation that's seen so much more, I think, that other generations may have at that point. Like we can go back to where we had to do a rotary phone. You give a kid nowadays a rotary phone, they're kind of lost on how you actually work with it. Right. We had to work with the rotary phone. We had the thing where we could actually call information and ask them what the time was.
Right.
Because we didn't have a watch on, right? So you ask them what the time, and like, you know, like we just had so much, like the other things that we had to grow. We also had to become self-sufficient. You know, like I said, we were first latchkey kids that had to deal with that kind of stuff. Right. And parents went from a dual parent home to maybe a one parent home, or both parents working, and we had to take care of ourselves, fend for ourselves, or if you were an older sibling, take care of your younger ones. So we were kind of, you know, raised at an older age, at a younger age than other generations were ahead of us type thing. So just kind of interesting. I love our generation. I think we just had so much fun, and it's kind of like
great.
Every time I watch like Breakfast Club, I get that little warm feeling in the back, because I can see like all the different aspects of how our generation kind of went through. And you all know people that kind of felt that mold that you went to school with when you watched that movie. So,
for sure, 100%. Like I said, I always tried to raise my boys like basically how I was raised, or maybe not quite as brutally. My dad was a pretty hard ass. I love the man to death, but he was a hard ass. But I tried to raise my boys like that. Like both of my boys know how to cook. Like even my youngest boy, he's almost 18 now. By the time he was like 14, like he could cook his own dinner. Like he knew how to do it. Not that he ever had to, but it was like every once in, and even still like today, every once in a while, I'm like, hey, you know what? Why don't you make dinner tomorrow? Because usually it's just me and him, because my wife works until 10 o'clock at night. So it's usually just me and him. So if he's not working, I'll be like, hey, why don't you cook dinner? I feel like having pierogies, make pierogies. And he will cook it because he has that know-how, right? Which is basically the same knowledge that I had, because I didn't have that, hey, this is how you make it. This is how you make it tomorrow, you know, kind of thing. He isn't quite kind of left on his own like I was. But both my boys can cook. They can take care of themselves, which is, like I said, the way I was kind of raised, but in a different kind of manner. When I was raised, it was just like, you're cooking dinner. Here's some steaks. Do it. Yeah. Like, I don't know how to cook steaks, or, you know, pork chops, or whatever the hell it happened to be, or chicken breasts, or whatever the hell it happened to be. At least, you know, I took the time to show my boys how to do different things. Like my youngest boy, like I'm really into like bushcraft and survival and stuff like that. I don't do a whole lot of it, but I'm really into it. So one of the things I taught my youngest boy was how to, you know, if anything like major happened and he couldn't, you know, be at home and he had to go out in the woods and survive, I've given him some tools on how to, you know, build a shelter, how to get a tarp and make it into a shelter, how to, you know, make a snare, how to, you know, provide that food for himself. Yeah. Because I mean, most kids don't know how to do that. And if, like, seriously, if something really bad happened and, you know, you couldn't go home, 99% of the kids, I think, nowadays wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Whereas, like I said,
no, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, and both of my boys would know what to do if something really bad happened. Like if there was, heaven forbid, there was a war or something like that, and they couldn't come home. You know, they know they can go in the woods and like, oh, I remember Dad showed me how to, you know, build this shelter out of, you know, a couple sticks and a string. kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's where we had to, and I know it's down now, but back when we were younger, the benefit of like scouts and kind of stuff. That's why you were kind of in it, like to kind of learn those kind of things and being able to, have kind of those survival type things and being able to do that. That's why when like Red Dawn came out, it was just like, okay, I can see, okay, yeah. I know some of this stuff here. No, we'll be able to survive if we were invaded type thing. And yeah, so nowadays, if something were to happen, some of the kids might be lost on some of that stuff. Because I mean, like, I don't know how all the Boy Scout stuff is. I know they read into issues and kind of things along those lines, but I don't even know if it's as popular as it is now. But there were things you learned, like with the Boy Scouts going camping, how to, pitch a tent, how to make a meal, how to do all kinds of stuff that you would learn out there where you, if you had to live off the land type thing that you might not get nowadays. And like here in the States, we were talking about some of the curriculum. Here in the States, for instance, like gym is like an elective now or something. So people opt out of gym. Like, how do you opt out of gym? Like, I love being a kid and being able to go to gym, like, play sports and kind of stuff, but like people can opt out of it. And it's like, you opt out of it. Yeah, you might not want to do the sport, but you're also becoming less physical as well, right? Because you're not taking that time to get the physical growth you would actually need to build muscle, to build cardio skill and all that kind of stuff too. So it's kind of like now you don't even have the physique to survive if something were to happen, I would say. So it's a different time. It's a different time. So I don't envy you for being a parent and have to go through that stuff. It's kind of interesting, but definitely seems like you got the boys in the right way to go.
Yeah, like I said, I both of my boys are they're pretty respectful people, especially my older one. Like I said, he's 31 now. He's a really respectful person. Which, I mean, if you can raise a respectful child in this day and age, fucking hats off to you.
Kudos to that.
Yeah. And like I said, they both, like I said, if anything ever bad were to happen in the world, I think they would be okay. I think.
Tell them to go to Vanessa's. Just tell them to go to Vanessa's.
Yeah, we go down to Vanessa's house. We'll go eat some squirrel and stuff, right? I've tried to give them as many. Like I'm no bushcraft survival expert by any means. I'm an enthusiast, for sure. So I tried to pass that on to them, and it was always like, hey, and especially my youngest one, when I first started to teach him stuff a couple of years ago, he's like, "Oh, why do I need to know how to do this?" I'm like, "You don't necessarily need to know how to do this, but in the future you might." And he's like, "Oh, this is never going to happen." I'm like, "Dude, just do it." And as he learned how to do it and got proficient at it, he actually got excited about it. Because I mean, he can pop up a friggin' a nice little shelter with a 8x10 tarp and some string and boom, 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 and he could sleep in that no problem, and he's okay with that now. But at first he was like, "Oh, I don't want to. Why would I got to sleep outside?" And he's like, just do it, dude. Me personally, I love sleeping outside. Like if I get an opportunity to sleep outside, either in a tent or just on a hammock or something outside, I love it. It's absolutely great.
Yeah. I feel like there's something. I mean, I haven't been outside in a while as far as like camping. I think that we were joking the other night. Like I'm definitely more the cabin type camper type now. But when I think back to being like a scout and doing stuff years ago, I feel like when we look at society now, that's something definitely was probably disconnected in how we actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of, I want to say kind of formed a bond with the land. There's something about when you're outside and you're camping and you're barefoot in the grass type thing where it's kind of like this, there's like an energy that takes place when you're out. And I think when you think back to like, you think of all the stuff that we did, like you look at how long Native Americans held the land, right? And everything there. And how long did it take for us to not be Native American and do technology and kind of start screwing up stuff, with the whole climate type thing. And it's kind of like there's a balance you want to actually have. And when you're actually able to go out there and kind of do that, I think there's a lot of people that don't have that balance with the land. And when you do that, or you're able to do that, rather, you feel the kind of an energy. There's something a bit about that, like you said, being outside with the land, bonding with the land, and just having that nurturing type feeling to it. And it would be good. It'd be good if there were more things where it was like maybe coming up when you're coming through the school system where there was like different camping type things or something like that, where people can kind of be able to reflect. I mean, there's something relaxing when you're out there with the land. And my wife, she's really big about being around water, but there is something relaxing when you're sitting out there on the side of, say, a creek. You get that water that's just coming down, that babbling type little creek type thing. And you're just there getting that kind of peace. There's something about that a lot of Americans don't have, or not even Americans, just people in general don't have anymore, because they're detached from it all. But there's something of a relaxing type thing where you get a mental type capacity that you don't have like when you're away from it, when you're in a city or you're doing other stuff, where you have to be out there to really enjoy that peace. I think if more people did that, there'd be more of a acceptance or a kind of vibe that people would get, that as a whole would actually make us a better population. That's my feeling on it. Just being able to, yeah, absolutely. Because like I said, just being out in the woods, and like I said, like starting to be at one with nature is huge. And even I feel like it's like a reset or something. Like you're resetting everything when you're out there. Yeah.
Like I said, I do a big camping trip every September with the same group of guys. We go way up north, and we're literally in the middle of nowhere. We have to canoe across 2 lakes to get to where we go. There's like no water, no electricity, no cell service, no nothing. Like we're literally in the middle of nowhere, and I love it. And I will sit there and I will start a fire with a ferro rod. I won't use a lighter. I'll just use a ferro rod just to keep that skill up. Yeah. And you get to sometimes I'll make like a spoon out of a stick, and eat with that. Like this is what our ancestors did years ago. This is what they had to do. And it's actually, like you said, it really gives you that little feeling of like, oh, okay, I accomplished something, and this is what my forefathers did. And it really makes you appreciate where you are at the time. Yeah. It's like, I could bring a fork with me, but why bring a fork with me when I can make one?
Yeah. And it's like one of my old friends, he's a former Marine, but he would do that in Michigan each year. He would have a break where he would do that. And he would actually go just camping himself. And as you get older, at least for me, I started to see why he actually does that. It's kind of just like that nice break. So he would get out there and he would do like a 25-mile hike for the weekend or whatever it may be. His wife knew where he was, kids, all kind of stuff. But he would I think he still does. He just gets out there and it's just him and nature for a weekend. And you can just see where that can make a difference to people. And it's just like, because we have like here in Baltimore, we have like trails and stuff around and we do some stuff. And sometimes when you're out there, it's just like you definitely get that relaxing type feeling. You just kind of sit there and wonder, and kind of going back to what we talked about earlier, you start to realize, so you're looking around, how much of a speck you are, right? You're looking at all these different things with the trees and the nature and all kind of stuff. And it's just like, you're not as big as you think you are, when you're kind of doing that and stuff, and the different wildlife and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, for me, it's just fun just to get out there. And like I said, I go camping for a week, and we're up there. And when I come home, I'm freaking tired, dude. Like I'm exhausted because I try and do. I mean, I do some modern stuff, but I try and do a lot of like more ancient stuff. Like, hey, I got to build this structure, and it's just because I enjoy it, and it's just nice to kind of get back to our roots and to go like, oh my God, 100 years ago, this is what, my great grandfather had to do to survive, kind of thing or whatever. But it's really good for everybody just to get in touch with nature and just do, just a couple little things kind of thing. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's gotta be like a sense of accomplishment there too. So it's like, that for sure. Into play for sure. It's just, so getting back to your roots, so to speak, which is kind of a cool thing. So,
I mean,
wow.
I mean, I don't think a lot of kids nowadays maybe appreciate that particular aspect.
Yeah.
Like, oh, why would I want to do that when I can just go and buy a tent? Well, why don't you just grab this tarp and a piece of string, basically, and make a shelter? Just say, oh no, that takes too much work. I just want to set it up because it's one of those either instant pop tents, you know, your ones you just throw and they open up and it's like, oh, I just stake it down. And I'm like, what are you going to do if that's not available? Oh, but I've got one. But I've got one. Why would I not have it? There's going to you know,
I think from their standpoint, they see it, but then it's a matter of, is it up to them to realize it, or is it up to the parents to show them why they should realize it, type thing, or whoever's taking the people out, right? Because it's like, if you got an easy way to do it, a lot of people are going to opt for that easy option.
Sure.
So then it becomes a teaching moment of, well, this is why you want to learn to do it. Again, it's the whole, I can give you the fish, or I can teach you to fish, and show them the importance of why they need to learn how to fish themselves.
Right. Exactly.
And I think if you do that, like your son that you mentioned, once he actually started doing it, he actually started to enjoy it and stuff.
Right.
So it's got to be that delivery of why you want to do it, how you do it, and then taking them through why, and they get that more satisfaction out of it. So rather than just getting handed to it, now they've built something or grew something out themselves, and it makes them stand out a little bit more. So
yeah, absolutely. Like I said, like if you got to, make your kid or whoever, build their own shelter, that, hey, you have to build this yourself and you've got to sleep in it for 3 or 4 or 5 nights, whatever the hell it is. So make sure it's good, and once as long as they put their mind to it, they can do it. It's hard work, but it's not impossible to do.
Right.
And once they create, whatever, their shelter, or make that first fire with not a lighter or matches, with a ferro rod or a bow drill or something, and they do it, it's like, oh my God, I can actually do this. And just that sense that they get of, I can do pretty much anything, which is the sense that they get, right?
Yeah.
Because if you can do some of these hard things that, we used to do back in the day, they just get that extra little boost of confidence, right?
Right. And then they see the payoff from it too at the end, which is great.
But it's sometimes it's really, really hard to get them there, right?
Well, no, that's part of the role, right? It's like to get them there to see it. If you get them there at the end, then they see it, I think. But it's definitely the drive, determination is the part of it that takes place.
Okay, so we got somebody new in here. We got Lord Taco 666. Hey lads, found I'm going to say that's old video of yours about my favorite beer, Peshmel. Just come on and say hi whilst I drink my Chimay. Hey, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
Chimay is always a nice call too. I like some Chimay.
Yeah,
I haven't had one in a while, but that's always a solid beer.
It's okay. It's an.
You're not a fan of Chimay? You're not a fan of Chimay?
It's okay.
Belgian? Which one? Like the red, the blue? You're not
I can't remember which one. I know I've had one.
Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't make the.
There's the red, the blue, and the white. I mean, it's a classic Belgian. I mean, it's pretty solid. I think it's. I'm my favorite style is Belgian. So for me, Belgian Chimay is pretty solid there. So.
Right. It's a good beer, but there are better.
Belgians. Yeah.
I know I've had. I don't remember which one I've had. It was okay. And again, it was probably 2 or 3 years since the last time I had it.
So this is one for him is the white.
The best for me is the white. So he likes the white better. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, for the longest time.
But really, you can't.
Go ahead.
You're good.
No, I was going to say. For me,
you can't go wrong with a Belgian beer. That's all I was going to say.
That's right. You can't go wrong with it. I'm going to agree totally with that one there. Yeah. I think for me, the longest time, like one of my favorites was the Golden Drop 9000. That was always my favorite. It was a quad that they had from Van Sternberg. But yeah, I love a good Belgian. And the Golden Drop beers are pretty solid, I think, overall. But Chimay, I like Chimay. I drink Chimay. I like Delirium. I'll drink some Delirium like crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, Golden Drop. There you go. And Pirate as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like it's funny. We went to dinner earlier this week, and we were at one of the breweries we have here. It's called Guilford, and they do a lot of the English type ales. But they have a Belgian double. They have one there. My wife decided to try it and stuff, and she's like, "I really like this beer." Like, yeah, Belgians always like say, "Why have you never given me this beer?" I'm like, I've never stopped you from getting any beer. You get any beer you want, but you're usually more the lager type thing, and so now Belgians are like our favorite thing there. So I'm like, yeah, I'm like. Drink responsibly, 8.5% ABV, but yeah, it's good. It'll get you there. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, so she likes those.
A couple of those, and you're good for the night, sweetheart.
Yeah. Yeah. I do like a good Belgian.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it was like 1:30. I better jump off here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
We've been going for a bit. Yeah.
We've been on for a long damn time.
Yeah. Is this your longest live stream thus far?
No.
Or? Okay.
My marathon live stream I did with actually Mallory one night. It was 13 hours.
How'd you get over there? I thought StreamYard cut you at 12.
It
Did
does.
Let you go? Okay.
It does, but we did 13 hours. Like on YouTube, it says like 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. But we went for 13 hours. We just kept
so
talking.
You were talking afterwards, yeah.
Yeah, so we went from like I think I started that at like 6 or something like that.
Yeah.
6 at night, and we 7:30 in the morning. We're still sitting there chatting, and my wife came downstairs, and she was not happy. She's like, "Are you still fucking on that YouTube shit?" I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna go to bed now." She was pissed, dude.
Where's the support? Well,
you know what? She honestly, she doesn't mind me doing live streams and stuff like that in my videos, but when I've been on live for 13 freaking hours,
yeah, my wife used to go to bed early. She's probably sleeping right now, but there's times when she's different now. It's like she listens to music when she goes to sleep, so she has like Bose headphones or whatever. But I get on here and I'm like with Mal or some other people kind of doing stuff, and I get a little bit louder as they're drinking, a little have fun, and she's like, "Are you still on there? I'm trying to sleep," like type thing. So, yeah, but then
of course, right?
Yeah, super long. It's chilling. It's kind of like
hang on.
Thing about
let me copy this again. No, you're good. Keep going.
No, I'll say the cool thing. I mean, it's in the world that we're in now. It's kind of like if you're hanging at the bar. If you're at a bar and you're having a conversation with people, time just flies through. Right? You're having a few drinks. You're talking, and that's kind of where StreamYard has kind of made a strength now. At least for in the beer community, it's like you're having a few beers, you're talking, you're having a great conversation, and time just kind of flies through. It never like I have people that come on my channel, like some of the brewers and stuff like that. And we'll do an interview, and I'll ask them ahead of time, like, how much time do you have? What do you want to do? And like an hour, 2 hours, like, and I warn them. I say, when you're doing it, it feels like you're going to be not there as long as you're actually going to be there sometimes. So that's why I like to check. And they're like, "Oh yeah, no, we're good." Like, we'll do stuff. We're going through, and it's like 2 hours in, and it's like we'll get it wrapped. And say, "Oh, I can go some more." Like okay, we're 2 hours. Like, we're in 2 hours already. Like, they're surprised, like, because it just it flows if you're having a good time and doing stuff. So yeah.
Oh, for sure. Like Lord says here, streaming 13 hours. Goddamn, that's super long. It seems like a nice, mellow, and fun stream. Yeah, you know what? We just have fun. We talk beer. We talk about whatever, just life in general, whatever happens to come up. I am going to sit here and boop, boop, boop. Lord Taco, if you're interested. I'm going to sit here and stick this boop, boop. There it is. I just threw a link up in the comments there. Starting December 1st, this is going to be the channel that I do my live streams on. So if you want to click on that, subscribe. It'll be most Friday. I don't want to say every Friday because there's going to be 1 or 2 Fridays. I'm not going to be able to do it, obviously, because life gets in the way. But yeah, I'm going to be doing my lives on this channel every Friday starting December 1st. So check that out. Rod J is usually around. We get Dave from Dave's TV, Brian the Beer Snob, all the good guys. I mean, nobody as legendary as this guy over here, But I gotta every once in a while I gotta scrape. Every once in a while when Rod's not around, I gotta scrape from the bottom of the barrel and just get what I can get.
I'm just a guy that drinks beer. Just a guy that drinks beer. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I just
I know, joking. No, Mal was telling me stuff last night, and she was like, "I'm like, yeah." She's like, "Yeah," but she's like, you always say that kind of stuff, but it's like, like for where you're at and where we want to be, is like you're doing this, and I'm very humbling. It's always appreciated, but I'm always like,
for sure.
I do what I can. Like I said, you were doing it tonight. I shared it out. We got people that popped in that had never been on your channel before, which was great. We had a few people jump there.
For sure.
And it's like, I'm always about, you can't be to a point where you're successful and you're not like pulling other people with you. Like I want to pull other people with me. If I get to a new level, I'm trying to pull everybody else up with me too. And Absolutely. So it's kind of like, it's always like if I get to the next rung, it's hand down to pull somebody else up to the next rung for them. So I enjoy it all. And like I said, I'm not like crushing the numbers. I mean, there's other beer tubers that are bigger than me out there, but I do okay considering full-time job. And then I'm doing this when I can. I do okay. So I always appreciate the compliments. I'm just saying they're not never needed. They're not never like I appreciate it, but they're not needed, I guess. So.
Like I said, I always said, Roger, 50% of the time I do it out of respect for you, and the other 50% is just to bother you because I know it bothers you when I call you the legend. So it's a compliment and kind of a lot of fun for me at the same time.
Yeah.
So I enjoy that's what I do.
I get it.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely stop by when I see the stream. It's nice to hear these kind of combos with like cats in the neighborhood getting together and chill. Yeah, we're just, like I said, we just chill out. We just talk about, like I said, we talk about some beers. I live in Canada. I don't know where you're from, Lord Taco. Rod J's down in the States. It's really good just to interact and see what other people are drinking in different parts of the country and different parts of the world. And then we talk about kids and life and just whatever the hell we happen to talk about that particular week. And how Gen X is, the most amazing generation that there ever was.
Always, forever.
Always, for sure. Just because, me and Rod are both obviously Gen Xers, so we got to.
You think of the Sandlot forever.
But you know what? We have good arguments. We have good arguments for why we are the best generation.
Yeah.
And I will put that up against anybody, anytime, any day. It's absolutely awesome.
I once read an article and they classified us as a schizo generation because we actually picked up tendencies from our parents who were the boomers, but we were so young, we still get stuff from the millennials behind us on the tech thing. So we're kind of like able to shift when we need to shift versus other generations that kind of struggle a little bit more, which I like. I like being a schizo generation. Like I would say more adaptable than schizo, but it's whatever works.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
I am East Coast. I'm in Baltimore, so I am East Coast. He's in Southern Cal,
like
so he's 3 hours
East Coast,
behind.
130. Yeah, it's the same time for me. I'm Eastern time zone. I live in Niagara, just outside Niagara Falls. I tell people Niagara Falls because it's easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But we do it. We always do it with love.
Always.
We really
always.
Do. Yeah, for sure.
We are the generation that's pretty much like the figured out generation. Like, we get somebody out like when I'm at work sometimes and it's just like some of the younger people that ask how you do, like, I'm just like, figure it out. Like, that's just like the instinct. I'll help them get through it. But my initial thing is like, how do you not figure this out? Like, just get in there and do shit. But that's just me.
Well, because we had to.
Because
when we were kids or we had a job, like it was like somebody like figure it out. Like, okay, we did.
That's what our parents would tell us. Our parents would tell us to figure it out. Or if you couldn't spell a word in class, the teacher would like look it up in a dictionary, and you'd be like, "How do I look up a dictionary? I don't know how to spell the word. So what do I even start with
exactly
to look it up in the dictionary?" And then you're reading other words that you didn't even need to read before. So try to figure it out. So
again, and going back to what we talked about earlier, it's like if the teacher said, "How do you spell pterodactyl?" Well, you're going to look under T if you don't know how to spell it. Right? You're not going to look under P.
Yeah. You'll never get to the P's.
Yeah, it never is. I'm like, I can't find the word pterodactyl. It's under the P's. Like, why would it be under the P's? Like pterodactyl and pneumonia and knife and
Although
knife.
I know what trapezoid means now.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
I know what tertiary means, yeah, but I can't find pterodactyl anywhere in here.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I can't find pterodactyl. I can't find pterodactyl. It's my favorite dinosaur, but I can't spell it.
You didn't say pterodactyl. You said pterodactyl.
Yeah, pterodactyl. It's like pneumonia. It's not pneumonia. It's pneumonia. God, English is such a terrible language.
It is. It's like the Sandlot. You're killing me, Smalls.
Yeah, right? That's exactly what it is.
I love that movie. That movie I can always watch that. That's a good movie. I like that one.
Yeah, you know what? Not bad. Not a bad movie at all.
Yeah.
What's Lord Taco saying here? Is new Gen Z and Alpha having improved my poker face skills? Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to deal with it, right, dude? You got to deal with it for sure.
Sometimes I laugh and I just think I think our generations are the ones that kind of sit in the office like somebody does something and we're like "Are you fucking kidding me?" face that we have on. Like that's
yes.
our generation.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And it's funny. Like you were saying earlier, you give them like a rotary dial phone and they're lost.
Yeah.
I've absolutely no idea. It's like giving them a pencil sharpener. Like here you go. Like what the hell do I do with this? Remember when we were in school, you had the little pencil sharpener by the door, usually in the classroom.
Right.
They have no idea what the hell to do with that. Like no idea.
God. Yeah.
No idea whatsoever.
Some of the devices. Give them a cassette tape with a pencil. See what happens.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You give them a cassette tape and a pencil and go, how were these two things related? And they wouldn't know. I'm like, man, a pencil was an integral part of owning a cassette player. It really was. You had, when your cassette player ate the tape, you had to use the pencil to,
And it was actually a surgical. When we used to record shows back in like the 80s and 90s, because we'd always record like DJ shows and music, and we wanted to hear it so we could play it back, right? It was a surgical operation to get the tape out of the cassette sometimes because it would be tangled. You had to be careful because you couldn't split the tape. So it became like a little operation taking place.
Oh, for sure it did.
Yeah. Floppy disk.
Sure they weren't carrying a floppy disk. Every fellow cleaning the attic, they didn't know the fucking thing treated like it. They don't know what. Are you talking like the 5.5 inch, like the
old big? I think he's talking about the big old school floppy. Yeah.
Okay, so like I think that was 5.25.
Yeah, because the other one was like 3 something, right? Like
3.5, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 5.25 ones, they have no idea what the frick that is.
Well, you show them an old computer now where it comes out with the CD-ROM, they probably think it's a cup holder.
I don't even. You know what? The last 2 computers I bought this shitty laptop that I'm using here.
Yeah.
And then my desktop. Neither one of them came with a CD drive.
They don't anymore. A lot of new ones don't, which is funny because the company I work with, like we do financial stuff, so we'll have prospectus for the investment, and they'll put it on CD-ROM. And I'm like, I brought this up in meetings before. Like, new computers don't have CD-ROMs, right?
Yeah, like none of them have CD-ROMs.
All the older people are like, what do you mean? Like, new computers do not have CD-ROMs. So they can't use the CD for anything. You have to come up with a better way to actually do this technology. But yeah. So we got some of the
put it on like a flash
stuff.
drive or something.
Right. But
a flash drive would work because then you just stick it into USB and you're done, right?
Yeah. I'm like, okay, boomer. So I can say, okay, boomer, when that happens.
Yeah, of course, right? It's funny. My youngest boy calls me boomer all the time. He's like, okay, like anytime anything like that it comes up, okay, boomer. I'm like, I'm not a freaking boomer, dude. Like my mother was a boomer. I am not. Like he thinks I'm so old, like much older than I really am.
Yeah, no more disc inputs,
no more disc inputs or other things. Yeah, like you can't get. like I said, CD-ROMs or DVD-ROMs were a big thing a few years ago, but you can't even get that anymore. Like everything is like digital download content now.
And now they're to the micro SD cards. So not even like the regular SD, but the micro SD.
Yeah, you get the micros. Yeah, you're right.
You got to put in. Yeah.
You know, it just makes you think about what is going to happen in like say 10 years from now. Like, what is the technology going to look like in 10 years?
Yeah.
Like, is there going to be USB anymore? Probably not. That's probably going to be gone. It'll be replaced with some wireless thing of some kind.
I can see where it's going to be going, because I can see where the SD cards will replace the USB type stuff for the those cards. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how they're moving forward. But yeah, things are getting smaller. But then you look at cell phones. Cell phones are getting bigger again. Like they're getting bigger than what we used to have back in the day.
Yeah, but I think that's mostly for like the screen, because like a lot of guys watch like, you know, you watch like your Netflix, your sports, your
movies, watching stuff, yeah,
your YouTube and stuff like that, and you want a bigger screen so you can actually see it, right? Because back in the day, you know, the first iPhone that I ever had was a 4S, I think, and it was small, teeny little thing.
Yeah.
And one of the guys at work came in with an Android that was huge by Apple standards, and I'm like, why do you have such a big phone? Like, you know, shouldn't you have something compact and small and modern? He's like, well, he goes, well, I like to watch movies, so I need the bigger screen. And suddenly it clicked in. I'm like, oh, okay, smaller isn't always better, right? When it comes to stuff like that, right?
I'm just waiting for him to bring Snake back, like on the Nokia back in the day. Bring back Snake.
Yeah, that's a great game. I actually have it on my. I'm sure I've shown it to you before. You know, quickly. I have a digital pinball machine, and I also have a digital arcade machine. My digital pinball machine has like 350 tables on it, and my arcade machine has 7,400 games on it, and one of them is Snake.
There you go.
So every once in a while, I'll break that out, and I'll be like, "Yeah, old school," because I love that old school stuff, right? Oh, we got here. 10 years ago, we were saying the 16-bit video game graphics look realistic. Yeah, right. Right now, we have 3D video games in VR. So in 10 years, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about. Like when, like even stuff like, I mean, if you go back to like the original, like the PS1, which was, God, when did that come out? In the 90s or something like that? And like games
PS1
like Resident, yeah, like Resident Evil
or something.
Yeah, like you got games like Resident Evil and stuff like that, and you're sitting there playing like, oh my God, this is so cool. It's like real life. No, it wasn't, but that was the best that there was at the time.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
God. Cool. Yeah, I don't get those arcade systems, but I definitely beat multiple games on single quarter. Sometimes we go to Pizza Parlor and crush Metal Gear Solid X with one.
There you go.
I got all the Metal Gear Solids on my machine. I've got, like I said, I got all the classic games on. Like,
it's funny you tell a kid nowadays, like kids now when they play video games, they're so used to being able to go, hey, checkpoint, I can save, blah blah. Like we didn't have checkpoints in the early video games starting out. Like you had to go through the whole thing. Like, you know, if you didn't get to the whole thing, it was back to the beginning.
That's right. Yeah. And hey, throw another quarter in, kid. There you go.
Yeah.
Throw some more of your allowance in that machine. There you go.
I can still
Hopefully
remember
you can make it further this time.
I can remember like when they brought out the first ones where you had like the additional 10 seconds to put a quarter to continue. Remember they come up and it'd be like continue whatever, and you're like at the arcade and you're like, here, you tell your buddy, go get me change, blah blah blah. It's like continue, and it's like the change machine's out, so you're trying to find a change guy within that 10-second frame. Like, I need quarters.
Exactly. Yeah, like when you were playing like Mortal Kombat or something.
Right,
you know,
or Dragon's Quest.
Like, oh my God, I got to get another quarter.
Dragon's Lair or something like that. You're like, I need another quarter.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Dragon's Lair was the biggest money sucker of all of them because that was a great game. I love that game. I do have that one as well. Back then, I had to save up for the 32 MD PS2 memory card. Now, well, obviously, it's amazing. Like you said, you had to get the external little memory card to save stuff. I remember on the Nintendo 64 that I had, you had to get that if you wanted to play a game like Perfect Dark or I think Diddy Kong's Racing, you had to get that extra little memory block thing and stick it inside your machine.
So it would say,
just so it would run the game. Never mind saving it.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Yeah, on the PS,
it was amazing.
You had memory cards you had to put in there so you can save it as well. So yeah, I went through the PS. I mean, I'm a PS5 now. I've been a gamer since Atari 2600, but yeah,
you're like
PS1, the PS2, PS3, all of them pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. And what's the worst part of using those memory cards on the PlayStations? When you would, stick it in, you'd be like, okay, I'm going to play a game. And all of a sudden your memory card got corrupt somehow. And you're like, no, I put like 56 hours into this game and my memory card's corrupt. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
That was the worst. That was the worst. I hated that. Like I said, you're playing like a big game like Resident Evil.
Yeah.
One of the early like Grand Theft Autos or something like that are really involved long games, and you're like, oh my god, I just lost 40 hours of my life.
One of the funny things about you read it. No,
okay, I was going to say all the times before paid LDCs when you had to complete stuff or find secret levels instead. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. It's crazy.
But it's funny. I was watching one of the episodes. Like I told you about the History Channel, like the Toys That Built America. One of the episodes was about the video game type thing, and they were talking about Nintendo type stuff and some of the games where the game didn't work and people would like blow into the game to get it to work. And they're like, that really wasn't true, whatever. I'm like, bullshit. I've done that numerous times. You would blow into the game and you put it in and it would work. Like, I don't know who told you guys at the company it didn't work, but it damn sure did for the players.
Yeah, like you said, like the original NES. You put the game in, it wouldn't work, and you'd take it out and and put it, and it would work fine.
And it would work fine. Yeah, they were
so you can't. You can't tell me that didn't work because it did. It did, bitch. I'm just saying, blowing in the game actually worked. That's for sure.
Oh my gosh! Good times spent on those games. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Hey, Lord Taco, I'm going to boop boop really quickly. I'm going to throw up Rod J's link here. Go check out my man Rod J. Subscribe to him. Fantastic channel he's got. Go check him out for sure. Super knowledgeable guy. If you go and watch some of his beer reviews and his lives, you will understand why I call him the legend, Rod J. Sorry, did I say the L word again? He fucking hates that.
It did work, right? It did.
It did work. Yeah, they just refused. Exactly. It worked. Absolutely, it worked. And if it didn't work, we're all morons. Like all 100 million of us that did that, and it worked.
Well, it was funny because everybody knew it worked because everybody did it, and they were like fine after doing it. So yeah.
Yeah, it was just so. I don't know if it was like was it a conductivity problem maybe or something? Like if the little bit of dust got on the
little bit of dust or something got into it. Yeah. I mean,
I think that might have all. Yeah, that might
5 or 6 college kids around trying to play Tecmo Bowl, and Tecmo Bowl wouldn't work. You figured out a way to make it work.
Oh, for sure.
Tecmo Bowl was the game on Nintendo that I played the most probably, but Sega when Madden came out on the Genesis, that kind of changed some things there. And then when it went to PlayStation, yeah.
Well, I mean, when the Sega came out, I mean, they had some groundbreaking games, like even just Sonic the Hedgehog. Like that was a groundbreaking game. Like it was because the movement was so fast and it was fluid, and it was
It was like, hey Nintendo, screw your Mario. We got a Hedgehog over here. They kind of just, it was targeted for an older crowd. It was just more like kind of obnoxious of a game, so to speak. So it kind of worked out well.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you field this question because I know you do.
Yeah, actually,
play any video games nowadays?
Nowadays, I still play. Like I'm on a PS5, so I'll play Call of Duty. It's what I kind of play most of the time. But I have other stuff. I'm about to actually, because I never did it when I played a Callisto project. I do have a gaming channel, it's Rod J Gaming, so I may stream that over there as well. But I still do the gaming. I feel like I'm a gamer for life. I don't think I'll ever get out of it. I mean, I'll be in a retirement home and I'll still be like, where's my NHL?
Right.
Or whatever game I'm playing at that point. So yeah. So
Right.
like I said, it's like in the blood. I get, let's say, 2,600 on up is kind of like,
Yeah.
I've always gamed with it.
Exactly.
So,
I still do play games, not as much as I used to. I play a little bit of that stupid Fortnite game that I suck at, only because like my kid will want to play it and he'd be like, "Hey, you want to play Fortnite, Dad?" I'm like, "Okay, I'll play." I'm terrible at Fortnite. I do play Rocket League. I don't know. If
okay, yeah, Rocket League. I think you do. Yeah,
yeah. I like. Yeah, I'm not great at it. I'm good. I mean, I'm decent. I can hold my own, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Like I watch. Sometimes I'll go on Twitch and I'll watch like the World Championship Rocket League, and I'm like, dude, like I cannot even do half the stuff these guys can do. So, but yeah, I don't play a whole lot of video games anymore. I play like 1 or 2 mobile games. It's I've kind of I don't know. I just kind of gotten away from it. I used to play Call of Duty.
Yeah,
I used to play a lot of Call of Duty back like Call of Duty like 1, 2, 3, Black Ops, stuff like that. And I don't know. I just kind of I think we talked about this on your live stream. Once they started getting into that one where they did like the double jumps and the wall running and stuff
I wasn't
like
a fan of Advanced Warfare.
Yeah, and I kind of got away from Call of Duty after that. I was like, this to me it's not really fun. I didn't enjoy it as much. Not sure if you played any Nier games. Replicant Automata. It's a crazy good game. Good music. Super sad. I'll leave it. That's what he has. I don't think
that one.
I have not either. What else we got here?
Oh, okay.
There it is. I play Call of Warzone. Yep. Cousins and nephews. Got to say I'm still in my prime. Nice. Like I said,
so he's still doing well, and I still get my wins on. I still get my wins on Warzone now. I still represent. Yeah. But there's some shit that some of the kids do nowadays. It's like, how the hell do you make that shot? Like, but.
Oh, I know it's insane, right?
Yeah. But when you're like, you only get to play like a couple of hours a week or something like that, you're not going to be the best one out there. So we have to realize, like we talked about the drinking earlier, you realize your limitations, right? Like I'm not sitting there playing as much as a lot of the other people that are playing that's younger or home on their couch, whatever it may be. So, I take it and just have fun with it. I got some friends that play with me. They get pissed off, they yell, and you're like, dude, like you have a full-time thing. You're not playing as much as these other people that are playing. So, but they get all upset. People are cheating, doing this or doing that. Like, I mean, they could be because we know there's a cheating problem with it. But at the same point, they play a lot more than you do. So, yeah,
because I mean, at our age, we only have like an hour or two, say, to play because we have life responsibilities. Whereas these, 12, 13, 15, 16-year-old kids, that's what they do for, the time they get home from school until the time they go to bed. Like they're playing 8 hours a day. And you're going to get better over time with practice and stuff. Yeah. And it's but as long as you're having fun playing it, even if you die every freaking 5 minutes, like I do when I'm playing Fortnite, it's okay. I just do it because I enjoy spending time with my son and, we get the headphones on and we can talk back and forth. So it's kind of a bonding thing, even though we're not in the same room. Like he plays down here in the basement. I play upstairs on the main computer, but it's,
well, for us at this point, it's all about putting it in perspective. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I didn't like the futuristic one. The Black Ops 3.
Black Ops 2 was the last good one.
I liked Black Ops 3 because that was like the introduction they did with the Battle Royale, and you could actually customize your guns as you were in the map, which was kind of an interesting concept. But Modern Warfare 2, I didn't get the Modern Warfare 3 as of yet. I played the beta when it came out, but I'm like, you know what? I'll just mess around Warzone for a bit. And like they're not it's almost like the Madden games. So when they did the Madden games each year, they'd be like, oh, it's Madden, 15, Madden 16. And they give you a little bit more than what they had previously. I'm like, you're just suckering people into buying more. So I was like, I don't want to keep buying your damn game. It's the same thing except for one edition. Right. So you got to like measure out what you're going to spend on these companies now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like I said, when you're paying whatever it is, like 90, 100, if you get the deluxe edition, like $150 or something like that for the deluxe edition for the games now, Like, you know, I want something of substance when I'm, you know, spending $150, especially on the deluxe editions, right? Oh, I was just saying here. Back then, we went outside and did actually real life side quests, not stuck to screen. Yeah, exactly. We talked about that earlier. How you know, as kids, we actually went outside because if I wanted to, you know, hang out with Rod J, I had to take my bicycle and bicycle over to his house and say, "Hey, man, you want to go and make a fort or, you know, make some ramps and try and kill ourselves on our bikes?" You know.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. That's why I was waiting on that one. Because the beta was okay. Well,
it says don't get Modern Warfare 3. A friend let me borrow it. It was half. I'm assuming that says half-ass in everything from script to graphics to everything. It said how poor in quality it was.
And it's getting bad reviews as well out there. And I'm like, it's like you're not really. And the maps they were doing are all old maps. They're just basically updated old maps when we did the beta. I'm like, I'm not sure it's worth to actually get this one. I feel like I might switch over to Battlefield at this point, 2042, and start playing that just because I feel like they've realized they got a cash cow. They're just trying to basically sucker people in. And then they want you to buy all these skins. It's just like you're taking the fun out of the game in some aspect of it. So,
and you know what? That's what I said a couple of years ago. I'm like, Modern Warfare, it doesn't matter what they put out. If you put the name Modern Warfare on it, people are going to buy it, and you're going to sell millions of copies of that, no matter how good or how bad that game is. Just because, I mean, people have been playing it for so long, and they love the Modern Warfare genre of the game.
I think for the gaming companies, in my opinion, I think Rockstar probably did it the best thus far. Like, they have not done a Grand Theft Auto 5 for all these years. They do have 6 in the works now. But think of all the years we had Grand Theft Auto 5, and what they did is kept adding additions to Grand Theft Auto 5 to build on top of it. And you wouldn't have to go and buy a whole new game, and you were able to keep your characters and kind of grow your characters and have fun with it. That's what they should have done with the Modern Warfare. Just build out on top of things you already had.
Yeah, exactly, and that would make total sense.
Yeah.
I'll say, Liz, I think shooter games era is dead and gone by. Yeah, and man, there are more
role-playing games. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, like people love the role-playing ones. I can't remember the big one that came out with the one female character that was kind of I want to say Event Horizon maybe, or Horizon Dawn. That was huge. That was like a role-playing game, and it was like this character that kind of went through. But then they also on that they add DLCs to those, so you can do other missions and stuff later on. So again, you're building off the top of that game there. So some people like that. People like the God of War type things where you're kind of doing some stuff. So yeah, I mean the shooting game is fun, but another one, Rockstar, is Red Dead Redemption 2. People still love that. They even had to put out another one. They had to add more missions to it. So
See, no, I preferred the first Red Dead Redemption.
Yes, Elden Ring is the other one too. Elden Ring was the other one I was trying to think of. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I was just saying I liked Red Dead Redemption 1 better than number 2.
Oh, really?
But
okay.
I don't know if maybe because when I first played Red Dead Redemption, the first one, it was so different from anything I've ever played before. Yeah. Because it was like, you know, set in like the 1800s. You got this guy, you got a horse, you got to go blah blah blah. And then once the second one came along, it was almost kind of the same thing. So it wasn't maybe for me it wasn't quite as great. It's still a great game. Don't get me wrong. Red Dead Redemption 2 is great.
Yeah.
But I maybe it was just because I was like, oh, this is kind of the same thing, which is weird.
Yeah,
I don't think that about Grand Theft Auto, so that's weird.
I mean, you change the storyline some, you have some stuff, but as far as maybe the motions and what you're kind of doing, it can definitely pretty similar, right? So yeah, Rockstar.
And I don't think I like the storyline as well in Red Dead Redemption 2 as I did in 1.
Mm-hmm.
But I again, that's just me. You know, my opinion doesn't matter for freaking nothing. You know, Rockstar is definitely attentive to their fans. Yeah, you know what? They do a great job. Yeah. And that's why, you know, when you can say to even a non-gamer, like, hey, do you know Rockstar Games? And they will say, oh, isn't that the guys that do Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, people have wanted 6 for a number of years, but they were able to appease people by giving them updates on stuff on 5 too. And, you know, you get a DLC here, $19.99 or whatever the cost may be versus every year having to pay $60. You know, it makes a difference for people, and people just enjoy it and kind of build on and build out, whether you're doing the single player or the online. You know, they meet the customer where the customer wants to be met at. It makes it nice for them.
Right. And it's great how Rockstar is very adaptable to like the Grand Theft Auto games. Because like the first is it the first 3 or 4 or 5, like they did like well, I mean, if you've ever played 1 or 2, that was like a top-down thing.
The 1 was top-down, and I played. Yeah,
I think 2 was as well.
Yeah,
right, and then three was the first one that was like a first-person kind of deal.
Yeah,
and then you had like Vice City, and then they went to San Andreas. Which when I first started playing San Andreas, I was like, okay, this is a completely different storyline.
Yeah.
Like it didn't quite fit with the other things. But as I played San Andreas, I'm like, this is great because you got to fly a plane and a helicopter. I'm like, this is freaking great, man. I love this game. You know.
But I think it was 3 that I got when they went to it, and it was like I opened it up, and that was the one I kind of like, oh, what the hell? Like I pulled up the, you know, because it added on the CD thing, and I pulled it up, and they had this huge ass map to it. Like, what is this? Like, this whole map, like, this is here, this is here. And it was a good-sized map, and you felt like definitely a lot of stuff to enjoy with it because it was, like, so huge of where you can go in the world on that one.
Right.
So,
yeah, now take the Grand Theft Auto 3 map and put it up against the Grand Theft Auto 5 map. Like, it doesn't even – you know, it's like a quarter. It's like a quarter of the map now.
Yeah. You know, and now you got games that are going even bigger with some of the open worlds. So, like, my one friend is playing it's not Ark, it's another one. Rust. He's playing Rust right now.
Oh, Rust.
Just talking about how much fun he's playing Rust, and that's like a whole open world type experience. But Ark was kind of that way too, and it's kind of like it's just different. Where maybe like Lord was saying, you're starting to lose the appeal of some of these shooters, which are kind of, when you think about it, kind of a limited in play versus some of these other ones that you have where you can do so many different things and stuff. You know, just to be able to do that. Like even thinking like, what's the one with Far Cry? Like the different side missions you can do when you're playing, and like you can do the whole thing there, or you're doing side missions, doing stuff, or having just chilling and hanging out, like you sitting there fishing or whatever you maybe do. So it's kind of like all these other games that bring more to it.
Oh, for sure, and that's the thing. The side missions are. You know, I've always been a big side mission guy. Like I want to complete like the whole freaking game, and God, nowadays it's so hard because there's just so much stuff.
Yeah.
I already know y'all straight up menaces. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Like I said, I just enjoy like if you go back to like Grand Theft Auto 1 or 2 and play that, and if you've never played them before. And you're like, hey, play this Grand Theft Auto game. And they're, looking at this top down thing with a little car driving down the street. People are like, what the frick is this garbage? Right. Yeah. But that was the precursor to what we have today.
Yeah. It was fun.
And I always like the old games. Yeah. I'm pretty nostalgic for the older games. And, like I said, kids would be like, oh yeah, I beat Grand Theft Auto 4 or whatever. Oh, that really? Did you really? Why don't you come over and play my machine and try and beat Donkey Kong? Go ahead. Off you go. I'll come back and check in on you in 6 months and see if you've gotten halfway through it yet.
There were a good amount of parents that were happy when GoldenEye came back last year. Like taking down their kids that were whooping their ass on Modern Warfare. Like, hey, I got a game for you. They brought out GoldenEye.
Yeah, that was a great game, man. That was such a good game. Between that and Star Fox. I played the hell I played the hell out of those two on the Nintendo 64. Absolutely great games. Yeah. Good party games too, because you could have 4 people playing it at the same time, right? So it was really cool. The completionist when it comes to games, I strive for platinum trophies in all my games. I've only gotten platinum in I want to say less than half. Half the time it's because I play the game for a while and I'm like, I don't like this game particularly. And then I get into games like on the PlayStation 3, Burnout Paradise, which was a fantastic driving game. I wish they would bring out another one.
I remember Burnout, the original, when it came out.
Yeah, and then they came out with Burnout Paradise. And Burnout Paradise, I played the crap out of that game. It was such a fun driving game.
Yeah.
I wish they would bring out another one. Like I got all the
I actually
DLCs
started playing Gran Turismo a few weeks ago again because I haven't played in a while.
Oh yeah, another great game. Games I don't like, I just delete. Yeah. Hey, whatever. Like I said, yeah, for sure. I've played a bunch of games that I've never I don't want to ever play this game again. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Now you want to talk about stupid games? Like I said, on my arcade machine, I have games from 1978 up until probably 2000, all the retro games, and some of them are bad. And you're like, wow, we used to pump quarters into this game. Like, it was bad.
You got Paperboy on there?
I have Paperboy on there.
Yes,
I do. Yeah, I got pretty much everything you can think of on that machine. Like I said, it's 7,400 games or so.
Well, you don't have Tempest?
I got you know what? Tempest is one thing I don't have because I don't have. I have a trackball. I have a trackball, but I don't have the twisty.
Yeah, the knob type thing there. I used to love Tempest back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny, the version of Tempest that we know is not actually the original version of Tempest. Because the game that we know, when you twist the thing, your little guy moves around
moves around the map.
Cylinder or whatever, right?
Yeah, cylinder, yeah.
Originally your guy didn't move. The cylinder moved.
I never saw that version.
Yeah, but apparently the movement of the cylinder instead of the guy caused people to get seasick, like that motion sickness kind of thing. So they changed it so that the little shooting guy would go around the thing.
Yeah.
There's some good video game knowledge for you.
That's pretty
maybe you'll win $1 million on that question. Like, hey, what happened? Yeah. Need for Speed Underground. I think I have played that. I've played a couple of the Need for Speed games. But it's been forever since I played.
Yeah, I played Need for Speed, but I don't know if I did Underground.
Yeah, I'm sure I did. If you haven't, like I said, if you haven't checked out Burnout Paradise, it's an older game. You could probably get it for freaking nothing or download it online nowadays. Yeah. It was great. On the PS, I want to say the PS2. I think it was the PS2. Maybe it was PS1. There's a game called Driver. It's called Driver. You are the Wheelman.
Driver.
Yeah, that was a decent game. Yeah. I didn't mind that at all. And there was another game that was kind of similar to Driver, but I can't remember the name of it. It was you were basically a stuntman, and you were doing.
I think it was Stuntman. I think it was called Stuntman.
Is that what it was called?
Stuntman. I think it was.
Yeah, where you had to do the stuntman shots for there was a movie being shot, and you had to do the stuntman car stuff. You had to jump a ramp and go over a train, or do some drifting around. So I can't remember what the hell the name of that was.
Yeah, Stuntman.
Was it Stuntman? Okay, I couldn't remember the hell the name of it. I could not remember the name of that game.
2 action adventure racing video games.
Yeah. Yeah, because you had to do it was you had to do it perfect because it was supposed to be part of a movie that you were shooting.
This.
Yeah, you know what? That might have been it. That might have been it. Yeah. PS2, and it was a rare there's nothing wrong with PS2. I still got my PS2 sitting around. Actually, my PS2 is in a box. My PS3 is hooked up to the TV. My PS4 is hooked up to the TV. I got a Wii. I got the pinball machine. I got the arcade. I got so many freaking video games here. It's not even stupid funny.
Yeah, I got the 4.
I just wish I had more time to play them.
Yeah.
I do remember that Stuntanama game. Stuntanama. I'm not familiar with that. Do you remember that one, Rod? Stuntanama?
I don't know. I don't remember that one. No. And I don't think I played that.
Was that a console game, arcade machine? What was that one? I honestly don't know. I might know it. I probably don't. Because it doesn't sound familiar at all.
No, it doesn't either. Unless it was a.
There was
there. I don't see anything pulling up on Google unless it was Stuntman. Maybe it was Stuntman he was putting there.
Oh, maybe just typoed Stuntman. Yeah. And for some reason, that Stuntanama just reminded me of a game. Did you ever play a game called Hard Driving? Like that's an old.
I never played it, but I remember the name Hard Driving, but I never played it. It is Stuntman.
Yeah,
that's what we were just talking about.
Oh,
yeah, probably because I'm hey, join the party on that one.
That's right. And the typo is probably because I'm buzzed and because painting
pretty
while
cool.
watching.
You're painting. That's pretty cool.
Are you like painting like a picture, like kind of like this one over my shoulder right here, or are you actually painting a wall in a house? Let us know. I mean, we can interpret that so many different ways. Or maybe you're just painting yourself because you're bored on a Friday night. It's like, hey, I'm going to paint myself blue and run around the streets like a Smurf. It can happen. It can happen.
It can happen. It can happen.
Hey, you never know. You never wanted to paint yourself blue, Rod, and just run through the streets and saying, "Hey, I'm Smurfette.
No.
Come and get me, Papa Smurf."
Like Will Ferrell, old school. I'm streaking.
Yeah, there you go.
We're going streaking.
Yeah, exactly like that, for sure. Oh, dear Lord.
That's the classic movie right there. Yeah.
Old school, yeah. You're my boy, Blue.
Oh, dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You may be asking yourself, why do we tie a cinder block to your penis?
Oh, I don't even know if I can play Dust in the Wind. Too many beers. No. No, because I can't remember the chords. Hey, look at that. Nope, not going to happen today.
Not going to happen tonight.
I'll record it for you tomorrow. How do you like that?
Yeah.
Only for a moment, and the moment's gone.
Takes me back to 7 or 8. Oh, was I 8 or 9 years old? Learned how to play pool. Dust in the Wind, Kansas. Old recreational center.
It's such a great song. It really is.
All we are is dust in the wind. Oh, yeah.
I'm painting an image of a video game, Final Fantasy 16, when the main character is lunged. Best move around at 500.
Oh, that's pretty.
Wow, like so you're
cool.
A little bit of an artist then. That's cool.
Nice.
I like that. I was 1/40th the height of his upper torso. Okay.
Yeah,
1/40th the height. So he's like such. Holy crap! Now that I'm just looking at the freaking time again. Holy gee! Didn't we say we were going to end this like an hour ago, Rod?
Probably. I need to go to bed at some point here.
Yeah. All right. Well, we should probably wrap this up. We've only got one person watching anyway, which is Lord Taco, I guess.
An important person.
Of course. Well, hey, Lord Taco, great having you on the channel. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to this guy over here, Rod J. I'm sure you did already because I put his link up there. And for anybody else who happens to be, why did somebody else just come on the live stream just now? It's like 2:30 in the morning. What the hell are you doing?
Somebody's got their white castle.
Your life sucks so much that you got to come on at 2:30 in the morning. I'm just kidding. I appreciate you coming by and checking out the channel. I'm just being an asshole. All right, so everybody, on behalf of myself and of course the legend Rod J, thank you so much for joining me on this live stream. Don't forget to check out. There's a link in the chat somewhere of my Lou live channel that I'll be starting December 1st. Check out Rod J's reviews. Check out my reviews. And we will see you guys next time. Cheers. Thank you so much.
Cheers.